Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good wherever you are in the world. We got another day of playoffs for the LPL Split 2 on the LPL unofficial English broadcast. My name is Mark Alexander Adambide. I'm joined by the one and only Rudude all the way across the pond. It has been 3 months since we last cast together, brother. It was on that banger of a series between Top Esports and IG during the Split 1 lower bracket playoffs. The very first series that Top Esports played on that lower bracket run to eventually win the first split.
Yeah, 3 months in the making, and we're back once again, this time for some playing action. FPX versus NiP this time round. The stakes are very, very high for these 4 series that we've got going over the next few days. It means you are either in the playoffs in split number 2, and you make it to Group Ascent for split 3, or you end up bottoming out, you go back to Group Nirvana, and for these two teams, right, they've just had a full split of Group Ascent. One of the two of them is going to be in Nirvana next time round.
That's right. Well, we got to get into the thick of things for our format just to catch everyone up on what the hell has been going on in the second split, because it's been a doozy. We had a placement stage, and eventually we got to this point where we had 2 groups in Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. We're now at the middle point, which you can see at the middle of your screen, where it's the play-ins. And right now, 8 teams are playing for their lives to get into the top 8 of playoffs, where they will get a chance to see if they can get title glory in lifting that Silver Dragons Cup. Now, our group standings and how we got here, our 4 seeds in Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, JDG, and BLG already get a bye into the playoffs. Right now, Rude, we are determining who the other 4 teams are between teams 5 through 10 and the top 2 teams from Group Nirvana.
Yeah, we already saw yesterday IG take a convincing series versus EDG. Not without EDG battling back. I think at least game number 2 there was a pretty close run of things, but we're working our way through these matchups today. FPX and NiP going up against one another at far right of your screen. And then obviously following on, we have WE versus LGD, Weibo versus Thunder Talk as well. Maybe a surprise for some to see Weibo, 7th seed coming in, but FPX and NiP as well, looking at this series in particular, not quite the seasons that maybe they'd have hoped for, but find themselves now battling up against one another once again to see if they can make it to Ascend for next split.
And for those that have been tuning in to the entire regular season, or a majority of the regular season here in Split 2, already knows the history that is going to be taking place between these 2 squads. Looking at you, Doinby, over on one side, but we gotta start getting into our rosters for tonight's series. Just in case this is your first time tuning in and you don't know who the hell is on either team, starting off on the blue side, it is going to be Fun plus Phoenix, baby. Gotta show and spread those wings. Top lane Sheer, jungle Shadow, mid lane Care, Awesome in the bot lane, and Jway at support.
Yeah, and this has been a roster that has really been led by those 2 supporting roles. Shadow and Jway, I think, have been the standout players for FPX. We've seen highlights from Sheer, we've seen some good things from Care and Awesome, but really, it's been Shadow and Jway leading the charge for this FPX roster.
That's right, and now, a majority of the wins that was coming into place for this squad was happening off the back of Jway and Shadow, as you already called out, being able to find those key plays and setting up some of the best engages that we have really seen from one of our few supports in this league, and he has netted so many MVPs for himself. I want to say that he is the highest ranked support in our MVP race for the split right now. I think he's earned at least 7, if not 8 total so far. And he's just been able to pull off so many cool plays. I mean, the highlights are going to show some of their most recent games where there were wins, but this is a team that took a 2-1 victory over Anyone's Legend. 9 games. Thank you very much. Thank you to our producer who just confirmed with us. They took a 2-1 victory off of Anyone's Legend. They took a 2-1 victory over JDG, or a 2-0 victory over JDG earlier in the split during week 3. But recently, Root, they have been on a 4-series lose streak.
Yeah, both of these 2 teams coming into this series with pretty, let's say, negative losing streaks. You mentioned the 4 for FPX, it's 5 on the flip side for NiP, so both of these 2 teams in a pretty stinker run of form moving into this play-in series, so they're going to have to try and change that round. But, for FPX, like we highlighted, it really has been Jway who's been almost instrumental in their findings of these wins, right? 9 MVPs for themselves, or for himself. And moving into this series, he's going to have to be able to step back up again. I think that the matchup support-wise looks pretty favourable for FPX, and I think that jungle-wise as well, the same can be said. And it really is going to come down to whether or not those two supporting members can start their series off in the best way possible. And this is a little highlight from the last time these two teams ended up playing against one another, where we can see, you know, they're going into this stage and NiP with a little bit of an advantage, but still Jway finding these crucial picks.
Yeah, and it goes to show that even though Ninjas in Pajamas eventually did win 2-0 against FPX in this series, and it started the eventual lose streak from FPX going into the rest of the season, the big thing is that FPX still looked pretty darn competitive against NiP, and not every single lane was getting completely smashed. You know, I think the biggest thing that we'll take a look on later in our pre-show is the top lane matchup and see, you know, if Sheer will be able to step up some things. But ever since Solo Kill, you know, got introduced into this roster and took over for Shanji, at least it made FPX's lives a little bit more difficult trying to go up against them in particular. But still, FPX, regardless, the same strengths still apply when Jway and Shadow are on, you know, and usually for the most part they are on form. They're finding a lot of really strong early game windows. There's even a series earlier in the split where they could have beaten or at least taken a game off of Top Esports in game 1. And unfortunately, Rude, it does come down to how consistent FPX's carries are, because the supporting cast is so damn good, but it's care. It's awesome. And, you know, and Sheer can be flexed, you know, in either, you know, sense depending on what role is needed from him, but it's not always there.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more from the carries, but if we, you know, look to FPX now, we can try to discuss their counterparts maybe moving into what NiP can look to do to dissuade or rather repeat one of those week 7 outings, right? We talked about these two teams that have already played against each other twice in the regular season. Both times they were 2-0s, but 2-0s in different ways, and it did come down to that change in top lane as well, where we had the 2-0 in week 3, I believe, being for FPX. Week 7, these two teams play against one another again, and it's NiP that find that 2-0. But NiP, a roster that, like you say, the change of Solo Kill, not necessarily having the impact that they might have liked, but in this matchup in particular, proved to be impactful enough to find that win. And hopefully we can get a little fly of what that NiP roster can look like, does look like. Solo Kill up in the top side, Arky still in the jungle, Doinby, Leave, and PP God rounding out the rest of this squad. And we talked about the fact that it's the facilitators for NiP, or for FPX, that get them going. For NiP, it typically has been the carries. It's been Doinby, for the most part, stepping up and finding game wins, and maybe leaving us a little bit lacking from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, because we know that Doinby's role coming into NiP, and he has, you know, publicly stated in interviews before, is like, listen, I don't got, you know, the hands, you know, like my younger counterparts do. You know, I'm just trying to keep up with them and make sure that I'm doing everything I can to elevate them. But Doinby is being put in positions where he's being forced to play things like Akali and Yone just to, you know, be a carry threat, because the main carries of this team originally with Shanji on the top side was supposed to be Shanji and Leave, and then Aki, that tertiary carry role. It has not been it, Rude, and I've already started going through some of the all-pro votes, both from, you know, here on the talent team and, you know, throughout the community. There's a big consensus that Aki has been by far the worst performing jungler in Group Ascend, you know, and it puts a big burden on everyone else in NiP. Now, we do have some, you know, more fun light, you know, in light of all this. Doinby did celebrate his 10th anniversary of competing in the LPL, you know, such a historic journey and, you know, such a notable career. Doinby has having the honor of bringing LPL its 2nd world title in 2019 with FPX, you know, who is the org playing against them on the other side of the rift today.
Yeah, from, you know, 2022 or 2025, excuse me, where we've got, you know, where we are now, back to 2015 when Doinby started his career. Crazy to think that that's how long somebody's been playing in the LPL. But I mean, thinking back, it's about as long as I've been watching League of Legends, probably even longer for yourself, Mark. Like, there are people in the scene now that have hit that 10-year marker that at some stage are going to start hitting 15 years and really looking at this ecosystem as a whole as like what they've done with their lives. And it's nice to see that Doinby's getting the recognition himself and from members of the community as well.
Also, just to say, his family's so adorable. I love his family. They look so cute together, and love how supportive that they are of Doinby and, you know, continuing to play here in the LPL. Now, all fun news aside, back to reality and back to stakes here for this series, because this is the play-ins for playoffs. Playoffs have not been determined yet, and one of the matches that we have to really look at that we didn't expect to be as lopsided as it was the last time these two teams encountered in Week 7 was that top lane matchup. Now, big reason why Solo Kill was brought in for NiP was they were hoping that he was going to be a lot more stable and reliable than, you know, Shanji was during the first 6 weeks of play for Ninjas in Pajamas during this regular season. And so far, especially in that FPX series, it has worked out well for NiP.
Yeah, these stats are from the last time that these two teams met. So this is from exclusively that Week 7 performance against one another, where they faced off against each other. You can see a complete change up of KDAs, right? Sheer not even getting above 1, Solo Kill 21 in a KDA. KDA fashion. Sheer, you know, in week number 3 had a pretty convincing 2-0 up against NiP, and then in week 7 when they play against each other, you know, the switch up of just Solo Kill proves to be enough to change this entire matchup on its head, give it that 2-0, and Solo Kill, you know, you can tell 21 KDA, they've had a really solid performance in that 1 or 2 deaths maybe across the entire series. So it's a really solid performance, and I think that moving into this series as well does make it pretty difficult to anticipate who's going to come out on top of, where those strengths lie, because we talked about it being the supporting cast for one side, the carries for the other. Well, the last time these two teams met, it was the carries for NiP that made it work.
Yeah, and before FPX had played NiP for the second time, the first time around, it was a very swift and dominant 2-0 from the FPX roster when Shanji was in the lineup. So, given all of this history between these two teams, based on how the regular season has gone for FPX and for NiP, here are the predictions from the talent team as well as the broadcast staff and crew. I'm definitely putting myself as an outlier on the far left, but I know that the results from the last series, it was a 2-0 from Ninjas in Pajamas. I don't know. There's something in the air. I woke up this morning, Rude. I was thinking hard about, you know, the everything that had happened this split.
A holistic approach. Yeah.
And I swung all the way to the left. All the way to the left on the roulette.
Rafa told us at some stage during the week, he went, okay, guys, I'm not lying to you. And this was in our little meeting beforehand. He went, I dreamed that Care came in and destroyed NiP. He said, Care is going to perform. And that's why this 3-0, I think, has manifested itself. It's from Mark's imagination. It's from his deepest subconscious that he wants Care to perform.
That's right. That is actually that is 100% true. And thank you for reminding me that I did say those words in our storyboard meeting yesterday. So here we are. That is where, you know, that is where I ended up.
Your loyalties.
Rude. I didn't see your prediction though on the sheet. What happened there, buddy?
I was bad broadcast talent member and didn't fill in the sheet on time. However, if I had to predict, nice. I did give FPX the win. I think coming in, I think 3. You know, I'll hop on the train and go 3-0. 3-1's never. Yeah! You never predict a 3-1. 3-1s are the boring predictions, right? You go 3-0 or 3-2, and that's the stakes. So I'll join you on 3-0. I think that the FPX supporting cast in Jue and Shadow have been tenfolds better than what we can see from Aki at the very least. So that's going to give them a very sizable win.
I will say that I would not be surprised if this was a 3-2. And, you know, it could just be ending up either direction, you know, if NiP end up winning. I think the only thing that would make me genuinely surprised if it was a 3-0 from NiP. Because I just do not believe that FPX are going to get blasted or even have 3 back-to-back competitive games and just chuck it on one late game team fight every single time of the series.
Yeah.
But as you can, yeah.
I mean, I think that with the teams now, out on stage as well, there's my little addition. Yeah, I'll join you on the 3. I'm happy with that. I think that the odds are, even though I actually give the carries, like I prefer taking Doinby over Care, and to be honest, I probably would still take Leave over Awesome. That them being facilitated has been such an issue for NiP this split. That I do think that FPX are in that slightly better position to take over. Now, a reminder as well for people, if we've, the entirety of the split, we've had 1v1s to open us up. For best of 5s, if my memory serves correctly, we don't do best of 1s until game number 5, which then decides side select. So we won't be going straight into a 1v1 if I'm not mistaken, and we'll be going into blue side, red side straight to begin with, and then game 5 is going to be our 1 versus 1 as well. So a little bit of a change up from regular season, but we get straight on to Summoner's Rift, which is the good news.
It kind of makes that 1v1 even more exciting now, because normally the way we've kind of handled 1v1s and how we've, commentated over them, we've been very chill. We've been very nonchalant about it, because it's like, okay, if you win this, you get blue side. That is what it is what it is. But after you've played 4 games back to back, to then before you get into that 5th game, you have to determine who is your representative for the 1v1. You're fully getting people's limits tested at that point. You're testing their mentality overall, their overall resilience, and we'll definitely see if we can get to that point tonight, as draft for game 1 is already taking place. FPX 3 back-to-back bans, all Doinby targets.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's really important to highlight, right? We've talked about NiP's strength. It comes from Doinby in that mid lane. Ryze and Akali all taken off the board, and NiP themselves ban away the Yone. So those are innately 4 champs that we have seen Doinby play already taken away. I like the ban towards Jue's Nico. That needs to happen pretty much every single game. There's a chance that NiP on blue side can just take the Nico for themselves, but I expect to see Nico keeping her face on that red side as a ban for the majority of this series. And now with the Vi locked in for FPX, giving Shadow that level 6 power, the innate ability to go in and try to find the backline, it's already putting a little bit of pressure on to Leave.
It does make a question about whether Taliyah will be picked early. I know there is, for a while during this split, Taliyah evolved to the point of being blindable and, first pickable within the first rotation. And between the junglers of Xin, Vi, and Pantheon, all 3 of them had really synergized well in ensuring that a full Taliyah combo could be always reliable because of their setup. But then we had champions starting to evolve as counterpicks into Taliyah, so that has taken a backstep for now. But top lane exchange of the Gwen and the Rumble have taken place. There's the Taliyah paired with the Vi. Also, Vi with Rumble is also a great setup as well, so FPX already have a really solid top 3-man core.
Yeah, and I actually like this pick from Doinby if he does end up locking it in. I mean, he's got a couple of his options still open. Double AP threats already locked into the solo lane, so Galio has really good priority. Taking away Rumble on Sylas, both of these picks are going to do very good work. It is going to be the Galio locked in, so already now a little bit more global control for NiP. They've got that semi-global to match the Taliyah. If she roams with the Weaver's Wall, you can expect to see Hero's Entrance come in on the flip side to try to counter that. And now we're looking down at that bot lane, looking to see if there are some AD carries to be banned away, expecting to see things like Xayah and Ezreal taken off the board for FPX. We've got this Vi who wants to be able to find access to the backline, and Xayah, Ezreal, 2 really good picks at denying that. Kai'Sa's still open, which has been a really big pick for both of these 2 bot lanes. And notably as well, with that Renata ban, your mind turns to Kalista as well. What else can we see from these bot laners? There's a plethora of ADs that are still open that synergize quite nicely with their comps, and it's about which way around do they end up going.
Right now, looking at support picks, there's already been a decent amount of focus from NiP with that Nico ban. That is definitely one of Jue's best champions, and overall one of the best supports that you can try and get for yourself, especially if paired with something like a Kalista, right? But because they've removed that, also removing the Renata, these have been some ideal Kalista pairings that can at least give you a lot of powerful lane pressure early on. By taking away the Zeri, they're identifying that NiP gonna try to be operating independently, at least this 3-man core from the backline, and just trying to leave a lot of independent agency on how he takes these fights here.
And what NiP have already got is a lot of space between not just the Galio existing as a frontline, but also you have Crescent Guard where you can't auto-attack. You have Gwen Shroud where you can't auto-attack. There's a lot here for FPX to actually struggle through to get there. So Leave already is going to have a lot of space in these big 5 versus 5 team fights to actually get autos down uncontested. Now the question really is which AD carries that they're going to opt into. And looks like that they're waiting and seeing how much more dive is going to come through with the Zeri and the Kai'Sa ban being taken off the board. You know, quite surprising to me that we've not seen something in the nature of Isaiah and Ezreal, something that can get out of that vibe being banned away. But, you know, NiP, they decide that, or with the Nautilus being open first of all, they've banned away Renata, banned away Alistair. They're happy to take this Nautilus blind, which typically, again, you'll see people blind pick their ADs instead.
Yeah, it is curious, and it makes me wonder if there's something extra niche that's in the pocket for Leave that they're waiting for. And like you said, something like Isaiah would easily be able to cancel out a Vi engage. Cease and desist goes on top of you, you cancel it with Featherstorm, and then boom. Ulti for ulti cooldowns have been exchanged, and you can easily reset the fight, and depending on when you cast it, you can essentially bait Vi in, and then basically put her as a sitting duck. NiP, though, doesn't look like they're going to be going for one half of that. Lovers duo might be trying to save that maybe for another match or another game of this series. And thinking about what NiP want to do to combat against a lot of the dive power, it's the Varus. So, Rude, I mean, to me, do you think... I mean, there's no way that Varus tries to go on hit build this game, right?
Not this game. No, you can just play poke, play at range. You don't really have a tank that you need to try and shred through with that. You're setting up for the Xin Zhao and the Gwen to take people down more so than anything. Like, obviously, the Varus does a good amount of damage during team fights, but it's mainly the poke that you're looking for to set you up. Now, Varus versus MF specifically, I do tend towards struggling with because MF's first item is very regularly a Bloodthirster, so all the poke that you built down ends up getting sustained back up. Either way, though, I do quite like the Varus here. It gives you a little bit of laning power as well to try and go toe-to-toe versus this Misfortune, who is typically such a highly prized early game marksman. Does give FPX a little bit of a clock to work with down on that bot side, right? We look at their late game damage specifically. Their AD carry, you know, great bullet time potentially, but not that same auto attack uptime. Same to be said for the Rumble and the Vi as well. Typically really, really strong mid games, but as you move into that late game, they can fall off just a little bit. And in fairness, we're countering that with what NiP have drafted for themselves, which is a Gwen who scales tremendously into the late game, a Galio who's going to act as a really good front line and is going to struggle to get taken down by a Misfortune, and then also that Xin Zhao, maybe not so much of a scaling factor into the late game, but the solo laners for NiP have got a pretty big task on their hands this game, I'd like to say, and that's fortunately enough for NiP where their strengths have lie.
Yeah, NiP definitely have a big burden on their shoulders in terms of trying to leverage that late game power and presence. If they can survive the first 15-20 minutes and the onslaught that FPX has in their arsenal, it's time to hit the rift for game 1 of this play-ins best of 5 between FPX and NiP.
You know what? In a game 1 of the best of 5, that's what I like to hear. Normally, or sometimes at least in the best of 3s, especially toward the end of the regular season, the chance have been dying down a little bit, especially for teams nearer the bottom half of the standings, but we're into the play-ins. These games mean a lot, and for those of us that are just rejoining us, just maybe tuning in, got their morning coffee, or have woken up in the middle of the night to come catch this series, this is a series which decides which of these two teams is going to be in Group Ascend and which team is going to be in Group Nirvana next split for split number 3, as well as which team is going to go on to the playoffs as well. So a lot on the line for both of these organizations in split number 2.
Yep. 3 spots left in the playoffs. IG clinched their spot after taking down EDG in yesterday's series in a very swift 3-0. We're going to see who is going to be the next one to join them between FPX and NiP. And one of the things that you were already mentioning just during the draft phase, and something that might be a little bit difficult for FPX to maneuver. Obviously, Misfortune, Rel, fantastic wombo combo. However, from the side of NiP, because you have Present Guard, you have the Mist from Gwen, and just overall Gwen is immune. If you're not able to get the CC layering down extended long enough for that full channel bullet time, there is a lot of damage that can be potentially missing, especially get into the mid and later stages of the game. That really has me concerned if you are, hoping for an FPX win in this game. So it really does come down to how fast they can accelerate the pace of this game.
And I think, in fairness, that has been a benefit, or has proven to be a benefit for FPX. Their composition of players has relied heavily on the fact that Shui can look for these early engages and start the game off right. And that in tandem with Shadow, who does typically has been a pretty stable jungler and actually gets quite unique with his gank paths as we move past this first clear and a half. He's actually looked and started to become a little bit more unique in how he looks to find advantages. That necessity to find early game success, I think, has been something that FPX can shine with.
It's definitely been their strength as well. And that's why FPX have been able to find those early game leads throughout the regular season, where they were looking pretty damn close to taking down top teams, if not succeeding in taking down those top teams. We already mentioned it, 2-1 victory over Anyone's Legend, 2-0 victory over JDG earlier in the split. Close to taking a game off of Top Esports in their game 1 play before. At some point, the fight was botched, and then Top Esports was able to carry it through. Meanwhile, Sheer could be in trouble. This wave is not really in the best spot for this Rumble. Exhaust already used aggressively, and Sheer knows that he's not getting out of this one. No chance to burn the flash. That's first blood, but Doinby getting aggressed upon by Shadow. Just one more auto attack. It's Care with the flash and flings a rock at the back of Doinby's head.
Yeah, nice to see a little bit of a trade here. The mid lane gank comes in from Shadow, giving some agency over to Care. Same to be said for the top side. Solo kill, exhausts down, takes down Sheer, and that kill goes to the Gwen. We talked about the fact that the wave was in an awful spot. It's not going to get too much better, and now Solo Kill gets to continue this laning phase. Blasting 1 versus Amplifying Tome. This is an advantageous item disparity in favour of NiP. Let's see what happened in the mid lane. So we saw the gank top side, and it's just Doinby not respecting where the enemy jungler could be. He goes in for a trade versus Care. Yes, he burns his flash to try and get out, but double flashes come through from FPX, and it's a really solid punish here. Doinby just not quite playing with that respect that he needs to.
Yeah. It's even more disrespectful considering that Aki showed and was already making the game happen on the top side. At that point, Doinby continuing to commit to that decision is like, wow. At that point, I feel like he was fed wrong information. Otherwise, that almost seems too greedy. But at least FPX are able to equalize here and ensure that, the first blood that NiP get is not, without some reward of their own. Shadow already pathing to potentially a Dragon Rip early on at the 5-minute mark, since he has the reliability of this pressure from Awesome and Joy.
Yeah, just the way that bot lane has panned out, right? We saw PP God forced to take an early recall. Nice to see that the bot side from Asum and Jue have been able to manipulate the laners into a way that allows them to push out on this timer, walk up and help Shadow take that down. Italia, we've already seen that that first run is going to have large control over push in the mid side as well. And this may well bleed into a lane swap in a couple of minutes, right? Those grubs spawn in 2 minutes time. Expect to see FPX swap Asum and Jue up to that top side. Expect to see Care start to pivot his pathing up toward that top lane as well. And when we see this lane swap come through, you can expect that FPX are going to look to try and take those grubs as well.
Aki trying to get aggressive into the face of Shadow here. Oh, cheeky stuff. Aki being able to find that last big wolf and yoinks it away from Shadow since there's no smite, and Shadow is trying to start hiding towards the next camp. Aki calling upon Solo Kill to roam on in to make sure that he can continue pressuring for this Gromp, but it looks like with Care getting the first wave pushed in, Aki's going to have to back off.
Yeah, the Talia controlling this section into that topside river is really important, and it actually costs NiP a little bit of time there, and now we may see us a little bit.
Oh yeah, Dway had to block the dredge line for Awesome's escape path just to make sure he didn't take way too much damage on the exit. No piercing arrow will come through from Leave. Are FPX bot lane trying to get a base here? Is this ideal? They've already gotten a chance to get a longsword and a bow for themselves. But Shadow, knowing that there is no exhaust, easy ball breaker to connect, and Sheer is now given some love from Shadow on the top side.
I mean, and this now sets up for a really easy recall time for that top side as well, right? Sheer pushes this wave, he recalls. I'd be interested to see where Dway and Awesome are going to go after this base, if they walk out to this top side or if they're going to walk back to that bot lane, right? Grub spawn in 48 seconds. This is a great time for them to make a move around the map. And with that being said, looking at the minimap, not something that they've particularly engaged in, but you can see the NiP themselves, they want to go up and try and contest for these grubs. I think that mid lane is seemingly the obviously middle road. It's the neither commitment to bot lane nor top lane, so they can pivot up to that top side if necessary. And actually they might just think, well, at the minute, at this stage in the game, Care is not as strong as Sheer, so if we're looking to fight around that top side grub, we actually want our Rumble here instead of our Talia. That power of the Equalizer when it comes back up might be a little bit higher than the power that the Talia is going to have.
Interesting. And at the very least, Care can always join if he uses a teleport on the nearest turret if they need him. And it's not like he won't be far, because you can teleport and then Weaver's Wall to get there super quickly. NiP, though, trying to control this top river space before FPX get a chance to do so themselves, as they already rotated their bot lane into this quadrant of the map. And right now, looks like NiP should be able, at the very least, get one grub, if not all three.
Yeah, Shadow's clearing onto the wrong side of this, but you can already see that Care is making a pretty quick move up to this top side. It might just be that NiP take one and back out, but I do think this is a slight misstep from FPX to really have given even over one of them. Got advantages in pretty much every area that they need to. Their composition at this stage in the game is that little bit stronger. And you just see a big 5v5.
Aki's got to be careful. Already pops the Crescent Guard, so no pull on the Equalizer immediately. Weaver's Wall does not cut any stragglers off, but it does prevent NiP from walking in first. Now FPX, first one's into the pit. We're going to see. Watch for the Equalizer. Watch for the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, Lead has already got a Dirk, so we just do a good amount of penetration damage early on. Hook goes wide, and now's FPX's time to strike. Dway still has Flash, that Rel snap engage can come through.
Okay, Shadow already used the smite for the second grub. Now Aki should have smite for this third grub, and if FPX do not want to commit to the fight, they can just back off and ensure that neither team will get 3 grubs.
I think this is a big win for NiP. Talking about the way their composition should be functioning at the minute, they're probably quite happy that their item or 0 item carries, right? Gwen with a blasting wand, Balmy Cinder on a Galio have been able to force away FPX here. When really they're sitting on pretty decent items, and their champions themselves do act a little bit better at this stage in the game. So 2-1 for the good for NiP is a big win, and now they'll get to go back to scaling on up. I do think that FPX are the team that are on a little bit of a clock here. Always have to think that Rhythm's Fortune in the game, the Vi as well, maybe making things a little more difficult. So FPX, well, I'll say missing the boat a little bit there.
Well, there's always dragons to potentially play for if you are on the side of FPX, which is coming up in the next 24 seconds. Already, FPX have shifted the majority of their members into controlling this bottom river. Dway already getting some vision laid down over that river wall there. Maybe a quick look onto Doinby if he steps up too far, but Doinby already respecting the missing pings off of the support from FPX.
Yeah, looking at the bot side as well. Really good vision around bot side river for NiP, but moving in toward that dragon is a little bit darker. They've got still a little bit of lingering vision around that grub pit. Not necessarily where they need it to be, but they're the ones that get to take first swing, and with a recall coming through from Shadow, NiP consistently here seeming to take the slight advantage on these neutrals. No contest from FPX, and Xin Zhao's early game power, it seems, is enough to thwart any efforts of FPX.
I'm trying to see if FPX is going to get any, like, CS advantages, if they're able to pressure for a turret, since NiP's bot lane drops just for a slight minute to help and assist with the dragon, but so far, FPX haven't really gotten much. They have shoved in this wave, Jway and Shadow are trying to fade towards the top side, maybe for a play on a solo kill, but leaves a little too close. Cease and assist, Magnet Storm, bullet time, run on the top, even through the barrier's not gonna save you that time. Leaf falls and gets way too greedy, overstepping into the boundaries in that fog of war, a place where he should never be.
Yeah, and they were looking for a play on the top side. Leave trying to protect. Solo kill. Ends up costing him his own life. Jway with the flash forward to follow up on Shadow and Awesome as well. Nice timing on the bullet time. Gets a full channel down onto Leave, who, like you mentioned, even through the barrier, wasn't able to walk it out. With an overstep from the Varus. Fires his Chain of Corruption onto a target. Can't stop, can't CC. Again, a little bit of a misplay there, so significant disadvantage going the way of NiP, and you have to think that FPX are going to be quite happy that they've been gifted that.
And now, with Leave not only dying, but also burning both of the summoner spells, what do you think, Rude? Do you think FPX get a chance to repeat a situation, a scenario like this twice, maybe at least once more in the near future?
Yeah, you'd like to think that a Vi can pop out from Fog of War and cease and desist Varus once again. Dre, when he's got his ulti back, you'd like to think they'll continue to pair up. And I think around the, maybe around the Rift Herald mark might be the next time for that one to happen. Right, we've got 2.5 minutes before that spawns, and Flash definitely not going to be available. A little bit of a bait around this crowd now.
Yeah. They vibe check NiP's support and jungle and say, yep, you don't pass it. You don't get a chance to get any vision down onto this bottom river. There is no dragon to contest for another 3 minutes, so overall it's just a little bit of extra cash in the pockets of Shadow. But as you called out, Rude, Rift Herald in the next 2 minutes, that's a big objective. Sheer already getting a nice push into the top side. I'm not sure if he's going to get a chance to look for any plates. He might just be sitting on enough gold to pick up that first item for himself.
Speaking of first items, Rod of Ages picked up 4 solo kill. Maybe I'm a little bit behind the times here, but doesn't seem like the typical go-to build for Gwen. A little bit more tanky though, and I think that with the reworked Rod that came in a couple of patches ago, maybe it is just best in slot to try to take here. Gives the Gwen a lot more HP as well to work with, and actually still gives that sustain as well. So first item has been picked up for solo kill. I expect to see him move into a very strong position in the next 10 minutes. And nice to see that he's been able to, let's say, close that experience gap. He was behind Sheer about a level for the most part after that first gank that we saw successfully executed from Shadow. But that has now been closed on up, and we're getting to the point now where it's NiP starting to actually feel pretty confident. They've taken the last 2 objectives. They've been in overall decent position, neutrals-wise. When we move into these 5 versus 5, we've not actually seen them play a team fight yet. We've not had this front to back of the Gwen Shroud, the Xin Zhao ulti, long range damage from Leave coming through.
We've at least seen a decent Wombo setup, but that was a single target pick, and FPX have not gotten a chance to look for the full onslaught frontal force of this composition. Oh, Care. Might be in a bad spot. Doing B, although gets clipped on the Unraveled Earth, and even with the phase rush, is not able to close the distance against Care, so what could have been a nasty pick is avoided for now.
But I do think it's worth mentioning that we saw Care do 0 damage. That was a full channel of spells. Doinby took 50 HP, maybe, with the MR that he's got, and you know, at this stage in the game, Atelier does not do vast quantities of damage. We have the fully upgraded, or we haven't even got a fully upgraded here just yet. This is Archangels waiting for Seras to be upgraded, but FPX starting off this Rift Herald now. This is that first critical juncture where I think these 2 teams might look to fight. First items finished off across the board. It's NiP looking to stop this for FPX.
Yeah, Awesome is really going to have his work cut out for him and trying to avoid a scenario where his bullet time will get interrupted. It just seems like there's so many tools that NiP have. Weaver's Wall, again, swing and a miss. No stragglers isolated on the left side where FPX would ideally have had one of these members, especially if it was Aki.
Oh, whoa.
What?
Hello.
Whoa, hey, hold your horses, PP God. I don't know what was going on there, but...
All right, well...
You can tell the tension is already happening with the trigger fingers on the F key there.
He's unlocked Hex Flash now. This is a win. This is a bonus.
Rude.
Don't you worry about it. Jway has a super cone here. He might use it to try and get straight into the river and find that initial engage. He has Flash as well.
flash. Magnetstorm from the blast cone. So far, Doinby's the target, tries to flash away, procs the taunt. Solo kill finds Dre into the back, but the bullet time is ripping Aki apart. Forced to flash over the wall since his Crescent Guard was coming down off of zero. Doinby's back in with the hero's entrance. Helps Solo kill at least stave off some more members, but he falls alongside the rest of his team. Aki cannot get back in, and in the end, FPX slay the Rift Herald.
And FPX needed this. This composition needs to find these mid-game fights. Those one-item hit markers come on through, and the 5v5 goes their way. It looked for all the world as though actually they'd reached a little too far forward. Shui goes down, and there's a 5v4 that ensues afterwards, but fortunately enough damage comes on in. We get to see the power of Doinby as a frontline. He absorbs all this damage, flashes out to safety. Solo kill comes out on a flank, and at the minute, we see Aki, Crescent Guard, manages to keep himself alive, flashes out to safety as well, but then the re-engage comes through. Doinby, hero's entrance, tries to save the fight for NiP, but Awesome free hitting with that Bloodthirster. Care, free firing on the Talia, who just ticked over to that Seros to begin the fight. Gave them enough damage, gave them enough stopping power, and took down NiP.
Uh-oh. Hey, PP God. No flash means no getting out of this hellhole. FPX getting another kill for themselves just off the back of that Rift Herald fight. They're going to spawn this big, luscious crab. Get a chance to ram it into the tier 1 onto the bottom side. Shui is going to continue bullying any NiP members off the defense. And this is where the snowball is starting to pull through for FPX. And if you are on the side of NiP, you're starting to tremble a little bit. You're getting a little nervous.
And this is that time now. Great smite actually from Aki probably stops that tier 2 from taking an absurd amount of damage, but they can retreat back to the dragon. They'll find that on their way out without any real consequence. Maybe even setting up for a little bush bait. Nice to see that the blue ward comes in and actually keeps, we'll say, NiP's from face checking entirely. At the moment, FPX, just what they needed here, found themselves a little bit of a mid-game step, and now with a 4,000 gold lead, can start racking up those dragons and maybe start looking for fights as well. Coming in.
I don't know if you want to dash in like that, Aki. Now Shadow's going to be able to just land a couple of denting blows right into your face for free. Jway following up with the Magnetsword. PP God is the next one to fall. Solo kill now looking for a flank onto Awesome. Care, can he keep this Gwen back? But Gwen is immune, and Awesome is running for his life. He's like, please, team, help me. There's a Gwen running at me with scissors, and just like that, the team bails him out. Awesome doesn't even go down. It's 11-3, 34k to 28k with a 6,000 gold lead. FPX are running away with this game.
Some fancy footwork from Awesome here. Dodges out on a couple of the needleworks and a great attempted save from Care. The Unraveled Earth goes down. It stuns up Solo kill, and it makes it a clean fight for FPX. They lose nobody. They get everything. And Aki just kind of dashing in there without the support, without anybody really in the position to go through. You can see Solo kill, he's late to TP to this. Care's the first one in, so it's a 5v4 to start off with, and the Gwen TP is a little too far away. Good couple of flicks, that seismic shove does well. Awesome effectively cleanses nothing, but that's okay. He's able to dodge out on Needlework 2 and here again on Needlework 3. Keeps himself at bay, and that Unraveled Earth getting Solo kill stunned up means that final auto attack that would have taken down Awesome didn't end up doing so. I like to see that from FPX, the good teamwork working together to keep their AD carry alive.
And one of the things about Misfortune that I tend to very criticize a lot is when you get to the late stages of the game, if you do not successfully snowball, as an auto attacker, you kind of just suck compared to other, AD carries in the game, right? But FPX have been cruising along on this mid-game spike where one item Bloodthirster, Misfortune, thanks to the attack speed steroid in her W, pretty darn good. Bullet times have been great. They haven't been interrupted. They've gone in decent channels on a majority of these skirmishes and scraps. And I have to say it, NiP for the first 10-ish minutes, they were totally fine. They were avoiding a lot of the scraps that FPX wanted. But ever since Lee stepped up, whether he was trying to protect the fade over to Solo kill or, just not respecting FPX's ability to pull the trigger, it has just been fall after fall in these last 8 minutes in the sequence here for NiP.
Yeah, now they need to try and find a way back into this one, right? We've talked about the fact that Solo kill has some decent scaling here, that Leave, if he gets to 2.5, 3 items being completed, maybe those initial fights around objectives can go their way. We need to see that poke come through, though, from the Varus in these upcoming fights, and honestly, that's going to be pretty difficult. We talked about the fact that FPX have got this Vi for a reason. It was Shadow's first pick. He is you know, almost 100% kill participation, just barely missing out on one. He's been where the action is happening, and he's been starting these fights, trying to get Leave a bit of free time to execute on some poke. It's going to be nigh on impossible, because if Shadow sees the Varus, just Qs forward, presses R, there's an equalizer over the top. Zwei's going to flash in on top as well, and assuming Awesome can get a bullet time down, there's no real way for the Varus to play.
Yeah. Weaver's Wall going to cut members off from defending the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. You can see the solo kill is looming in the shadows on the bottom side. Jway getting jumped on. PP God brings him back in, but Bullet Time's going to answer back. Good seismic shove. Flicks PP God. Aki deflecting a lot of damage with the Crescent Guard. Where is solo kill? He's not near the fight. Shadow flashing away before things get a little too sticky. Scissors already coming out, but Leave is left to his own devices once again, isolated for the easy hands of FPX to scrap on up. And NiP lose out 2 only for the price of 1.
And a poke Varus cannot deal with a Vi, right? If you just get jumped on by 2-item, not even 2-item Vi, you do lose that fight as a poke Varus. You don't have the damage to take down the blast shield, this 2,500 HP that she's got, whilst she's constantly cease and desisting, denting blows all of the Vi Qs that come through as well. Leave getting, again, left to the wolves, really. There's a support. Goes down early on. Care, this is the initial opener. Keeps Zwei maybe even a little bit baited, but if you're looking at this as NiP thinking, well, now's a good time to try and pick off the Rel. Who's saying pick off Rel is ever a good idea when you're this far behind? Maybe, like, if it is just Rel on her own, but you've just seen them take the tier 1 turret in your face. You cannot walk up and step in like this. Shadow immediately onto Leave, who has to dodge out from the equalizer. He can't walk back with his team, and he just has no way to go. With no flash, he steps too far forward. He can never really be in the face of the Vi. As soon as Shadow gets on top of him, we saw exactly what's going to happen.
Rude, if we ever play a flex queue game again, and you hear me say, I'm going to go onto the Rel, just tell me, stop.
I'm going to hang up. I'm going to leave the call.
You're going to FF right then and there.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Server muted.
Yeah.
You've been banned from talking, unfortunately. It's tricky for NiP because ideally picks are a way to get themselves back into this game. However, it does rely very heavily on FPX having misstepped, and we've talked about the power that Zwei has had so far in this season. He's not frequently been a member of FPX to make those mistakes. It's typically come from Awesome standing one wave too far forward in a side lane, or getting himself an extra wave that he might not have been able to in a mid lane push that some teams have been able to capitalise on. It's not been Zwei stepping into ward bushes when he's not been allowed to, and now Care Weaver's Wall once again to catch more.
Oh, nice. All right, well, this time he catches PP God on the left side, forcing him to flash. He'll still have a Hex Flash to be able to make plays, but now him being on the back foot as Shadow winding up that ball breaker. Aki steps forward, takes a face full of fisting, and Shadow alongside Awesome is going to slay this jungle for the side of NiP. Solo Kill trying to do what he can to at least turn it around. The scissors and the needlework just not going to do enough. They are too far behind Rude, and NiP now down without their top laner and their jungler. Going B, trying to see if he can pull the trigger. It's onto the Zwei once again! Okay, cool. They kill Zwei, but what's the cost, NiP? You lose 2 more? Maybe your base? Okay, FPX take that trade any day.
Yeah, again, right, that they're just looking for the wrong targets, and unfortunately for NiP, it's the only target they can get access to. It's a little bit of gold that they pick up, but they lose so much for it once again. Leave is 4,500 gold behind Awesome, who was stood in the Hallowed Mist, just face tanking the Gwen, DPSing her down. If that doesn't speak to you the state of this game, then nothing really will. NiP are fully in the dirt. They're down 10k, and FPX now moving on to Soul Point here. They took tier 2 mid lane as well. Baron's on the board, and you really just think that this game is pretty much tied up and dusted. Maybe a steal from Arky can buy NiP a little bit more time, but it's going to be so difficult.
It's a tough situation for NiP to try and claw out of their way. And while we definitely have been criticizing them for some of the targets that they have picked, unfortunately, it is not a luxury that they get to afford to have. And I think NiP are trying to do their best to just scrounge up whatever advantages they can get. So Unfortunate that it's not been ideal targets, you know. They're not getting a juicy Misfortune walking all by herself in the jungle. They're not finding Talia wandering and rock surfing through a part of the jungle that does not belong to her, right? But you know, Ninjas in Pajamas, down 10,000 gold. You are only hoping for miracle after miracle or just fumble after fumble on the side of FPX. And to their credit, that has been something that FPX have kind of done in the past, where they have these amazing early games and they don't get a chance to close it out against certain teams. But I'm having a tough time believing it's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, you know what, Mark? So am I. It's okay for us to say that a game is going to be really difficult for a team to win, and that we don't favor them overall. And I think that in a game where your AD carry is down 4,500 gold, your top laner is down 2,000, your jungler is down 2,000. I'm gonna go out and say it. Yeah, it's probably okay that we've made these assessments of the game state, and now it is about how FPX close out. Now I think that our better teams will probably already be on Baron, but they can pick PP God right here.
Wow, he just got deleted. How fast does Aki go down? Oh my goodness.
Doesn't even get to ult.
Nope, no Crescent Guard, no chance for a barrier to call out for leave. Solo Kill and Doimi are gonna try to do their best to see if they can maybe get one back, but nope. It is a full-on 5-4-0 ace from the side of FPX. A staggering 12,000 gold advantage, all in the pockets of all 5 members of Fun Plus Phoenix. And right now, if you're ready to heed the Phoenix's call, you are feeling damn good, because 1-0 is going to be the series score, and FPX lead the charge.
The last time these two teams faced against one another, it was a 2-0 for NiP. The time before that, it was a 2-0 for FPX. Mark, when these two teams play each other in Split 2, they leave no crumbs. Whoever wins eats up whole. And FPX start out game number 1 incredibly strong here. It was a little bit dicey maybe for the first 10 minutes where they didn't push the game like we thought they'd need to. But one Rift Herald fight, one quick pick on to leave, and the entire game seemingly turned on its head and went fully into FPX's favor.
Ninjas in Pajamas gave them a window, and, you know, it just seemed irrecoverable from their side. They were not able to stop the bleeding, which is normally how you try and salvage those situations where you accidentally go for a play that isn't, you know, legal for you to do, and then you will see better teams, instead of trying to double down and say, okay, but guys, we're not that far behind, which, you know, 2,000 gold deficit, not the worst, and NiP say, you know what, we can flip this, we can take this fight. Other teams will recognize, you know what, that's too risky, and they will instead opt to go for a cross-map trade, which it's not what happened, right? And then every single fight then just puts them in the hole deeper and deeper and deeper, and just, while Fun Plus Phoenix definitely deserve the credit for getting the outplay on those fights, it seems like it was Ninjas in Pajamas digging their own grave, Rude.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, with the composition they had, I'm not entirely certain that that's what they needed to do. Sometimes, right, if you're an early game comp and you've already been outscaled, the only way out is through. Absolutely, like, just send it as much as possible and try and get yourselves back to some semblance of parity. But this time round, where you've got the Gwen that can probably do quite well and a Varus who always is going to look pretty decent in a late game setting, probably trying to slow that pace of the game down might be something that you can do, but it's once again another one of these games where we've highlighted for NiP that Doinby really is their leading carry. It's one where he's been put on facilitator duty on this Galio, and one where NiP have fallen a little bit flat because, you know, we can argue about the fact that Leaf steps up in a position where he probably shouldn't have done, but the rest of NiP weren't really there to support him as well. There wasn't a really big effort at a disengage. There wasn't a Galio ulti coming in that instance, and maybe had those things all gone a little bit differently, Leaf can feel a little bit better about how he's positioning and how he's playing. But this game, he's playing Immobile Varus versus Vi Rumble. I mean, blood's cooked.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Blood's cooked. Well, looking forward into the series, these are best of 5s, so it's not like FPX are already at match point. And one thing I will give credit over to NiP, especially Doinby, is champion pools are not pools. They are oceans. And this man is willing to explore the depths of that champion ocean to pull out things none of us on the broadcast would even dream of. Now, sometimes it's really good.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a big fan of the Pantheon mid, going Stridebreaker and going, Bruiser late game so he can be a tank. Other things like the Lee Sin mid, maybe that one needs to be left, back on the burner or in the fridge and let that have some time to marinate instead.
Needs some more time on the stove. We've not quite fully cooked it all the way through, and this is as we run through the highlights here, maybe I'm underselling what NiP tried to do, because at the very least PP God goes in to try and help out, but Arky's dashing forward once his AD carry's already dead. FPX though, I mean, overall really good team fights once they got a hold of them. Start to finish, this is a 2-for-1 that they end up coming out on top of, and with the at least attempted fights that NiP were taking, I just think that it's too early in the game for them to look at this. MF at this stage in the game runs the Rift. A Rumble on one item is going to outperform you than a Gwen on one item in this big 5 versus 5 team fight. And importantly as well, it's a situation where the Gwen actually didn't really contribute, wasn't really a part of this fight until it was already over.
Yeah. I mean, it was you called it out, a Rod of Ages Gwen. So, like, you're already doubling down on, we will be stronger later. 10 minutes from now. Why are we forcing a fight when items are not fully online yet, It just seems a little too arrogant from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas and them saying, we can totally win this fight. Now, because it is best of 5, like we said before, they've got 2 more games to at least start finding wins before FPX close out this series, clinch their playoff spot, and knock NiP to group Nirvana on Split 3. That is definitely not a spot that NiP don't want to be in, especially Doinby of all people.
No, I mean, he came into Split number 2 as the reigning MVP, right? Like, he was Split 1 most valuable player across the entire league, and the odds of him going down into Group Nirvana for Split 3 are increasing minute by minute, really, game by game, as this game as well, not particularly beneficial for him. Didn't look like he was having the best of times on the Galio, and the rest of his team not particularly looking like they were really there to support him. FPX, though, again, a team that really shocked people by how well they've performed in Split number 2. Coming into it, they were expected to be maybe in that really low half, the sort of bottom echelons that we weren't expecting great things from. And instead of being the bottom 2 alongside NiP and TT, they've kind of pushed themselves into the lower middle, let's say, where we've got them contesting with Weibo, with WE as well, and in a pack just a bit above maybe the bottom.
Yeah. Well, as we come to a conclusion on the Game 1 graphics, they should be showing us our player of the game. It's definitely
Shadow.
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely Shadow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we could try and sit here and make arguments for Awesome as well. He did have a very good performance on the MF, but I do think that MF is very much live and die by your team. And don't get me wrong, Awesome stepped into those team fights very well, but I think that he was enabled by Shadow on this Vi to be able to do that.
Here, Rude. It might take a while for it to reach you, but I'm high-fiving you across the pond.
Bosh.
Damn.
Thank you.
I definitely had to think about it, and I just had to make sure. It's like, am I giving it to Vi? Yeah, I'm giving it to Vi. Yeah. First pick enabled the snowball for FPX, and Ninjas in Pajamas could not stop it from, pretty much rolling them over. But that does our conclusion. Hang on. Let me find my words here. That is Game 1 in the books, wrapped up here. But before we toss it over to Barake, we want to remind everyone at home that we are extremely and forever grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, as well as the fact that your help goes a long way in upgrading the broadcast, not just, for us talent, but it also upgrades it visually. These nice graphics, we didn't have this in Split 1, baby. No, we got a fancy overhaul thanks to our boy Chris V. Sunga, who did it thanks to all of y'all's support. Time for a short break. When we come back, it is going to be Game 2 for the series between FPX and NiP. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between FPX and NiP. But first, have you heard about MOBA Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Let's do one right now while we're waiting for game 2.
Okay, we're going to do a puzzle now. We do random or early vision. I will leave it. This is production. Giving us the mouse control. Do random puzzle. Let's hit random puzzle. Let's find out. Let's make a decision here. Team fighting. Okay, and this is hard for a jungler. Learn how to play the fight slowly.
Oh, these are fun, actually.
So looking at the map. Okay, we're vibing. You're a jungler, Mark. I'm expecting big things from you here.
Okay, level 8. Cassante, also level 8. Looking...
Huh. You know, I see Wukong on try, so that's my concern right now.
I mean, I think you can get some damage right now.
Yeah,
you have time.
yeah.
You have got a teleport coming in. Engage. You got a Azir coming in. This is guaranteed 3 versus 2.
Yes. Cassante, I mean, even has no flash, no aura, of course. We know this. We have this context. Delightful. Wukong's going to spawn in.
He just
what is that guy doing?
This guy's dead! This guy's dead! Kill him!
Inting. Oh, unless...
Wait. Akshan's here. Okay, wait. You got Janna. Move
to the grubs.
Yeah, move
or
to
chase.
grubs.
Or chase. I mean, I don't know. He just queued out. Move to grubs.
Move to grubs.
It's going to tell me to chase, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, my
God.
Okay.
I figured. But I just queued out, man. That's fine.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have queued out. He shouldn't have queued out in the first place. This guy sucked.
All right, I guess we're just playing off of Janna and fine. Okay.
Delightful. Summon a heal for no reason. Perfect.
I guess the more start with grubs.
Yes.
You have time. You have time.
Yeah.
Go for grubs. Grubs. My goodness. The full answer that I wanted to give is start moving towards grubs, but like with aggressive direction towards the enemy team and see what happens. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was not processing all the cooldowns that had just like occurred from Wukong, so I was like, okay, if Janna has stuff that you can slow people down with, then yes, go forward, right? But if they're able to just back off, don't commit to the fight like under tower, right? Go to grubs. You're moving aggressively to push them off, and if you get them, you get them.
Yeah, exactly. And you can use code LPL20 for a discount on premium. Profits and the support goes directly to MOBA Trainer, as well as the LPL English broadcast. So if you want to support us and support MOBA Trainer as well as level up your League of Legends knowledge, it's a great place to look.
It's been awesome, and these puzzles are super fun, and it's definitely a good way to, really put you on the spot and test you, especially since there are times, so it's like you don't have all day to really think about it. It's like, I wonder. It's not like a Sudoku.
If I look at this objectively, with the great picture.
Yeah, weigh every single variable in this situation. It's like, no, you gotta...
Does my AD carry have flash in this fight on top side? Let me quickly check. How does that factor into my equations? Yes, okay.
Now, back to the conversation for this series. If you are just tuning in, welcome back, or welcome. FPX not only took a game off of Ninjas in Pajamas, it costed one mistake from NiP, and it was just this massive snowball that just never stopped from the side of Fun Plus Phoenix. To their benefit of NiP, they no longer have to deal with a lot of these power picks, and this is where I'm very curious about where the creativity and the champion pools get challenged on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, so NiP swapping out a couple of their bans where it looks like FPX are just carrying on with the anti-Doinby strategy. I mean, it worked well enough for them in game number 1. They banned Ryze, they banned Annie, and this time around they take the Lucian out of the board instead. So Yone is still open, which is something that NiP previously banned, and FPX took away a third Doinby champion, which is now being left open, which they may view to counter the Yone with, but NiP, they've got their choice of first pick. Yorick is banned as well, can be seen as the answer sometimes to that Sion and in that split push, so opening up for a first pick Sion, responded to with a Cassante. Holy moly, okay.
I'm not gonna lie, Rude. I've not been a fan of Cassante whenever we see him emerge in this split so far. It just seems like Sion really just eclipses this guy in being that super tank you want, and unfortunately Cassante just feel like I feel like has been nerfed so many times, and it feels so clunky and not as smooth as it used to be before. FPX at least do get the Pantheon for themselves, which has been a power pick for them. But
guys,
Poppy locked in.
Dylan, we have to go Vayne here.
Oh my god. It's Dylan. Two super tanks. Two super tanks.
I have to go Vayne here. Kassadin Vayne. It's the only way to play for FPX.
It would be crazy if Care was the person that brought out the Kassadin against Doinby, who has been known to do that in these kinds of situations. But Care, we have been wondering whether he would be able to step up against the guy that he had to start filling in the shoes for FPX ever since Doinby left in 2022. And here we go, game 2 on the line, and it's Kassadin for Care.
Wow, so we are scaling this game here. Victor looking to scale into the late game, Kassadin looking to scale into the hyper late game, and Care taking on that burden, knowing that we said so much about his team being the carries for him and him maybe being a little bit along for the ride. Well, this game, he's going to have to step up. He's going to have to be that absolute fiend. We need to see experience, gold, everything funneled into this Kassadin. And a reminder that we have to look back at what Kassadin has looked like in previous patches, previous splits. Right, this champion has not really seen too much of the light of day, but this is a patch where Rod of Ages looks pretty good, where Tyr has been a staple for the majority of champions throughout the mid lane pool, and now with Care taking a champion that scales off of mana, so a Tyr and a Rod of Ages are going to look very good upon him, and moving that into this mid to late game team fight, expecting that Care here is going to be in a very good position.
I am now remembering that Kassadin Care did play Kassadin earlier this year. I'm struggling to remember which game that was. I'm going through GOL.GG. It was against JDG earlier this split. Oh my gosh, it was week 3. It was week 3. My goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
So week 3 Care. Now, what I'd actually like to see from NiP is then pivot up their jungle pick. Arky at the minute looks like he could be taking this Poppy, but what I'd like to see them do is actually just put this Poppy into support and go for something really hyper aggressive. Oh my word, we are scaling up to the high heavens. Put something really aggressive in the jungle and really try to punish the Kassadin. There are still a couple of really good picks that you can take to do that, but it looks like here that even though Poppy and Twalist is a really good combo, NiP are looking to keep PP God on something that can have really good engage potential and not necessarily something that's going to be looking for that disengage. The Smolder, the Victor, we are going scaling. Like, honestly, guys, like, this is a Vayne game. Let's see it. Nobody's doing anything for the first 10 minutes. Let's just vibe.
Awesome. You got that dog in you. Hang on. I'm looking through all-time stats. I do not see a single Vayne game, at least in Tier 1. Maybe he's played it in LDL. Jinx, not necessarily, the same type of true damage ripper in terms of shredding through tanks, but she is a hyper carry, and if you've got strong burst and setup, she can flourish. My only concern is, Rude, where is the burst coming from on this team?
Where are they getting the first kill? Like, Shadow, they are going to rely so heavily on their frontliners, and for both of these two teams, it's triple tank and two carries. Jinx, I think, in the long run, probably just slightly outpacing the Smolder in a team fight situation. Kassadin as well, if they can get access. I do kind of favour the fact that Care has maneuverability, and the game lives and dies by this Kassadin, by the way. Victor, Smolder, and Jinx don't have the same level of agency as a Kassadin does. A Kassadin can get into a backline, one-shot a Smolder, and then reset his way out of that fight. The difference, really, between what these two mid laners can accomplish in this game is astronomical. They may end up with the same output, but the tools with which they have to get to that stage are very, very different. Care on this Kassadin has that opportunity to get into the backline and be a threat, where if Doinby's flashing into the backline, he's probably getting CC'd and one-tapped.
Well, Rude, I did not expect Game 2 draft to look like this.
This is Game 5, Fearless.
Yeah, it feels like we have just already gotten to the climax of the series. We're at the end game, and but the fact that we're seeing it in Game 2 means that FPX are ready to just wrap it up to match point for themselves, because if Ninjas in Pajamas do not find a win here, I just don't know if the momentum is on their side to swing it back.
It's going to be tricky, and I think that this game, Mark, to be honest, like we could probably sit here, discuss the weather, we could get to know each other a little bit better, and get to know the broadcast as well a little bit better, and interact a little bit with some of our friends across the ponds. But ideally, this game goes to 40 minutes and we see mega team fights. In all actuality, one team may just snowball and end up with a very quick win, because one of their hyper-scaling marksmen just gets a little bit ahead of the curve.
I'm not sure either. Well, I had a tussle with some online stats websites in trying to determine whether certain champions have been picked or not by certain carries. I was wrong on a couple of them. Hang on, Shadow. Oh. Well, that's a flash gone from the Pantheon. We'll see if Ninjas and Pajamas continue to punish him, as Shadow is not going to have the most fun time trying to get a start. And with camps already spawning root, that means he's going to be delayed on his overall first clear. Ninjas and Pajamas should be able to give Aki now full access to this entire red side quadrant.
And that's a pretty big win then for NiP's side. He only goes for the Raptors immediately. Level 2's mid lane, actually, and gives a little bit more damage down onto the Kassadin. So, you know, asking for some early aggression out of the jungler, that's pretty decent already.
Yeah, and just crossing on over. I mean, this is such an aggressive pathing from
Look at the
Aki.
matchup of these mid laners as well here. Doinby versus Care all-time head-to-head. 4 series wins for Doinby, 3 for Care. Overall, pretty even game score, even series score. And you know, if we take into account that final game that we've just seen, Care, you know, adding another one to that game win score. So end of this series, it could end up having Care just a little bit of an edge. It could even be even if it's a 3-1.
Right now, Doinby using the power of that first strike route, which is something I have not seen being run on a mid laner in quite some time, to be honest. But I think since both of these players have had Kassadin experience, Doinby trying to exercise a little bit of the extra poke that you can get out of Victor, just because he is effectively ranged into a melee champion that does not have gap closure until level 6. Just trying to poke out this Kassadin. Meanwhile, FPX bot lane doing the best they can to keep Leave and PP God shoved in.
Now, Aki did enemy Raptors into full bot side clear, back into dive mid lane. We will see if this pans out. Aki has flash. Care needs to respond immediately with his own.
Care, when will he do it? Oh, what a great angle positioning. No chance for Care to respond on that one. And that's first blood for Doinby's Victor.
I hate to say it, you have to predict that as Care. That is incredibly obvious that Aki is going to flash shunt you into the turret there. That needs to be something that you are not giving any hint of an option to. Even if he's able to flash to the other side of Aki, I think he just lives there and maybe has to TP back and lose out on a couple of minions, but he ends up falling. He doesn't burn his own flash, so might be a little bit safer, but I think that the power of saving flash is pretty reduced on a Kassadin.
Doinby still has a flash of his own. Shadow's going to jump on top of him. Care gets some decent damage down, powered up by that W, but no meaningful trade that forces Doinby to burn that flash summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, that was... I think, like I say, burning flash on Kassadin pre-level 6 is exactly why you have flash. You have flash on your ultimate for the next remainder of the game. So use the flash pre-level 6 to save your life, keep experience. Now, he's down 600 gold versus Doinby, who we've already highlighted is probably the single best carry that NiP have had in this season. And we need to see him, as Doinby, use that power that he's been given to probably leverage this into a full game win and be a Super Saiyan Victor moving into the mid and late game.
Still going to be a little difficult for Care on these next couple of levels until he gets access to that Rift Walk, where he will have an easier time to dance around some of the skill shots that Doinby has in his arsenal, as well as that Gravity Well, the one thing that would be able to keep himself safe from an all-in on this cast. We are 5 minutes into the game. First dragon has spawned. It's a mountain. We're not getting a mountain soul anytime soon. Not going to lie, Rude, I don't expect any real exciting action coming out from the top side of the map, so if we ever look at these two tanks, it's for scenic purposes only.
It's to acknowledge that there is literally nothing else going on the map, and that this is the only area we can see some semblance of action. Now, I do want to try to keep track of how well we see this Smolder stacking, already up to, you know, 39 after this Q on these creeps here. Probably going to be in a pretty good position. I'm not really feeling too threatened either. Jinx can control the wave quite well with those rockets early on, and I think that one of the things we should have looked for, or soon to be doing, is pushing this wave in on optimal timers for last hitting. I think you can deny experience or deny CS from Smolder actually rather easily as this Jinx if you just time your rockets correctly, or you can whittle down HP by making PP God only try and tank that so the Smolder can last hit effectively. But that's really not been the case. We see the Smolder here quite happy, sat on that 51 CS. Managed to go back, pick up pickaxe and boots. In fairness, awesome as well. Has BF sword, so isn't feeling too down and out of things either. But I do think that the Smolder getting to scale up here on its own is not necessarily to the benefit yet.
It was a good call by FPX to ban the Senna, just so that there is not another obnoxious scaler that involved in the game. NiP, though, getting first push in mid as well as bot, trying to leash this dragon first. Care is level 6, so now he has access to Riftwalk. Unfortunately for the side of FPX, still not strong enough to feel confident in trying to walk up to something like Poppy and a Braum. So this first dragon belongs to NiP.
Half HP, half mana, and has a Doran shield and a tier. Blood does 0 damage right now. This is not a Kassadin that is going to destroy your backline and one-shot everybody. Instead, it's going to be one who Rift walks forward, instantly dies. That is not the goal of a Kassadin at the minute. And you know, you've taken Kassadin here to match the scaling of the Victor, but giving the Victor that free scaling is also very scary. There's now Shadow walking into Ark. He has got Dwayne in his back pocket, so feels confident to walk forward. Not going to get anything from here. There's no bot side jungle for him to take, and this is just a little bit of wasted time here from Shadow. Doesn't really have anything to farm. Can maybe get his blue buff and move back out, but at the minute, FPX praying that NiP don't do much more with this, but the fact that they're a little bit further ahead does give NiP this very decisive advantage.
Look how much gold Going B is up ahead. It's not just the 20 CS lead, it's the first blood kill, it's the first strike gold that he's successfully getting off chunking Care every single time that the Brute is up, and just further increasing that gold lead. Going B knows that if he does not do everything in his power, even while, yes, he's playing Victor, a scaling champion in his own right, Kassadin will eclipse him if he allows him to do it for free. Meanwhile, FPX also taking other measures to accelerate the game. Let's start by diving this Smolder on the bottom side. Jway punts him into the wall. Knock up for the pulverize. Stun from Shadow. Easy clap to the side of FPX.
Really good response, and PP God just showing in the mid lane. Costs his AD carry his life there. Doesn't burn flash, so Leave recognizing he was dead is probably the best way to go about this. Might have been able to flash the rocket and get away to safety, but even still, PP God a little bit late to that play down on the bot side, and Shadow getting proactive, recognizing that Grubs are going to go down regardless, and I like that heads up play. Again, it's not without its response, so it's Arky taking the Grubs, which is responded to by Shadow as he dives bot lane, but that dive bot lane gives Arky even more time to move into this top side, take away a camp away from the Pantheon, and this is overall NiP making the most of these situations, finding a bit of a bounce back from game one.
Definitely needed, Rude, because the way that things panned out in the game one was definitely leaving a sour taste in Ninjas in Pajamas fans, I imagine. Now, definitely a better spot, solid 1,000 gold lead, all thanks to Doinby's Victor just being able to really get a huge jump start on Care's Kassadin. But of course, kind of the flip side of the coin where the longer this game kind of stalls out for NiP and FPX, this Kassadin is going to reach that unbeatable territory zone. PP God getting jumped on first, but the rest of FPX immediately run tail because the rest of NiP was starting to collapse there.
This is awesome, getting another play on his own. Leave missing out on just a couple of minions here also. So these small things are building up, and we talked about the fact that Victor's probably in a pretty good spot overall, but if you look at the state of these bot laners, Awesome is feeling pretty good about his position in this game, working toward those wild arrows relatively unscathed, got his first BF sword without too much of a concern, is now sitting quite pretty with double summoners up down on that bot side, and unless Arky can find a really good dive down on this bot side. It looks like they're setting up for one, maybe with a roam over from Doinby. But you can see that some things are awry. He spots it out. Couple auto attacks go down, and they're just going to be forced a little bit further back behind their turret. But again, this is a really good position for the FPX bot lane specifically to be in. I do want to talk about how this game looks as we move later in and highlight a little bit of the win conditions for both of these two teams, in the sense that I don't have the chance, so they could just get exalted before in time. But they are looking for resets, these two teams. If the Victor can reset his ulti when he's got that glorious evolution, then he's going to be able to run through a team fight. Same to be said for if a Kassadin finds one kill, he can then start resetting and taking those kills down. The refresh on the mana which comes in will be very useful for him, and he's going to give over a very good team fight over to FPX. So that first kill, whichever one of the frontliners ends up playing just that little bit better, using their HP as that indomitable resource for as long as possible, that's what we're looking at for these two teams. That's where that win condition comes in.
I do have to say, I think FPX are going to have to do something about this Kassadin versus Victor matchup, because it is starting to balloon. But you know what? Shadows is still keeping his sights on putting Leave Smolder behind as much as possible. And I guess that is a way to try and equalize the deficit that is currently occurring in this mid lane by trying to create a large one just as big in favor of Austin's Jinx against the Smolder.
Yeah, and I mean, the really easy way of looking at this right now is the fact that Care doesn't have Rod of Ages. Doinby does. He's had it for like 3 minutes at this point, so he's already stacking that up. Care actually just based and came back out onto the map and still didn't have his Rod of Ages, so it's going to be another recall. -1 on that cannon is going to take him even longer to get to that point of having the Rod of Ages. And now FPX are in trouble bot lane.
Way has to step up, cannot use the headbutt yet because the set fast presence was there. Now has a chance to run someone away. Q flash on the 3. Awesome gets the first reset and now is trying to rip through Leave and Aki, but this is still a Jinx without any completed items, so he's not going to get any damage down. But thankfully for FPX, they still get 1 kill. Shadow did have to reset off the dragon, but he's back on the objective.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict actually knocked away Shadow, preventing that fight from going even worse for NiP. But FPX finding a couple of kills down on that bot side, and a play initiated by NiP, not around their fed Victor, is really starting to cost them quite heavily. As I will highlight that we've had this discussion around Aki not quite being able to flash in and steal here. There's also some find down on the bot side. Leave not quite able to find it. But Doinby is farming incredibly well this game. Between first strike, no pressure mid, and everything else, he's very strong.
And you know what? FPX are going to try to swing things in Care's favor by bringing him to this fight first, but Doinby is starting to walk on over, and they're just too tanky on the side of NiP, so now they have to bail. You already see the flash being expended by Jway, as Care just does not have the damage in the tank. You already pointed out, this isn't even a Rod of Ages completed yet. Mega Death Rocket will stop the base on Aki's Poppy. But FPX, I mean, everything is going well for Shadow and Awesome. Still concerned about if this Kassadin is going to be coming online anytime soon, because it's been decelerated heavily this game.
And now, in fairness, this Kassadin pick, it's a bit of a Care classic. Right, he's played it 8 times all time, 6-2 record. It's a pick that he's familiar with. He'll have been in these positions before, and the hope is that he'll be able to come back from this position. And it's fortunate, really, that Awesome is in such a good position, because it gives Kassadin that time to reach that level 16 and start to step into these team fights that little bit better. But it's a long road for that to happen. Not even level 11 yet on the Kassadin. Will tick over probably off the next wave. But he's just now, 15 minutes in, going to finish that Rod of Ages. Tier as well, stacking up quite nicely, but is far behind the curve, and it's going to take him probably another 15 minutes before he's actually anywhere near strong in this game.
Yeah. Well, this does match up to kind of what we have highlighted about both of the team's strengths coming into this matchup, right? FPX have really heavily relied on and found success from Shadow and Jway unlocking carries on the map. So far this series, they have picked Awesome to be the main benefactor. NiP have really relied on Doinby to step up huge, and right now, you know, almost a 2,000 gold advantage just off of the one intervention by Aki getting that first blood for himself and the first strike gold. He has a Lich Bane. He has a second item completed. No one is even working on their second item yet with like small components here and there. But this Victor is huge.
It's Noon Quiver on Awesome. It's Aegis for Sheer, but they're not comparing to a completed Lich Bane. And I think that for Doinby, there's a criticism to be had for the build in the sense of taking down champions, because versus 3-4 tanks, why haven't we got a Leandri's on the Victor? Where is that item coming in? However, Awesome has Flash.
Gotta be careful about when Aki goes in, but Awesome holds his ground. A 2v3 Rude, and FPX's bot lane stands tall on the turret.
I don't know why Aki didn't do anything. He just stood there, took autos, didn't even decide to E forward, didn't look for anything at all, and maybe he was scared of getting punted into the turret without Flash, so I guess that's where he's been looking at that. But I do think that there was an element of, you can definitely get some summoner spells, probably don't die there, but maybe he was a little bit concerned about being hit underneath that turret. But even still, with the way that this Victor's been building, it's geared much towards that side lane was the point that I wanted to take a look at. That he will be able to take turrets and hopefully accelerate that gold even further. And he's just looking at getting gold from every conceivable source. Whether it's moving to this bot lane and taking the turret, constantly finding a little bit more damage with that first strike on those Q procs. Now they're looking to try and take Sheer out and take this bot tier 1 turret, but there is a response with Shadow here.
With the Hex Flash, will not commit to diving a full tank Cassante. Good idea by the side of NiP's jungler there. They do maintain the defense of this tier 1 turret on the bottom side for now. Teleport coming in from Leave so that he can help collect this wave that Solo Kill is currently holding.
Awesome, do damage challenge. He's 1-1, he's trying.
It's not happening, at least until he gets Lord Doms in his pocket, and with the Noon Quiver, I think he's building a second item, which is definitely a good call.
Yeah, he's going to need that LDR. But this is a second item and a second turret now, rather, going into Doinby, where that's actually not going to be the case. The first turret traded was split between Solo Kill and Doinby, and traded in kind with Care down on that bot side. This time out, not the case. A little move up from Solo Kill prevents the Kassadin from taking that structure itself, and honestly, the Kassadin can't do anything in the face of the Scion right now. 805 bonus HP coming from that Furnace, Soul Furnace, and his W. Really, not a chance that Scion dies anytime soon.
Yeah. It's not happening. This guy is so tanky, and now Ninjas in Pajamas is going to leverage that strength, using the Rift Herald for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Will they look for a second charge? Aki's thinking about it, winding up. Everyone's starting to collapse here, but no one from FPX can really start up and engage without concern, since Doinby is still quite large on this Victor.
So I have to assume that Flame Chompers are on cooldown. There's a really good interaction for Jinx versus Rift Herald, where if you put the Chompers down just underneath the Rift Herald where the person charges, instead of bouncing back off the turret like you'll see everybody do, people actually get caught in those Flame Chompers. And I think that could have been an opportunity for FPX to try to cash out Aki for riding that turret into the face, in the face of a Jinx really, and underneath the turret as well. Might have seen them go for something a little bit more aggressive. An attempted steal comes through from Awesome, but not going to be successful in that venture. And it's back to NiP continuing this gradual progression through this game. Slowly getting more and more leads, and Doinby now with an entire level lead from that rod.
Oh, flash from Jway, looking for Aki, but punts him away because Aki was able to flash, but now Doinby's the target here. Keeper's Verdict doesn't punt back anyone,
wide.
But Shadow doesn't have enough damage by himself on the Pantheon, trying to call on the reinforcements. Everyone else, another 2-man knockup from the Jway. Alistar, Doinby flashes over the wall. Sheer going all out, is forced to flash back and retreat. Solo Kill now holding the front line here on the side, but taken down. Awesome, looking for the first reset, finds it. Aki tries to flash onto the Jinx, but he's still alive. Sheer presses forward, Shadow looks for the stun.
Doinby's down.
Leave, trying to do everything he can, but this Smolder's not online yet, and FPX have soared to the heavens as Ninjas in Pajamas start to fall one by one. Leave holds his ground.
Go in! What are you doing?
The Q from Leave! He turns it and saves NiP's game with a Quadra!
Not online, Mark? What are you saying? Leaf just pulled a Quadra kill from FPX and saves the team fight. I think that Care should have just committed to taking him down, but Leaf comes out vastly on top, was 0-1 going into this, moves out of the fight with 4 kills. And with the Dragon going in their favor as well, NiP can rest easy that these team fights are going to be much better now. Leave came into that fight not with the execute. Moves out of it, 240 stacks. It starts with a punt from Jway to keep Aki alive, but Doinby split from his team. He kites down into the bottom side of this fight. And it's all about the frontliners. It's all about who gets this first kill. Because FPX won this fight. They had the advantage, despite the double knockup from solo kill. Everybody from NiP has to get out of the pit, and Shia cannot die. And the fact that they take down solo kill, it gives the reset over. It allows Awesome to pop off. A cleanse keeps him safe off of the wall. A double knockup here from Shia catches Doinby and pulls him back in, and Care pulls him back as well, takes him down. And FPX, you can see here, they're a little bit tentative, a little bit scared because this Smolder is online. But we go in on Care. Really good idea to start off with. But this zap hits, and Care ultis back. Kills his AD carry instead of killing the enemies. This was a game where Care locked in his signature Kassadin to carry his team to a win. And in that fight, he carried NiP to the win.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. It seems like FPX had that fight in the bag, and now it's an Otacon as the prize for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to try to force this fight, but they have to be careful now because Leave has that execute guaranteed on the Smolder. Jway taking so much damage for free, and no one from FPX can punch through this front line now. Sheer gets a massive Q3 knockup with the all-out, brings Aki forward, but Awesome has to hold his ground. He's got to keep his distance. Shadow behind them, but he falls, and he gets burned to Leave's execute. Sheer sending it. Care trying to follow on up. Awesome gonna get the resets through. He's pointing, and he's pumping damage, but he just cannot kill them all. Leave is still alive, and if you cannot get past this baby dragon, you ain't winning this fight.
And this game is going to live and die by how well Care can get into the backline. In that fight, he found no access, no agency, not a shred of damage onto Leave, and it meant that NiP could tear through FPX. If Care can get back there with Shadow, maybe there's a world that they win, but at the minute, it's just not happening. An engage from Jway that's immediately thwarted by this Arky steadfast presence. They don't get the initial fight onto Leave. He's able to flap his way over the wall and buys himself a good amount of safety here. Walks back around and he's completely untouched. The power of this Sion versus the Cassante. You talked about it in the draft, Cassante not having just the same amount. Look at how much solo kill is able to stay in that front line. Forces away the Cassante as well. He goes off to the backside with his own ultimate, which really doesn't do enough for the side of NiP to stop this fight from going. And Awesome doing what he can in these team fights, but he's not there yet. A Rune and an Infinity Edge are going to be needed. 4 items before this Jinx is going to do anything. And even then, Awesome is still going to be incredibly squishy, incredibly susceptible to going down.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to get enough stacks preceding the Otacon fight during that Dragon fight and levels up the execute has now put a giant boulder of an obstacle in FPX's path. Because now, Care is still 3 levels away from hitting level 16 on the Kassadin. As you pointed out, Awesome needs more items to effectively do what Leave is doing on his build at the moment. This gives NiP entirety of the map as control for their prize. 3 dragons will now be awarded to them.
The thing is, Care's going to get another level from Rod of Ages in the next minute. So he's going to be 15, looking for experience up to 16, as opposed to having to work his way all the way through 14 and 15, which is a bit of a saving grace for FPX. And by the time that this next Drake fight comes round, probably going to see level 16 Kassadin, most likely going to have Infinity Edge on Awesome as well. So I like the idea of FPX sacking that dragon, giving themselves a little bit more time to breathe to get that gold. However, we are currently sat in a spot where the Smolder is already 225 plus stacks, already has an Infinity Edge, is working towards, is that Spear probably of Shojin that he's working towards with this Tunneler? So he's got even more damage off of his Qs as well. So yes, it's nice that Jinx is going to get to 3 items, but we're probably also going to see Leave hit 4 before that next team fight comes through. There are 7 stacks on a Doinby Dark Seal, who's going to hit level 16, has already got that Glorious Evolution working in his favour as well. And Care in this side lane, you can see, is getting bullied out by a Sion.
Can't punch through the tank, man. You know, Kare still got a long ways ahead of him. He is level 15, as you called out, so just one more level until he is level 16, but because of all the health that this Scion has and the limited amount of gold that this Kassadin is packing, it's not going to be enough to be able to check, let alone maintain this Scion in the side lane by himself. He's just here just to pick up any scraps of gold and experience so that he can try and destroy Leave in these fights. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but 4,000 gold advantage for the side of NiP. Leave starting to blossom into the carry that Ninjas in Pajamas really wanted him to be for this series, because as we talked about before during the pre-show route, when it comes to who has to step up and who has to be the reliable forces on this roster, it is Doinby, it is Leave.
I actually want to see NiP use Leave right now and Doinby right now to start a Baron. Right, this is that time where we've talked about all the good things that are going to happen in 5 minutes when that Drake Soul fight happens. But I think they're so far ahead right now, without those critical junctures being hit. The longer they wait, the longer they're giving. Kare's going to hit 16 off of this wave itself. And now all of a sudden that window where you're thinking, oh, maybe we could take a team fight, it actually doesn't look that way. So they've started the Baron, but Kare hit 16.
This is the point now for FPX. They have to believe that Kare can be enough on this Kassadin now that he's level 16. Obviously, the longer the game stalls, the better it will get as he can get more items for himself. But this is the strong point that they have been trying to stall the game for, and it's enough that Ninjas in Pajamas no longer feel confident in starting up that Baron. Yeah,
I think they just took a little bit too long with that. Starting the Baron needed to be done before 16 comes through, before Awesome can reset and finish that Infinity Edge. Now it becomes a rat race for Leave's Shojin, for Doinby to finish off another item and get a bit of an advantage back as well, despite the fact that there are 1,600 gold leads in mid lane, in bot lane. Those are offset now by the fact that a tunneler advantage, it doesn't really make a difference in these team fights if Awesome has a completed Infinity Edge. Same to be said for the Victor. You know, level 16 Kassadin is probably enough of a buying chip, a bargaining tool that you can use to keep yourself safe. Arky.
Solo kill unleashes the unstoppable onslaught. Jway tanks it up. Smolder
Awesome's already dead.
Comes through. Awesome is out of the fight here, down to 1/3 of his HP, trying to lifesteal up just with the power of that Dorn's Blade. Life vamp or physical vamp.
Yeah.
And FPX, I mean, at least survive it.
It feels bad for Awesome. He got splash damage from Scion ulti, he got Smolder ultied, and he lost 60-70% of his HP. Looking for a recall, isn't going to be able to find it because NiP just start up the Baron.
Alright, Kare starting to ramp up that Rift Walk on the shortest cooldown possible. Going to be burning a lot of mana right now, but he's just waiting to get that one big nuke drop onto Leave's face. FPX trying to corral around, gain vision of this Baron pit. Kare still waiting on the left side of the shadows.
There's the channel.
Wait, I think is he spotted on the wall? Help. Shadow goes in, looks for Leave first, but no one is quite near.
Where's Kare?
Sheer is trying to push through. Kare can't get in. Shadows dies for free, essentially, and now Leave is going to be able to blast through Sheer. Kare can't get into the fight. He's already left. I don't know what this Kassadin is bringing any value to the team, because the rest of FPX are dropping like flies. Ninjas in Pajamas are wasting away the Phoenix and just burning them to ashes. Kare's Kassadin gets nothing done, and it's Ninjas in Pajamas all day as they charge into the base.
Solo kill on the Scion in the face of Awesome denies this Jinx any form of reset, and Doinby and Leave destroy FPX in the fight. It's 1-1, 28 minutes in, the snowball came through, the late game was online, and NiP took no back.
Kare is now flashing in, but it is too late, friend, and NiP have done away with Kare's Kassadin. The fear of that pick never came through. Ninjas in Pajamas dissuaded, they diminished it, and they put it to rest. As now FPX are trying to do everything they can to defend the remnants of their base. As NiP are starting to drop low. Awesome, no way that he can find a massive reset here, right? Awesome, the Chaos Storm from Doinby's Victor will put it to rest. And Ninjas in Pajamas equalize the series 1-1.
Yeah, and I mean, for NiP, a great game to put back under their belts. It's, you know, no longer a sweep. So previously these two teams have met. It's been 2-0, 2-0. This time round, we're at least going up to 4 games. And it's off the back of honestly, solo kill Scion was incredibly oppressive in those team fights. As much as we can highlight Doinby for the damage and his oppression in the early game onto Kare, and Leave as well playing these team fights really well, Awesome never got to reset because the Jinx could never get through the Scion, and Solo Kill was just constantly being that threat, constantly being a menace. And I mean, we've already highlighted as well that there's an opportunity here that Care didn't quite have the standout game that he needed.
Nope, it did not happen. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, you are rejoicing because now what could have been a trump card later on in the series, as you know, you kind of called out once the draft had concluded, it's like this feels like we're staring at a game 5 scenario where, you know, all bets are off and we're really, you know, pulling out late game chips as early as this series as it was. And now Ninjas in Pajamas have at least reset the momentum. They have shown that they can still answer back against FPX's strength that they have, despite what happened in game 1. You know, it was a pretty big stomp. Ninjas in Pajamas are able to fight on back, and now it feels like we're going to be in a long haul for this series.
And I do think as well, taking Pantheon away in the Fearless format is actually pretty big for both of these sides. Shadow losing on Pantheon is not something that we frequently see too much of. Not giving Doinby the opportunity to take Pantheon as well is also pretty decent as far as steal aways go. But NiP will be quite happy with the fact that they didn't have to play Pantheon and that they win on the game against it anyway. I mean, this felt like a game where you have double scalers moving into both of these sides, but if we go back to what we've seen be a little bit more traditional from the LPL meta at the very least, FPX, they can revert back to that, you'd like to think, for game number 3. They can probably go back to moving into, you know, your Callistas, if it's not banned, something that's a little bit more free reign in that top lane as well. And I do think that if we see more standard, more traditional drafts that aren't so geared towards scaling, we could very easily see this continue to be FPX favoured. NiP, though, don't get me wrong, they played very well. They had their chances in those team fights and they took them very well. But I don't know how replicable that is going to be going forward.
Yeah. Well, I want to start jumping ahead on conversations for Game 3, Rude, because now a majority of the priority skirmish junglers are now gone. Vi, Xin, Pantheon. Nefiri is still left on the table, but not the same facilitation and enabling skills, you know, as, you know, her other 3 colleagues in that jungle pool role. Hell, even Poppy is gone too, which has been a pretty powerful flex pick for teams across the league. And, you know, Aki being able to at least pilot here in the jungle ensures that now, when you're looking at the rest of the jungle pool, AP carries start to pop up, tanks start to pop up, and that's where things can get really tricky, because while on the side for Aki, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas have historically liked to have Aki be a carry threat, he has not been consistent as a carry threat. Shadow...
No, I mean, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
His Lilia has been something that I've been at least a little bit impressed by. So moving into, you know, a situation where you start to use AP carry junglers and might start to have a situation where those are the picks that you need to go for because those facilitators are off the board. It might open up for Arky to have another pretty decent performance, because I do want to say as well, Arky had a very good Poppy early game, right? Like, he's the one that dove the Cassid in level 3 and really set up for Doinby to punish. So the innate facilitatory nature of Arky may have been something that's been undersold in this split, and maybe he hasn't had a great split at all. But in this game, he stepped up, and if he can continue to do that, and maybe on something that's a little bit more comfortable on as well, we might see him come away with another solid performance.
Yeah. Ninjas in Pajamas would love if, you know, other than Doinby, the 2 carries that, you know, before the swap from Shanji to solo kill even happened, that if both Leave and Aki can step up and be the carry threats that Doinby can reliably give his power to, you know? He has been very vocal that, hey, I'm not, you know, as mechanically talented as my younger peers here. I'm just trying to keep up with them and do whatever I can to elevate them and bring out the best in them, right? So
yeah.
For the side of Doinby, if he's able to take a more facilitative role going into these last few games on the side of NiP, that's a good look. If Aki and Leave are able to reciprocate
they win.
that. Yeah, if they pay fold, you know, pay tenfold the investment, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to, you know, highlight here that if we see those carries from NiP step up, then absolutely. And I think that Leave, this is a really defining moment for him, and this series can be quite defining because he was on an EDG roster last year that he was sort of touted as being this elo-held player moving into an NiP roster where he's got NiP, he's got Doinby, you know, Shanjiaki are actually, you know, looking like they could be relatively exciting moving into this split. But Leave himself has had a split to forget, if we're being honest. Split number 1, we saw some pretty decent things, and moving into split 2, that's not been the case. It hasn't continued and hasn't been paid forward. But this game on the Smolder looked a lot better, hoping that in the future and for the rest of this series, he can have a really good effort and make sure that he's in, you know, a pretty good spot through the rest of this series, and make sure that that carry nature continues.
Yeah. Well, quick nominations for Player of the Game, Rude. I mean, Leave. Leave.
Yeah, I don't think I can say who my actual Player of the Game is. And I think that Leave is likely to get it.
Actual Player of the Game, Cares Cassidy bringing the Smolder Q into Awesome.
Care was the most valuable player in this game. Unfortunately, it wasn't for FPX.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll give it to Leave. Well done, Smolder. Great job. Yeah, I mean, Leave played really well. Like, we can't take that away from him. He came up in a 1v4 and came away with 3 kills, right? Like, ultimately that shouldn't have happened, but he capitalized on the mistakes that his team made, or that the enemy team made.
Yep, that's right. Well, there you have it, folks. Game 2 wrapped up. We are 1-1 in the series between FPX and Ninjas in Pajamas. We're going to see how the story continues to unfold here right after this break as we get ready for Game 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Fun Plus Phoenix and Ninjas in Pajamas. The series has been tied up 1-1, so I don't think, you know, the 3-0s are already out the question, out of the question, right?
We're in the bin.
I don't even think it's going to be a 3-1 either. I think we're going the full distance. I think it's going to be 3-2. I have been just shown, Mr. Rude, that the consistency of both of these teams is very not
good.
Not good. So that means we're just gonna get flips between both of these teams, and I'm expecting, you know, let's see, current time 4:46. What current time is it for you, Rude?
11:46 currently.
All right,
midday.
Everyone, so wherever you are in the world, or whatever time it is, add another 3 hours to that. That is where we're going to be by the time this series ends. So if you haven't already, go get some popcorn,
cancel your plans.
Go get some drinks. Yep. You know, cancel your plans as well. You're not leaving the house. You're gonna watch a banger on our hands between NiP
Sorry,
and
Mom,
FPX.
I can't come and paint the car. I've got to watch League of Legends. And that's the rule. I've been told. Like, I really wanted to come and help you wash. However, Mr. Offer has told me that I have no choice.
Correct.
And that's the case.
Correct. Well, while we have some time to kill, and we already touched upon, you know, what we're looking forward to in Game 3, there is a fun little graphic that we put together here on the LPL Unofficial English broadcast, and it's a cool $15 Build Your Roster Challenge Playoffs Edition for Split 2, and here is the list of players. Now, not every single player is going to be featured here. I know I already got a lot of people going, where's Beach? Or not Beach1. Where's Bin? Where's Elk from BLG? You know, BLG fan. Where's Scout? 1010, I'm sorry. You could not reunite your boys Shun and Scout. You know, it would be too powerful and too expensive as well. Sorry, that's just the way it is. But Rude, I want to hear your pitch. Who's your team that you're building for $15?
Okay. I had a really funny one. I'm gonna use it anyway. I'm gonna go Flandre. I'm going to go Knight, Pays, Jue. I'm going to go open jungle, and I will still make it to group ascent because the junglers in Nirvana aren't that great. Thank you. Open jungle. We don't need that role. I'm beating so many Nirvana teams with Flandre, Knight, Pays, Jue, and no jungler. 100%.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the junglers...
That's a top 8 LPL team.
Yeah, a lot of the junglers at the top of the table just benefit off of the fact that they have some of the best, if not the best laners in their role. And you've kind of selected a majority of that roster.
Yeah.
I mean, I've some of my favorites that have been submitted either on Twitter or in our LPL Discord, which you can check out as well. Even Saturn, one of our production members, is already going through, and we have people like Super K-Man Rux, one of our guest casters on the LPL, has submitted their take on what roster they would do. I'm already going through the LPL English Discord, which you can join by typing exclamation point Discord in the chat. When I look, some of my favorites have been the combination of Monkey and Knight as a jungle mid combo, because if Knight is able to just enable a free winning mid lane for you, then Monkey gets to live his wildest dreams of just destroying and walking into the enemy jungle, right? So that's been a fun combo, and then I've seen variations of it. I know people have said Pays and Wink as a bot lane to fit that in. As you can already see, 1010 very upset that Scout was not included. Sorry.
So there's plenty of time. I mean, plenty of other fun iterations as well. Get in the Discord, get on Twitter, have your discussion as well. Let's see the best rosters that you can put together. We do unfortunately have to detract from that and have a look at this series now ahead of us. And my first port of call is to highlight that we have dropped some bans onto Doinby. He is no longer getting Rise banned, and instead FPX are taking it B1.
Wow. This is another yoink away. I know that Care, is a known Kassadin player, but I also know from experience that Doinby has pulled it out in certain situations, and it definitely seemed like it was more of a trying to deny some things, and definitely this Rise pick is a denial away from Doinby dropping it here and preemptively banning the Akali so that Doinby didn't just completely pimp slap Care upside the head, but a immediate slam of the Sejuani and Jax. All right, FPX.
Okay, so I like Jax versus Yorick. I think this has been the go-to answer. I like the majority of damage that Yorick does is from auto attacks, so your Counter-Strike tends to be a pretty good tool at stopping that from coming through. I like Sejuani into the Wukong as well, despite the fact that Clone can block Sejuani ulti if you time it rightly. I do think that taking Sej when you can't get countered by a Lilia is a pretty decent idea and a pretty good method for success. And also Sejuani plus Jax as a duo, honestly a very based duo because you can proc that permafrost really quickly and start chasing people down quite easily also.
Meanwhile, on the NiP side, Rude, you've got a massive wombo just from the jungle mid duo themselves. Cyclone into Shockwave, into the second cast of the Cyclone. That's a bounce house waiting to happen. And so FPX gonna have to be on their toes for this one, but neither of the bot lanes were locked in, which is where a majority of the bans are starting to come out from in the second round.
So I do wonder where we're going to see these AD carries targeted. Looking for wombo combo AD carries. I mean, we still haven't seen an Ezreal get locked in yet, which feels crazy to me that we're in the LPL. We've not had an Ezreal taken super early on. But anything that's got a big AoE ulti, you know, things like Jinx being taken off the board is a pretty big deal as well. Draven as well has one of those. So there's a lot so far of big wombo ults that aren't going to be available for Leave. And he himself has been a person or a player that has quite frequently tended towards a Jhin pick. So a decent opportunity for him to take that, even though it's not wombo. But the idea of trying to get through this front line is not going to be the greatest. And maybe just picking something with comfort is something that we end up seeing. Oh, we didn't ban Kai'Sa. Okay. Well, that might just tell me which AD carry they're gonna pick. I don't know. It's been banned in every game so far, so it's the logical go-to.
All right. Well, we're gonna take a big swig on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, saying, "All right, boys, lock it up. We got Kai'Sa. GG. FPX
Normally, as well, you'll see like Trist locked into this, so something that can lane bully, because Kai'Sa's lane not necessarily the greatest, even when you compare it with a like aggressive support. Sometimes it can still be pretty difficult to find success there. So in a world where there is a Kai'Sa already locked in, you can go for these lane bullies and actually try to bully her out. So Corki getting locked in as well makes a lot of sense. The Rakan here might be a little trickier and maybe opens up for a pretty decent counter pick with the Rakan, or to the Rakan, I'd say.
Shout out to the, I think was the Heartsteel Ezreal cosplay there in the crowd. But FPX have locked in a Corki and a Rakan. So decent lane pairing, I guess, if you want to try and bully the Kai'Sa out, get that early wave push against them. But it's a Leona answer, still a solid pairing with the Kai'Sa, since you do not have the Nautilus after it was already expended in game 1. You have great ways to look for non-committal engages from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, and then if the Solar Flare connects, then you send the rest of the ensemble.
Yeah, and you know, the Cyclone Shockwave combo, pretty darn decent at knocking people down. You got a Leona there as well, which you've already highlighted is going to be that your non-committal start-off engage. If it looks good, if it doesn't, then maybe we back off. And then you've got Solo Kill, who's theoretically going to be in that side lane, looking to split push significantly in this mid to late game. So NiP have got their win conditions in place for FPX as well. They've got pretty decent tools, I will say as well. They've got really solid lanes. They've got the Ryze B1, so solid team fight already locked in there. They've got the Jax versus the Yorick, which they've opted into. They've got Corki versus Kai'Sa, which they've opted into. I'm not too sold on the support matchup, right? Corki and Rakan, not known for their synergy, and I will say that the Rakan typically gets slapped around by a Leona, which pairs really nicely with the Kai'Sa, so not sold on that specific support matchup, but we'll see how it ends up playing out, and it's not like either of these teams don't have a way to win this game.
Yeah. One of the big things that gave Ninjas in Pajamas the big edge in second game of the series was Aki getting proactive first. Obviously, he was playing Poppy. You do have that luxury to make plays. In fact, you kind of have the incentive to make it happen before the scaling does come online for something like the Caston, and understood the win conditions there. This time around, he's playing Wukong, I should say. He wants to take a backseat, wants to prioritize some farming for the side of himself, and hoping that his team will not necessarily need him as we hit the rift for Game 3.
I'm going to say it, Mark. Slightly more chance for FPX this time.
Yeah. I think people are, I think more people are starting to show up, and also the energy is starting to get more tense. I will say at the beginning of the series, when we got into game 1, the Gyos were a little more chaotic, but also more aggressive with each other. But now, both teams are getting their fair time of chanting.
So as we move into this game number 3, then looking at that scaling aspect for both sides, do want to highlight that you've got different scaling threats on both sides. Kai'Sa, we know, is going to be a formidable beast, an informidable beast rather, as we move into that late game, but looking at the flip side, I do favor FPX a little bit. If the Kai'Sa gets in the face of the Rise, it is just going to be root into one-tap combo, like full unload from Rise is typically pretty scary and pretty difficult for our AD carries to manage. Jax as well, equally difficult to try and manage as a Kai'Sa, so do tend to be a little bit more scared for NiP as this game gets later. However, that's offset by the fact that they could all be CC'd and die in that space of time that they are, knocked up, shockwaved, etc.
Taking a quick look at that top side. Solo kill is going to be the X factor for this squad, because the Yorick is the one champion that has kind of emerged in this meta as a champion that just overloads on split pushing. While split pushing as a tactic has not necessarily been the most exemplified, Yorick kind of just allows you to do it even if it's not that great. Major trade coming out though in favor of Awesome and Joy.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the power really of a Corki early on. Gatling Gun does just beat every AD carry at level 1. You can struggle as Draven sometimes to try and outplay that level 1 damage and leave. Instead of missing out on experience, elects to pop the potion, stay under the turret. Remember, this is no barrier, no heal bot lane, so leaves HP is what he has to work with, and fortunately enough, Shadow pathed his way up to that top side. I mean, if there was an early dive that came through here, it'd be very worth to just die to kill the Kai'Sa. But I don't think they're going to have the tools to be able to do that this time around, especially without their jungler here.
Hey, is there really anything that you can cleanse from this bot lane pre-6? I don't think so, right?
No, there's nothing.
Damn.
You're playing for Sedgwick, like the top side you have to take cleanse for, and it means that your laning phase is even weaker, because versus this bot lane, and I've been in this position as well, where you're thinking, damn, like if I don't take cleanse, I'm going to lose every single team fight, but if I take cleanse, I'm going to lose the lane, and it's that trade-off.
Quite the conundrum. Shadow showing up on the top side. Solo kill. Gets stunned by the counter-strike. Shadow commits. Q flash right on top. Look for the permafrost right on the tower. One more on attack. It's not going to be enough. Oh no! Okay, not enough damage to take him out, but now Aki gets a chance for the counter.
No flash on Shadow.
And we know how strong Wukong can be in this scenario. Permafrost will not tag him in time, and it's first blood for NiP's jungler.
Yeah, I like the heads-up play from Sheer to try, at the very least, to keep his jungler alive by stacking that permafrost. Maybe they could try and layer the CC, get Shadow out, but took one too many turret shots. Solo kill, played very well there between D-Shield, Grass Procs, and Potions. He was able to keep enough HP high, not going down under the threat of that dive as Stray. Big little knock up here to keep Leave on his toes, but first blood on that top side, it's NiP that come out swinging in game 3.
Yeah. At the very least, Sheer does not go down in the lane. Otherwise, then it is absolutely doomed for everything, all the resources they've earned just to die in the end. As you can see, watch for solo kill. Does he turn around and get a Q proc? Is that what happens?
Yeah, he gets the grass proc here, plus 76 HP. I mean, he was going to survive without it, but it means that Sheer can't commit with Q to kill and then flash out instead. So, yeah, it was never going to happen unless they'd have played a little bit more damage in, but yeah, not going to happen. Really well played by both Solo Kill and Aki.
Aki being at the right place at the right time, matching the clear path of Shadow, and we talked about it before, Wukong not great at doing the ganks unless he's got CC set up, but if he comes after the fact the gank has already been expended and there's no cooldowns on the enemy team side, Wukong loves those situations, because then he just gets to walk in, unloads the full damage stats that he's got, and now this Wukong slightly accelerated.
Yeah, moving into the bot side, he doesn't have Cryo in the mid lane, so he's going to find it difficult to walk in and sort of contest this dragon, but it looks like they're looking at the very least to put a ball down. Care's level 6 versus Doinby's level 5, so it's a decent advantage for the time being for the Rise. Doinby should be able to just tick over on the next wave here, but FPX find themselves that first dragon. It's going to be uncontested, nothing really lost on the other side of the map. for NiP. Second time where they lose out on this first straight. And now solo kill, at least it looks like. Here goes that ulti, calls in the Maiden, and she needs to be a little more worried about his HP.
Yeah. He's also in a somewhat compromised spot with Aki on the top side. Thankfully for him, Aki definitely wants to prioritize guaranteed gold in these camps and denying resources away from Shadow Sejuani. But Sheer still has to respect the fact that a Wukong could be here. Meanwhile, Shockwave from Doinby. A lot of health chunked out of Care. PP God is here. Does he just want to flash Zenith Blade? Yep, he was looking for it, and Care immediately respects it.
Really good flash from Care, though, in all honesty, right? Like, that's a Zenith Blade flash, so it looks like it's going to miss, and then you reposition at the last second with the flash to close in the range, but Care has the reaction timers to catch it out, make sure that he's absolutely fine, and doesn't end up going down to the gank, absorbs the Shockwave as well.
No Shockwave from Doinby, so Jway is totally safe in this exchange as he just bullies PP God away and guarantees that Care can get this wave shoved in, and will have a timer to recall here. Meanwhile, both of the top laners have teleported to the bottom side of the map, and we're about now 1 minute and 10 seconds away from the grub spawning on the map.
Yeah, I will say that there was a big advantage given to Awesome by the way that this lane actually played out. Leave only just ticked over to level 5, where Awesome actually got fed a full cannon wave and a bit under the turret. But he's in trouble. Aki's here.
Yeah, Aki, the fact that he's level 6 off of that first advantageous counter gank. Not enough damage since Leave and PP God are not confident to follow up on the play. So it really feels like Aki was left out to dry there.
Yeah, pop Cyclone, and you know, maybe he could have tried to stop the Valkyrie with the Cyclone, but as soon as Awesome's got that space, he sort of Valks in the same range as Aki, but completely away from Leave and PP God, so the Wukong's never really going to be able to take that down. The heals, the knock-up from Dre as well means that Awesome's pretty fine in that entire exchange. Never burns Cleanse, never burns Flash, feels absolutely A-okay, and now if they can deny this top wave as well, this is a massive experience lead for the Corki, and you know, Leave, who'd been not necessarily left out to dry, but hasn't had the best of lanes.
Shadow waiting for Doinby to commit a flash first, but he layers the permafrost run on top of the glacial prison. Doinby, not going to get out in time. Flashing, and I don't even know what was going to happen with that shockwave either. Yeah. But at least thankfully for Doinby, the cooldown is not expended, but he goes down. And now it's free grubs for the side of NiP.
I don't know if it's 3 grubs. I think it's free Kaisers maybe up on that top side. Look, they're looking for a Realm Warp under the turret. They can catch out the bot lane here.
Jway will lead the charge. Flash, grand entrance, and quickness. That's the free Kaisa you predicted it, Rude. And even PP God will fall. Jway willing to give his life for the cause. That's Feats of Warfare secured for FPX. And once again, we might be looking at a big snowball coming through for Fun Plus Phoenix.
It's so worth it. Like, it's not even close to not being worth. They'll get the grubs. They'll get an extra plate for Awesome as well. Maybe they'll lose one mid-wave, but Care looks like he's probably happy to sacrifice that. May only be 2 of these 3 grubs, it's worth saying. Aki here is going to have a little bit of time to walk his way forward, but I mean, Care is 2 levels up, and Aki has no Cyclone to get in.
Shockwave is still available, though. Warps Care back in. Shadow flashing away from the Shockwave. Doinby now melee range, just trying to battle with Care with the power of his auto attacks and the windup. Aki gets the shutdown on the Care and bullies away the rest of FPX so they can at least claim 1 grub for themselves.
Yeah, Dwayne missed out on the knockback, the Gleaming Quill there, so there was no heal to come through to keep Care alive for long enough to maybe turn that fight and make it a 2-for-1. Rare miss here from Dwayne, even though it's a 1-for-1 overall. It's not the worst case in the world for FPX. They do still pick up 2 grubs and are still favoured currently in this game. Do want to highlight the fact that Leave is on food stamps in this game. He is feeling awful, down 30 CS, a full level, and has constantly been getting targeted in this mid-game. Since that lane swap came through, he'd really had a pretty tough time of things, and the lane didn't go great to begin with. Moving into a situation after that where he's getting even worse resources. This Kaiser is going to take a long time to get up to that critical mass, and Corki working towards that Trinity Force, Mana Moon as well. That 2-item spike is going to hit nice and soon and going to keep FPX right where they need to be.
Yeah. Just barely under 2,000 gold for the side of FPX, so things haven't started fully rolling down the hill, but you can start seeing the remnants of that snowball starting to build up, and NiP, they're going to try to do their best to just hold it at the top of the hill, ensure that it never actually starts tumbling down to the effects of their doom. Now we got
They
Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
They are working on their own way of finding an advantage in this game, and I think that that's been immediately recognized and met by FPX. Solo kill is 500 gold up over Sheer, has got that Trinity Force completed where the Jax doesn't, so that 1v1 specifically looks really good, but they're TPing down for this Dragon, and NiP, they're walking solo kill down here, whereas Sheer has just TP'd up to that top side. So this is a 5v4 for NiP, and that second Dragon should go their way. It's about giving gold over to Sheer. This is closing that gap in the top lane, making sure that the Jax gets a little bit of free time with a turret, maybe able to take some plates, leave.
Whoa, the Glacial Prison,
Wow,
I
okay.
guess, went wide. There was no summoner spells on the side of this Kai'Sa, and the Killer Instinct was used after the fact of the ulti coming through. So
Good dodge.
NiP, yeah, good dodge. And now NiP have a chance to play onto this bottom tier 1 turret where Care is not going to get the same amount of love.
So there's 3 people hitting onto this turret here with Trinity Force on Wukong and on Yorick. This is going to melt even through plates, plus the Maiden is giving a good little helping hand as well. They knew that Sheer was going to take this turret. That was the sacrifice that they made for going for the Dragon. But they're looking just by overloading 3 people, they can get first brick onto the 3-man core and deny that, most importantly, from Sheer, who really, I think, should have taken it himself. He spent a little bit of time clearing minions and might have been able to get himself that extra gold earlier on, or at least have made it a little bit closer.
Yeah. So, when they got the first 3 kills, I think I misspoke on the terminology. They got the feats of strength for the kills, is what I meant to say, but feats of strength for the first turret does go over to NiP, so now it comes down to who is able to claim the last feats of strength and overall feats of warfare in terms of objective control. Right now, FPX has 1 dragon, NiP has 1 dragon. FPX got 2 grubs, NiP got 1. So now, I think NiP would have to get 2 objectives for themselves, whereas FPX only need to get 1 more.
Looks right. I'm using the little markers underneath. They'll tell us when they get feats of warfare. Somebody's boots will look pretty cool. PP guard goes for an engage. Is this the play that they want?
Onto the Sejuani? Perhaps not, but they're going to commit it. Shockwave right on top of the Shadow, and yeah, no one could bail him out there. Jue buys enough time for Awesome to get a lot of damage on the leave, but thanks to Command Protect, the increased resistances and the extra shield, it is the difference maker for this Kai'Sa staying alive.
Yeah, but look at what's going to happen on the map. She is going to push another wave in on that top side. FPX are going to get an opportunity to move into this mid lane and take even more plates away from it. And even though they did get the kill onto Shadow, looks like there's going to be probably a neutral gold trade overall with those couple of waves that are being denied, with the kills and the CS that are going to get picked up as well. The plates, looks like they got a lot of... Well, it looks like they got what they were after, but FPX as well probably don't feel too awful about that. Shadow may be feeling a little bit worse for wear, having gone down, but outside of that, the rest of FPX are thinking, okay, sure.
Big benefit that FPX are able to at least push objective advantages and still maintain that gold advantage across the board, since it seems like we're starting to see a big tendency of overgrouping from the side of NiP. And I think it's just them trying to play around the current strength of this Wukong, who got accelerated in the early game thanks to that counter gank. Now Doinby trying to splash in with that love, going for the burstier build on the Orianna with that Luden's first rush. Now NiP going to have to continue relying upon this guerrilla tactics that they are employing, just looking for these quick bursts.
Yeah, that's been probably their successful, or a good way to success for them, right? So far, we've seen FPX themselves have a pretty decent run of things when we have sort of stable, traditional team compositions, a little bit like what we have at the minute, as Arky's sniffing around the mid lane here, but it looks like Awesome's more than happy to try and dice with him. I do want to quickly point out as well that this is actually a really good time for NiP to try and take these fights where they have Trinity Force finished for Arky and solo kill, where you've hit those first item spikes on your mage as well. When we hit 2 items though, that disparity definitely changes. You've definitely got more favor when you've got those tiers picked up, fully finished, right? The Mana Munin, Seraph's going to be finished up. It might be a little bit more difficult for NiP to take fights at that stage.
FPX, off the strength of taking out that tier 1, allowed themselves to move in first into the Rift Herald. Sheer getting aggressive, popping Grandmaster's Might against Solo Kill, who has the Maiden, trying to help win the unofficial 2v1. Meanwhile, NiP, Aki gets hit by the Glacial Prison. Quickness jumps right on top with the Grand Entrance. Aki cannot participate in this fight. Doinby will have to look for a clutch shockwave to bring this one back from the brink. Leave already forced to flash over the wall, and Realm Warp is going to chase after the Kai'Sa. No cleanse, no flash. See you later. Leaves Kai'Sa is down. Shadow, though, went too deep. 1v2 against PP God and Aki, and at least for him, the Cyclone will burn him to rest. And meanwhile, it looks like Sheer actually got the solo kill on solo kill.
So this is massive for FPX that they're able to win in both sides of the map. Turret goes down in the bot lane. Sheer, who was behind in the laning phase, has now scaled. This counter pick that he took into the Yorick is paying dividends. And those types of solo kills in favor of Sheer are so important and can be so volatile. They can really sway the way that this matchup goes, because it's not just about the kill, it's about the experience, the gold, the turret falling as well. This is a replay of what happened on this top side. You can see NiP, they're fishing for the engage themselves. The ball's on Aki to try and get in there, but they're the ones that get caught out. Lee forced to flash away, PP God falls, and FPX sort of give them the get over here, you're not done yet, by taking down the Kai'Sa. Shadow unfortunately just gets a little bit too big for his britches, and that rank 5 Q from Aki slams the Sejuani back down to size. This is that 1v1 of what happened down on the bot side, so let's relive this for the first time.
Just Counter-Strike? Is that what it is?
Wow. Look, you can't do damage to me. Wow.
What a novel concept.
Yeah. I use E, you lose. You know, I feel like we maybe didn't need that replay and could have induced that or deduced that one ourselves. It's good to have it anyway.
Yeah, it adds at least visual confirmation. This Rift Herald was never taken since FPX at first leashed it just to bait NiP in, and now we've returned to the scene of a bloody crime, which was multiple bodies dropping the floor on both sides. Yeah. FPX so far having total control. NiP is starting to linger on over, but I think it's too late.
Yeah, this is gone. I mean, maybe Aki steals. Nope. Maybe PP God dies. Has flash.
Grand entrance. Okay,
he's going in.
Zenith Blade forcing Awesome out of the fight. Kai'Sa gonna fall on up. Oh, they try to deliver the shockwave on top of the Kai'Sa. Awesome trying to still live through the Cyclone. It's not going to happen. Aki finally gets the job done, but at the cost of his own life, he drops, and now Sheer is ready to bonk people with that lamppost. Solo kill getting slowed by the flash from Care. Just needs one more. Oh no! The Dark Procession stops him in his tracks, and the rest of NiP's solo laners manage to walk on out alive.
Okay, so it's a 2-for-1 overall. They take down Awesome, but they lose their supporting cast. And that's probably an even trade overall. The little bit of a shutdown that Awesome had, the idea of killing the Corki being successful, it feels good in the moment for NiP, but then you look at the rest of the FPX composition and go, well, hold on, they've got a Rise that's churning out damage. Sheer is destroying our backline 1 versus 2. And that itself is pretty unideal. And a great killer instinct in from Leave, actually, to be able to get on top of Awesome. But I think that he was a little bit preoccupied. If he'd have angled his ulti better, he could have been much better positioned to continue this fight down on the bot side of it. Instead, goes in very close, very nearsided to the rest of his squad, and actually ends up having to peel away instead of being able to do a lot more work with that. Like you say, Dark Procession just about keeps solo kill alive, and a flash forward from Care not quite having the damage that he thinks he does. Not going to be the case for much longer though. Those tiers getting very close to being fully stacked and upgraded.
Yep. I think I saw 200 something in the range for Awesome's Corki, and at least 300 for the side of Care. Yeah. We'll get a quick confirmation. Bam.
Memory like a goat here, Arthur. Well done.
Oh, thank you. I only saw those
or an
numbers
elephant.
for like a...
Yeah. Elephants never forget, right? That's the point.
I think that is the saying. I'm not too familiar with that one, but it sounds nostalgic. Like,
where's Mazel? We need Mazel to confirm.
Mazel is kind of known for the animal sayings. Fun fact, if you did not know, Mazel has a degree in zoology, or did like some zookeeper work in the past. So he is our go-to expert on animals. And you know, it definitely makes sense, because sometimes when watching these games, you need someone like Mazelda to wrestle in all the critters that are running all over the place in the rip. Now, PP God getting jumped on, Permafrost stacked up, Glacier Prison right on top, good night PP God, Solar Flare right on top, awesome, but who is going to get in there? Aki cannot get through Jway! He has kept this guy at the front of the club and says, no thank you, Aki, you do not belong in this club.
I mean, the entire time here, are we realm warping to top lane? Okay, Adakon, lovely stuff. Tempo Gaming from Care here with the realm warps. But the Sejuani is just too tanky at the minute. I mean, Leave was sat there, 2 completed items, wailing away on Shadow the entire time. Shadow's just giggling with Aftershock and Sejuani passive, tanking it, not really feeling the repercussions of it. And well, they get themselves an Atacon as well. They'll be able to now get a little bit more of an experience advantage. And it's unfortunately just PP God going for a fight that ultimately NiP don't have the position to take.
Now, Leave cannot get in this fight at all safely, otherwise he opens himself
Look
up
at
to...
He's max DPS. Well, he's not. He's kind of not doing any auto-attacking right now, in fairness, so maybe if he'd have done a little bit more... He's getting through Shadow's HP slowly.
I mean,
but
Jway just kind of owned Aki right there. That was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice team fight from FPX, where you have your tank tanking, your support supporting, and your DPS DPSing. That's League of Legends, baby.
Yep. That's some damn good League of Legends. And it's why we have hyped up Jway and Shadow as kind of the main foundations of this team's success. Sheer is about to find himself in a 1v2, but flashing with the Counter-Strike right on top of Dwayne, but Shockwave will at least pull him back and ensure that this Orianna will walk away safely. But the pressure was definitely felt, the message sent, and now Aki! I mean, this jungle does not belong to you, friend, and NiP cannot assist their Wukong in trying to reclaim control of the quadrant that once was his. You could even see in the player cam view, Aki, a little sign of detest on the side as he just trying to shrug it off, but it's definitely getting him frustrated in this game.
It's not the second time that he's died with flash and ulti available, just getting chain CC'd 100-0 before he can even do anything. You know, you can understand the frustration. He's just trying to walk into his own jungle. This time round, he gets 100-0 between Sejuani plus Rakan, CC. He's got Merc Treads to try and offset that, but it's simply not enough. He's the only player on his team who has any sort of advantage in terms of gold, and unfortunately, he's not really being able to do all that much with it. Shadow on the Sejuani having much greater an impact just by being a frontline, and the Sejuani is doing her job. Aki yet to find actual access to Awesome other than the one fight where they did take him down, and maybe you can argue that that's going to be the place to find these wins. If they can execute on that wombo combo, it could look good. But I'm looking up and down the board right now, just at levels, Rafa. Everywhere has a level advantage for FPX. Even the jungle where there's a gold lead for Aki, he's down on XP.
So tough, especially how promising the early start was for NiP's jungler. The way he found the counter gank, and now he's just been on the back foot for the past seemingly 6-7 minutes of this game. We're about a minute and some change before Baron does spawn. 3 dragons have been taken up by FPX. Dragon Soul is up in 4.
I don't even know if Leaf can 1v1 Shadow, to be honest. He's got 2 tank-killing items. I mean, Kraken's not really a tank shredder anymore, but does, you know, the best work that it can for what AD carries have to choose from. Or what Kai'Sa has to choose from, I suppose. And moving into a 1v1 versus the Sejuani, I don't know that I'd give the odds over to the Kai'Sa, to be honest.
You know, Heartsteel and Unending Despair do go kind of crazy, especially at this mid-game point. NiP trying to maintain control of their own jungle quadrant here. Red buff has not been secured, but awesome. He's going to keep his distance away from Aki's Wukong, as we have yet to see in the past few minutes him get a proactive Cyclone engage with both of his Under spells up. Shadow was trying to predict where he was going to go. Aki getting knocked up once again, trying to run away and not fall this time. PP God, where was that Solar Flare going? I'm not sure. Glacial Prison landed right on top. Here comes Sheer. PP God falls. Aki now sends it with the Cyclone, forced to flash away. And the rest of FPX going to continue the chase as Sheer just jumps back to the safety of the rest of his team. And FPX will maintain all 5 members still alive.
Yeah, so the thing about ultimate abilities is that they're not used for zoning. PP God whiffed on his, Doinby, Shockwave thin air. Aki, he knocked up Sheer, great, but everything else was just completely amiss. if you want to win these team fights, NiP, you need to be landing on these crucial skill shots, and the amount of them that went wide in that team fight just on its own was far too heavy.
They're starting to slip, Rude, and now that gold lead that we had been warning about since what seemed like 10-15 minutes ago, it was very small at the beginning for FPX, and NiP were trying to do their best to stop it from happening, but lo and behold, 5,000 gold advantage at 25 minutes, almost 6,000 in favor of FPX, and with the Baron now in sight, as soon as they maintain full control of this top jungle quadrant, I imagine the Baron will be started.
Yeah, they just need to, I think they'll probably fish for a quick ulti, maybe a little bit of chunk damage onto somebody else before they fully rip the band-aid off. But she is a level up over solo kill, he's feeling quite happy in that side lane. Might want him to get up to Zhonya's before they actually go for that fight. He did expend the arm guard to take that fight under the turret, but I mean, he did it, burned double summon spells from leave, and almost one-shot the Kai'Sa in the process, so it's a more than worthwhile trade. And they're quite happy at the minute just doing the outer sweep of turrets, so they're doing pretty well themselves without the Baron at taking structures.
FPX all crowding around the support of Care. PP God tanks the Glacial Prison. Aki's out of there. Shockwave does pull in 3, but not that much damage since it clips all of the frontline members. Jway is the only one that took more than 50% of his HP as payment. But FPX totally okay with that trade. One member's gone from the side of NiP, and FPX will look for a quick base.
Yeah, and I mean, who's going to be doing the warding now? Like, this is the time when you see FPX basing that NiP want to get those wards down, but their support's dead. So they have no wards to put down. They just have to walk in and sort of scout out that it's not happening. They can't leave any lasting vision to know when it may or may not happen in the future. And now FPX, they've reset, they're back out onto the map, they've got full control, and they can move down toward this dragon, which is their soul, and for a team comp as well that is going to be doing consistent chunk, or consistent DPS through the Kai'Sa, trying to do that up against a Chemtech soul when you have so many iterations of damage, the soul of Chemtech is very, very powerful in that case.
Yeah. I will say for the carries of NiP, big spikes coming up on those third items for Doinb and Leave, Nashers and Void Staff for the Kai'Sa and the Orianna respectively. If NiP can somehow find a way to stall the game long enough for those items to come online before they lose a majority of their base, I think it's still playable. It is still a massive gold deficit, but Jway with a massive flank looks for PP God first. Sheer zoning them off with that counter-strike. Shadow has not already unleashed the Glacier Prison since it was just coming off cooldown. NiP at least backing off the jungle entrance for now as the rest of FPX dip into fog.
No quickness isn't nothing.
So look right onto Shadow. Sheer looking for the flank over the wall. Jway is in. Grand enters on a 1. They pop him. Aki goes and sends it for the cause. They pop Jway into the backline, but Awesome now in a 1v1. 1v3 against Leave. He tried to send a Shockwave onto 3. Awesome doesn't die though. Solo kill. Can't do it all as Doinb drops to the power of Sheer's lamppost once again. Solo kill can't even equalize the cause against Awesome. It's a massive ace for FPX.
And they don't need Soul Mark, they've got a wave down in bot lane, and they've got game 3 in their sights. Sheer destroying the backline, Care destroying everybody on this rise, and Awesome as well on the core key, standing tall in that final team fight.
FPX show dominance once again. Nearly 9,000 gold in advantage on their side. PP God has spawned. He's got 2 seconds on Aki. Can he buy enough time? There's plenty of low health bars on the side of FPX carries here, but Sheer gonna pop the counter-strike, just bashing away against the open Nexus. A couple more auto attacks will do the trick. FPX are at match point.
And a double kill for Awesome to finish off the game. A great performance from FPX once again. We go back to the standard traditional composition where we're not relying extremely on the scaling aspect of Care's Kassadin or a Jinx as well. And finally, it's FPX that seem to find themselves in a pretty good position. And once again, it's Shadow who, on this Sejuani, had a mammoth performance. Jway on the Rakan as well. An incredibly well-played game where he's thwarting Aki time after time, where he's finding engages in the top lane, dying for dives, but he's getting 2 kills in response.
Dude, I think my two favorite plays from Jway this game was the dive you already called out, on the top side, where he just flash full sends, full combo, says, I don't care, I'm dying for the greater good of my team. And then the second, whereas he completely owns Aki. Like, he tries to get him with the W clone, quickness ult, charms him. Oh, you wanna dash in with your E? Hold this grand entrance, bro. I'm gonna interrupt you, and now you don't get to play the game.
And it was that on repeat from Jway this game. A really solid performance on the Rakan and consistently getting into these positions where he was looking for the flank angles as well. You could tell that FPX were ahead, and I think that you can see their philosophy in this fight was just front to back, because they never wanted to give an opportunity for the Wukong to get into their backline, for the Orianna, the Kai'Sa to actually pop off. And that really worked out for them. So they went through the front. They were constantly engaging onto PP God, constantly looking to just catch the first person out. And then if they need to move further and further, they can do. But when they forced NiP to go in was when those mistakes ended up being made.
Yeah. So now we're looking down the barrel of match point in favor of Fun plus Phoenix. I know I was pretty adamant that this one's going to full game 5. Depending on draft, that may not happen, but, you know, or at least I might not feel as confident, but I still have to, you know, acknowledge the elephant in the room, that is overall consistency of these two teams, you know, and the way that Aki was able to glow up just as easily in game 2 on the Poppy, a stroke of brilliance of being able to play around Doinby and just put Kair's Castle in the dirt. It is immediate 180 on the Wukong in this third game. Yeah, he gets that one counter gank off, but then it's indecisiveness after outplay for the members of FPX.
Yeah, there were questions about the consistencies for both of these teams. A reminder that they're both coming in on massive losing streaks as well for series games as well, or series scores as well. So whoever takes this game here is going to be, or series, is going to feel a lot better about the fact that they are still in Ascent for next time round. Awesome 25k damage on this one. A decent gold graph as well for FPX, and I think that this kind of paints the picture of the game pretty nicely, where they got a little bit of a control in the early stages and they didn't really ever let that go. You sort of see the spike around 15 minutes. It's where Shia finds that solo kill. It's where they find the fight around the Herald as well. And that never stopped that never stopped going in their favor, right? As soon as Shia had control over that side lane, it was just everything going their way. And I think that if solo kill had found himself in a slightly better position, if he'd have maybe won that 1v1, that could have been a way for NiP to try and leverage side lane control and try and find a different way into the game. But unfortunately, Shia actually getting the better of solo kill this time round definitely feels a lot better.
And I think there's been a, you know, despite the inconsistencies of FPX as well as inconsistencies of NiP, I think the one consistent positive trend for this squad has been playing to Awesome and Jway early on in the game. You can see that Shadow has been over-prioritizing enabling Awesome early on and unlocking Jway from the shackles of just being stuck in laning phase so that he can roam with Shadow. They can make these proactive plays. Sometimes they get to link up with Kair. And by the way, Kair's had his best game of the series so far on this rise. You know, game 1 to Leah, he was a passenger, but this game, it definitely felt like he was actually enabling things. He was moving with the team and helping, you know, and make the actual advantage snowball even faster.
Yeah, and I mean that Realm Warp definitely helps you to be able to do that. It's worth saying, right? It's very palpable when you're making an impact with the Rise, but even in these team fights, you know, just taking a look at how much damage he's actually pumping out, very infrequently is he missing these overloads. Are his damage spells actually going wide? And just the consistent DPS of a Rise, something that sometimes goes a little bit by the wayside, but Kair in this fight, you know, there's final couple at the end going wide, but he feels very good. And this is that Jway clip that you were looking at, Rafa, as just a complete read on Arky.
Yeah, just look at this. Tries to sneak in. Quickness. You want to E in? Nah, bro. Sit down.
And there's just no way really for Arky to ever get through that. When the Jway is playing so very well, I think that we get to see this final fight now where we got to... it was an attempted banana combo from Shadow, ultimately landed on PP God anyway. But Shia as well, just kind of running rampant on Doinby in the back of this, which we don't get to see, and then leave, you can see, has HP, and then instantly gets hit by Foss Bomb, EQ from Kair, and dies. Like, he had HP, and then he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. leave trying to do his damnedest to lift that one out of the grave for NiP. And unfortunately, he was decelerated one too many times in that game, you know? Had the gold disparity been a little bit more on even footing, who knows? If that's a 3-item Kai'Sa making that dive play, it blows up the Corki. They can try and fight it out against the Ryze and the Sejuani, respectively. But I think going into this game 4, regardless of what the AD carry matchups are, unless it's pure utility, I think jungle attention is going to be so necessary on bot lane. And my man, Jway.
Only his 11th MVP now for the split. Not too bad. He's doing very well for himself. And again, just goes to highlight the point that when FPX look good, it is those supporting characters that make it happen.
No other support has gotten this many MVPs. Jway has been a rock star for this roster and why they have, you know, overshot expectations in the split. But of course, that concludes game number 3. Match point on the line for FPX. One more game loss, and NiP is sent to not only the Shadow Realm of Group Nirvana, their run in Split 2 ends here. Will they bring it back, or is an FPX victory written in the stars? We're going to find out after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 4. It is match point, but before we get into the exciting game of this series, have you heard about MOBA Trainer? You may have already heard it if you tuned in for game 2. We're going to say it again because it's a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now while we wait for game 4, and this one's going to be a spicy one because it's going to call upon the powers of myself and Rude, even though we're separated by miles and miles of ocean water.
I know. It's going to be tricky. We're going to do skill shot, and we're going to try our hardest to hit some skill shots and dodge some spells.
Let's go.
I think this is your time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see the shade. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Oh, shoot. I got to start clicking. I'm clicking.
I gave you Ghost.
Okay.
Okay, well.
I'm going to aim at the Nibbly in 3. Oh, no. I'm looking at Syndra. 3, 2. Oh, no. The delay is so bad. XD. Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
You didn't say 1. What do you mean the delay is bad? You didn't say 1. You went 3, then 2.
Oh, okay. I thought
Don't give me that.
Okay. Blitzcrank. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, you need to dodge some skill shots, buddy. You're in charge of the mouse. Okay?
Okay, we'll try it again. Wait. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm immediately giving you Ghost.
Okay. You know what? Just go on intuition.
Yeah.
Oh, how does that hit? Oh my god. This is a disaster.
Oh dear, Mark. I need you to start aiming at the people as well, okay? Nice. We traded Blitzcrank Q.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm clicking.
You gotta go for the Q flash throw.
Run! Oh, boom.
Oh, okay. Unlucky.
You know, do you want to try? You should. Can you do the clicking?
Do you want me to do the mouse? Let's swap. We're gonna swap.
Yeah,
I'll do the mouse.
Swap. Okay, I will do the summoner spells and the button.
Okay, I'm good. I've got it. I didn't got it, but I do got it now. Okay, perfect. We have production aiming. Oh. Okay, Mark's just taken over, I think.
No, it's not me. It's not me. I have nothing. Well, the hand and brain.
Okay. That was a woeful effort. We're waiting. We're asking too much of production. I'm playing again. And now you have Rudude in charge of the mouse. We have Rafa in charge of the keyboard. Okay, nice. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, wait. It didn't go through. What the fuck?
Ah, okay.
Oh, I pressed W.
Oh, I see, yes! Press W, that works.
Boom! Oh my god, we're doing it! Okay,
I don't know what you were doing, buddy. Like, this is not as difficult as you were making it out to be. Like, I'm giving you opportunities to hit people? Like, what is this? What is going on? Why was I getting griefed?
Oh my god. I can't believe how much easier this is. Oh.
Okay, well, that's fine. We got, like, so many people there. We improved our best score.
Okay, guys, for what it's worth, he is the AD carry player. I am the jungle player. So maybe we should have done this setup from the beginning. I'm so red. I'm so red. Don't look at me.
He's embarrassed. He's embarrassed at how bad his clicks are. That's what we have. I was aiming for him. Perfect timing. Thank you to the LPL players for getting us back into the draft for this one. We get to take a look at game number 4. No rise on the table, which is always a win for both of these sides. Normally it's because FPX have, because NiP have won with it. However, this time around, they lost to the rise. Annie permaban is the one thing that I did not expect to see from this series. I know that this champ has been buffed and received a little bit of love, but permanent red side ban was not what I was expecting. And Doinby has gone... Blue one Silas may be one of the more illegal blue ones in the world. I'm going to keep it an absolute stack. Like, this is...
I think this... Dude, look at Doinby's face. He's like, I must carry this game. You guys are not putting in the work. And to be fair, the Annie permaban, to me, it makes sense because without Annie, it seems like there's no other like super reliable execute. Okay, I'm stunning this target. Aki, here's your free kill, right?
Yeah.
They tried Lissandra earlier in the split. That didn't work. So
Yeah.
they're exhausting options.
Okay. Well, so far, FPX have done a good job at not picking good ultimates. You pick Transformers typically. That's a good way to go. Neferi also makes sense, right? And Senna has been banned away from Leave twice in this series already. And I'm curious as to if we get to see why, or if this is a hover and a suggestion at something else. Because Senna Ornn we've seen as a bot lane duo before. Ornn, just as a top laner, exists and is fine, but instead they pivot away. They go toward the Zeri instead, and they're going to give Leave the tools to the kingdom.
Right. FPX, what is your final lock-in for the first round? Aurora. Okay. Well, this slams it, and the 3-man has been assembled from FPX, whereas NiP already went for Leave's Zeri, just to ensure that you have a champion that will have a lot of agency. I imagine, ban some enchanters. Yep, boom. Yuumi, next one, make it Lulu.
Let's get Lulu off the board, guys. We've seen this pairing before. And I mean, what you could maybe look towards Renata as well. I think it's definitely going to be Lulu, but like, what pairing is it that PP God's going to end up with? May end up being honestly just another engaged support, but we already exhausted quite a few of those anyway, so it could be a bit of a struggle to try and find a good support pairing here for the Zeri.
And NiP are now trying to suss out some utility AD carry, since there's already a lot of damage coming from the top side of FPX. You don't need another like super hard reset carry. Good on the Lulu ban from FPX, recognizing the other enchanter that would have been super well paired with the Zeri. Maybe a Jhin ban from the side of NiP if you want to continue down the line of oh nope, it's just the respect on Awesome's Draven. But now that means Senna's open for Awesome.
We will utility AD carry you. Aha! Yep, this fits as well. You were talking about the Jhin for a reason. If they're trying to get rid of utility ADs, this fits the bill exactly to a T. Both of them pretty darn solid, and it gives them a little bit more of a tool to help on the map as well. Either way, currently they're cycling through quite a few picks, and instead they do land on Senna, so this now gives a lot of flexibility to what Jway can pick. And whether or not we're going to see some crazy bot lane pairing with this Senna, or whether the Senna has taken her role as a more traditional marksman and just needs a support there as well.
Yeah, with the recent changes on Senna, we have now been seeing her a lot more as just a farming carry and getting a chance to spike up earlier on the crit rate and more souls being dropped, if I'm not mistaken. Now, NiP, they don't get their ideal enchanter for this Zeri, but they still go down the tier list and say, you know what, Karma at least wins us lane and gets us a lot of poke. NiP flashing some exciting junglers here for Aki. Fiddlesticks would be insane, but it might be a little too much magic damage from the overall composition. You definitely need some physical already when Sylas, Ornn, and, you know, kind of the splash damage of Karma and Zeri. Aki's Lee Sin. Okay, well, this is where backs against the wall, and we are going for a jungler that not many Lee Sin mains are going to in their dire hour of need.
Or we're seeing Aki Sylas jungle, and Doinby's returning to a favorite.
Oh,
it's a lie. It's a lie.
I can smell the
burn.
I can smell the burning of the oven.
We've tried to cook and it's gone awfully. No, it is just going to be Lee Sin jungle. But Bard locked in on 5 here for Jway. Engaged support, but is ranged. So I really like the style for Jway, and I think that this is going to fit to a T. This has been what he's been so good at so frequently throughout the season, and I have no reason to expect that Bard is going to struggle through the mid to late game. I have reason to expect that it will struggle versus a Karma. Karma is one of those lane bully AD carries that supports that is just out to get the enemy bot lane. Bard doesn't really have the sustain to help with that. Caretaker Shrines are okay as tools, but never really been the greatest sustain in the game, and we're looking as well at that Zeri to try and get catapulted through the early stages of the game as well.
Yep. NiP trying to put their eggs in the Leave carry basket once again, and this time Doinby has a little bit more carry potential on something like the Sylas, where he can really get into the faces and try and create plays. As you called out, Not many great ultimates for him to really steal from, but if Doinby can find a way to finesse some BS shenanigans that give NiP the edge, it will bring us to Game 5. Fun plus Phoenix already on match point here in Game 4. Can they close the book on the NiP story? Can they continue writing chapters for themselves heading into playoffs? We're going to find out as both Fun plus Phoenix and Ninjas in Pajamas take to the Rift.
I love just seeing the one guy eating popcorn. Oh, I'm obliged. Jayo! Lovely stuff. Good to get him in there in the little picture-in-picture. Wonderful stuff. I mean, so my concern currently looking at these two team comps is I'm not certain that farming Senna can kill tanks. I'm sure that the rest of FPX typically struggle at killing tanks. And solo kill on this Ornn, unsealed spellbook that did get buffed. It was actually played in the LTA North just yesterday, I think, as well. Was this solo spellbook Ornn. You cycle through those spells a lot quicker. Even still, killing solo kill is going to be tricky for FPX, is my general overarching theme. And I think that if they can do that, then the rest of the team will melt like butter. However, trying to get through this Ornn in the first place is going to be a struggle.
Which is why, as FPX, you have two assassins and just are trying to blow up the backline before you even worry about this Ornn later on in the team fight. If they can pull that off, then thumbs up on our side.
Smiley face. Good job. Well done, team. And I mean, in fairness, like you said, they have got those assassins to potentially be able to do so. As we move into this bot side skirmish, one of the things about Senna is actually has really good sustain as well, with the piercing darkness, and the little slows here you can see are actually helping them out quite significantly. They're taking some very favourable trades, but the second they start to step over those minions is when it does start to get a little bit tricky, when those HP bars get a little bit low, but level 2's hit.
Yep, and because Leave is the first one, he immediately goes aggressive, but Jway, able to clip level 2, tries to fight on back against this area, and awesome. Still able to maintain a huge health advantage. Jway brought to nearly 100 HP. But as long as his AD carry's safe, meanwhile, Aki, okay, this is what you gotta do. Level 3 gank after 3 camps. Shadow's passing. Oh, but Aki spotted and Shadow's like, wait a minute, you can't do that. Get out of my mid laner's face.
I was supposed to be the one cheese ganking. What are you doing here? Both junglers taking just a slightly suboptimal route here to, well, in one case ensure that the Lee Sin doesn't get a good thing going, and the other to get thwarted, unfortunately. I'm going to get a little bounce back on that Aurora Q as well. So for Shadow, a nice little path keeps his mid laner in not too much danger. Bot side, looking at how that skirmish played out, it was double summoner spells expended by both supports, or rather both summoner heals expended, so double up on those being expended. And then when our bot laners move back out, it looks pretty good. They both go back to base, pick up some boots, and then come back out of the wave. Leave started out with the cull here this game, so maybe paying a little bit less respect to this Senna bard than he might have anticipated, but they are trading pretty aggressively onto the Zeri early on.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what Senna normally takes as a keystone, but the fleet at least helps with the spacing, a little bit of extra sustain. I think I've seen...
So you auto attack so slowly, PTA is not great, lethal tempo is not great.
Yeah.
Fleet just typically is your go-to as a marksman.
Aki paying another visit to the mid lane, trying to fish for something, but going to be not necessarily in position. Shadow is trying to hunt for the second spawn Raptors, and Aki is trying to fight for them, but Jway and PP God are in the area. We're going to get a 3-on-3 battle here. Oh, good Cosmic Binding. Run into PP God. He's separated. Leave is the first one here, but Awesome is trailing him. PP God still under fire. Aki and Doinby trying to brute force their way into this choke point. Doinby picks up the first kill, but Care answers right on back. Jway flashing on over.
Everyone's flashing.
Over. The flash. Aki's trying to pop off on this Lee Sin, but Awesome and Care are the ones doing all the talking, and Leave is forced to retreat. Care just picked up double buffs. He got 2 kills. This Aurora is super fed.
Yeah, 2 for 2 though overall, so both of these sides probably coming away from this feeling not the worst in the world. Care and Awesome living, I think that just slightly favors FPX. If Care can get to go back to base and actually TP back in, then that's okay. But with these stops of recalls actually from Leave, does mean that the Aurora may end up missing out on a little bit of experience or not quite having the best way of wave state down on that bot side. Awesome seems to be in the better position down in the bot lane relative to experience, and like you say, the Aurora finding 2 kills. I do think FPX just barely come out on top with where their gold allocations lie, but overall, it's a good and honest 4v4, 2 for 2 overall. It's good stuff.
I mean, just look how chaotic and back and forth it is. And this is where NiP feel favored to try and fight Scrap. Lee Sin should be more powerful than the Naafiri at this stage of the game. This is why NiP are basically throwing the entire weight of the game in this game.
Yeah, and they need to start to try and find these kills that little bit earlier on. Right, you already talked about the fact that this Lee Sin not going to scale particularly well into the mid to the late game. But I think that the rest of the team comp, as we look at it for NiP, probably scales pretty darn well. Silas, Zeri, and Ornn all going to do their job as we move later on into this matchup. Of course, Karma at the back of the Zeri as well. Might end up being pretty darn difficult for FPX to deal with. However, not like FPX don't have their own scaling. Theoretically infinite scaling on the Senna. You've got really good long range as well from the Jace, and the Senna can Q poke through the team as well, as she's going to get increased range and increased damage on top of that. Curious to see how this one plays out, Mark. I think this may be the most evenly set up 4 game that we've had, and when that first early skirmish normally decides how the early game's going to go, but it went literally as even as possible, so don't really have a clue yet.
Yeah, I think you kind of said it best. It all came down to where the gold was allocated. Okay, Care forced to flash under the tower. I don't think he's surviving this one. Doinby pushing the very limits of this champion, ensuring that Care doesn't get a freebie.
And it's another instance of these B1s really having an impact, right? Doinby took this without seeing any ultis and just decided straight up he wanted Silas this game, and he wasn't going to give anyone the opportunity to take it away from him. And that's kind of why, you know, you steal away the Aurora ulti, and now on this top side, Arky fishing around, looking to see if he can find a bit of a skirmish up on this top lane. They know he's here though, he was spotted on a wall.
They get in range. Awesome does not have flash. Arky kick right onto Awesome, puts him in the face of Leave, and it's an easy delivery system for NiP securing another kill.
Yes, a very reckless death there from Awesome. No real excuse for dying there. He walked, or the Lee Sin walked over a ward. They should know that he's there. And he still gets caught out, picked off by a kick, and taken down. So NiP will be grateful for the freebie. And it's another kill in Arky's back pocket. This Lee Sin 2-0-1 now. Very much accelerated over the Naafiri, and looking to get that early game advantage that he could snowball into a mid-game lead.
There will be a critical mass point on both of these assassins for FPX where you got enough items on your side and you can just blow up a single squishy carry, right? Which is why NiP have to be so proactive in the early stages of the game before those item spikes come online. And the fact that Aki is able to now find a second just impact on the map overall. Gold lead is very minimal on the side of NiP, but it's these small moves that allow them to start propelling forward.
It is worth saying as well that Sheer is quietly doing quite well versus the Ornn down on that bot side. He's denying Farm, getting experience leads there as well. But NiP, they're playing on the other side of this Ornn, who's now recalling. It's not TP, but Grub's thwarted from FPX here. Quick little pick up for NiP as they take one, and look like they want to get the second one.
Smite was used by Shadow. Aki's Smite is back up, so he can go and secure a second grub for the side of NiP. Sheer has joined the party, and Solo Kill is slowly making his way towards the top side of the map just in case they needed a ram to knock up multiple members of FPX, but the fight has been called off.
Okay. That was lots of people standing around and taking grubs. Took 10 people to secure 3 grubs and nobody decided to die for it. Honestly, I was expecting more. I'm left a little bit disappointed by that. However, the two teams are going to be quite happy with where they are. I think that FPX, again, quite happy to chill out for a little bit of time, but NiP are even more happy to sort of sit back and scale, use the power of a Zeri plus Enchanter to take over this game as we get later and later. The question is whether or not these assassins can thrive. So Shadow Care, they've got the tools on their shoulders, or the task on their shoulders to take down this Zeri. If they do that, good job. If not, they're going to lose.
Yeah. Second dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 here. Rude. NiP still feeling comfortable on where these item spikes are coming in. Doinb did go for the tankier route with the Rod of Ages. I thought that maybe perhaps if you wanted to really accelerate this game and be another early bridge alongside this Lee Sin to go the route of a more burstier Silas build, but Doinb recognizing that if he can be beefy, it gives him more time to be a disruption into the backline, and he's just got to create space for the rest of his team to thrive.
Yeah, that's something that he's done so very well so far this split as well. And when we have seen rare little bits of NiP success, it's come off the back of Doinb being able to do things like that, whether it's carrying the team through creating space for Leave or carrying the team by killing everybody else and then sort of questioning where his team have gone. It's been a bit 50-50 or either or for the ways that NiP have carried. However, you know, moving into this game, he's got the tools to do it. Got this Catalyst being picked up already to begin with. And now working towards that Rod of Ages. Looking at the quick build paths that are coming through and early openers for the Lee Sin in particular, has already picked up that first item. Looking across the boards, it's only Care that's matching it, so Arky now has that chance, has that time to really push the boat and make sure that he's in a great spot and continue to find those kills, find that advantage and continue his pace in this game.
Yeah. They're all decent spikes being picked up here across the board. Aki, the first one here in the river, slowly leashing the dragon. There's no vision on it from the side of FPX, so this should be a quick yoink by the side of NiP. Shadow now face checking. Control ward blocks out some vision, but PB God steps up. Ensures that the dogs do not get a chance to walk into this river. Jway is now looking for an engage. Uses the magical journey, gets away. Aki rooted down. Cosmic into the tempered fate. Aki's in trouble, but kicks away the dogs, and now it looks like someone's on the right side. It's Leave trying to pressure with Doinb, who's looking, but he gets the Hound's pursuit right on the other side of the fight here. Leave was isolated. The rest of FPX, they stand tall together for
here they go.
Journey through. Doinb's got nowhere to run. It is Shadow that tears him apart, and FPX win big in the river.
And it's Jway again, this time on the board. Double ulti with the Tempered Fate. Locks up the carries of NiP. And then an extremely magical journey through the wall to take Doinb down as well. A 3-for-0. Yes, they may have lost out on the dragon, but the fight after the fact went exactly how they'd want it to. A replay of how all of this broke down. It's Shadow baiting in PP God to just pull that tether, but he loses 40, goes down to 40% HP from an electrocute proc from Care. Arky searching for a kick flash onto Jway, but doesn't have it because of the portal. And then this Tempered Fate catches 2. Leave tries to get into the backline with Doinb. It's the right idea, unfortunately. Doesn't quite have the right angle to get in there. And then Care and Awesome spare no expense to take him down. And you can see Jway didn't have E up yet. Now we can go. And the 4-man, everybody collapses in. It did look just beautiful, and a really nice immune as well from Shadow to make sure that you can't get chained up or taken down by a turret either. Overall, a great little sequence from FPX and puts them right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Doinb, after killing Care in the mid lane a couple of minutes ago, he bought for himself a Dark Seal. He was trying to get some of those stacks rolling for himself, but it overall delayed the purchase of his Rod of Ages. Had that fight gone differently, it's a Rod of Ages beginning to stack up, but now he's got to wait another minute or so before he can start really getting the scaling factor on his side going, and that is not a place where you want to be, since FPX, winning big on that river, they've got 1 item spikes on everyone, and they're going to be looking for first break.
Yeah, Shiv on the center as well for Awesome means that he's now got a lot of wave play, one of the things that center typically struggles with quite highly. Offset by the fact that U plus static shift typically means that between those 3 auto attacks and the spell, you've normally taken down a wave relatively quickly. I do want to quickly touch on some of the center changes as well. I think it's the first time that we've seen her in the LPL since those changes came through. Quite short, quite sweet, but you now get 10% crit chance for every 20 souls that you've picked up, and you also get a increased chance to spawn a soul every time you last hit a creep, and it's a really sizable increase. So I think it went from 8% up to 14. So, you know, almost a 100% bonus on what you were getting previously. You're getting double the amount of souls from minions that you can farm, and you can see that with 14% amounts to roughly 1 per wave. Maybe just a little bit less on average, but even still, you're getting really good bang for your buck in that.
We'll have to keep a track on where Senna's soul count is.
49.
Oh, that's what it was? Oh, because it shows right there. Yeah, you're right.
I'm keeping a track, Mark. I'm counting them all in my head.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Rift Herald has spawned on the map. Third dragon in 1 minute and 30. Ninjas and Pajamas trying to do their best to fight back against the wave push, and then Aki almost face checking the bush. Thankfully, there's not much reliable CC from the side of FPX if it doesn't connect with the wall. But absorb some damage there. Able to
leave.
Should be able to
leave the ward. It's okay. It's one pink ward, buddy.
Anxiety just growing in Root on the other side.
He's just sat there ego checking Shadow and Dwayne. He's like, I need to hit this ward, guys. He doesn't need to see it. He's Zeri. He's the 180 carry that can kill a ward without seeing it. Okay. I mean, it's a great time to remind people, Mark, of what's at stake here. This isn't just a playoff series. This is a chance for your Season 2 not end, but also, hold on.
Call of the Forge God being summoned. Care and Dway were knocked up. Care flashes away. Aki goes back in. Was looking for the kick flash, but doesn't get quite in range. That's a fumble. And Awesome just spaces it out easily. At least Dway does go down. Doinby has access to the Aurora ultimate. It's still 5-on-4 for the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. Maybe the execution not as clean as it could have been, but they still got the job done for now.
Yeah, exactly, right? If we look at the result, it looks like NiP are going to be able to take this Rift Herald, but it's not without FPX looking to contest here.
This is a Yuma's Ghost Blade. Chase, that was a lot of damage onto Leave in the backline. Doinby trying to send it and be disruption, but he's not doing enough of a job. FPX, now it's a 4-on-4. Here comes Shadow flashing forward. Aki secures the Rift Herald, but no one's going to get a chance to pick it up. NiP are forced to retreat. PP God forced to flash away. And this Rift Herald is going to nobody.
Okay, so it's NiP again struggling through the top side, and FPX coming out on top. Yeah, they lose out on the Rift Herald, and nobody's going to get it this time out. But another couple of kills going the way of FPX. A TP up to this top side from solo kill, so he can defend the turret at the very least. But yet again, another skirmish that FPX come out on top of. And this time, honestly, it's Care once again that's having a bit of a pop-off. He TP's back into this fight. He's able to, honestly, catch out Doinby here, who misses on that chain. Awesome able to quickly space it out. But then instead of working forward, he looks for this big 3-man. And honestly, the space that he's buying, a lot more impactful than the skill shots that he hit. I saw him in the front line, thought he was doing a lot. Turns out, bro was a zoning Aurora. My bad.
You know what? I can see the vision. And I Care was...
He looked like he was doing lots. Turns out,
it was the aura. It was the aura, bro. Oh, good. Temper Fate. It stalls the dragon for now. Call of the Forge God goes wide. Shadow takes a magical journey back to safety. Third dragon of the game is awarded to NiP, and now they're looking for any stragglers here. Care still has the Aurora ultimate, but just gets popped. Really big pickup for Leave on this area. Knock up on the Shadow. No chance for a Call of the Pack to come through. Leave flashing away. Dawning Shadow. Not enough damage as the shield from the safeguard keeps him alive. But FPX only down 3-5. So many health bars are dropping low. Here comes Aki. Are you sending him for that play? Gets rooted. Dies. What the heck was that?
PP God is trying his hardest to keep NiP standing, and people are just throwing themselves into the mixer to test this Karma's ability. Aki goes one step too far forward, and it costs his team not just the Lee Sin, but also the mid-tier 1 turret as well. A Dragon, though, going to NiP, and we get a glimpse of what their team comp can do. They can let Zeri pop off. Leave is 1,300 gold ahead over his counterpart. He is the one with the keys to the kingdom and that has the tools to carry his side. Stepping forward here, time after time, and constantly looking for these skirmishes. He's the one dashing on to Care, looking for Awesome in the backline as well, flashing barely to keep himself alive. But then the rest of FPX come through. There's enough tools in the back pocket to keep away from the death chamber. And that's one Inspire from PP God that keeps his carry alive. Another one to keep solo kill alive comes in here. And then Aki. I mean, it's a good flash from Awesome as well, because he was looking to get kicked under the turret. That's why Aki takes it. And the flash from Senna keeps him alive, but we are in a struggling position for this Lee Sin.
That fan on the right, that was me. That was me. Okay, Sheer could be in trouble here. Call the Forge God used, but another Tempered Fate by Dway stalls out the fight and ensures the safety of his top laner.
Slightly mistimed Q there. Could have maybe found a double stun and a re-engage, but Dwayne nevertheless keeps his AD, his top laner alive, excuse me. And now we're moving into what is really Zeri territory. We have got 2 items completed. Lead going to be able to hop over this wall, not really feel too many of the ramifications. But his Yuntal Wild Arrows have been picked up. Runan's already finished and working his way presumably towards that last Whisper item on Infinity Edge to make himself feeling really, really nice and cozy. 79, almost 80 stacks for Awesome as well on this Senna. Needs that 3rd item, Infinity Edge, to make sure that all of these crits are really hitting true. But he's got a bonus 40%. There we go, off of that soul. Critical chance strike picked up. So sat at about 65% at the minute with that rapid fire cannon being collected. Infinity Edge takes you to 90, and in that time you're going to easily be able to pick up another 20 souls. 100% crit chance with 2 items that give you crit feels pretty darn good. And then that opens you up to go Bruiser as well. Not really sure of the builds that Senna's have been going, but normally AD carries are so pigeonholed into critical strike chance items because they don't get crit passively. Senna, one of the only AD carry really that fortunately gets that through her own kit. Means you can go for things a little bit less crit focused. Even a Bloodthirster, Death's Dance, you know, all of these different types of items that can keep you sustainable in these team fights are things that I'd like to see Awesome work toward.
Yeah, I mean, does Awesome like entertain a Black Cleaver? Like, you already have one on Shadow, but double Black Cleaver doesn't sound like
not awful versus Ornn.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe, I think personal survivability. You're playing Senna, play selfish. Black Cleaver's very supportive and set up for the team. Like, do the AD carry, buddy. Do the carrying.
Alright, fair enough.
That's my 2 cents.
Because Shojin has HP.
It sounds good, but how many spells does Senna really cast? Like, Qs are good, but you're not getting the consistent uptime on it. I don't know.
Sure. Okay.
I want to take the time, Mark, to remind people, because I didn't really get the chance to, that this is like a really big series for everybody, as now I'm not going to get the chance to again.
Jway! Kick through the wall! And this time NiP are able to lock down the Bard long enough that he does not pull off any shenanigans here. It is
this is Atacon, by the way.
Oh, shoot. Oh, this is big for NiP.
Yeah. A reminder again, whilst Atacon's going to go down, if NiP lose here, this isn't just the end of their run for Split 2. This is them being in Nirvana for for Split number 3 as well, which means you're already very much struggling in terms of what you can accomplish for the rest of Split number 3. Solo kill comes in, pulls the Forge God, and he just abandoned Black Guy. That goat was not going anywhere.
He quickly realized how fast the turret was disappearing.
Yeah.
He's like, I cannot stay here for the second cast of this ulti. And yeah, solo kill. Feeling a bit more sheepish rather than a giant ram gone as you would like to be with the ultimate, but for the graces of NiP, Otacon was secured for themselves. FPX traded a tier 2 turret on the top side, lose a tier 1 turret on the bot side. They are the first ones here in the river for this dragon, so it denies what could be soul point for the side of NiP, and the fight for the game has stalled out to practically an even state here between both teams.
Yeah, and again, the rivalry, I think, between these two mid laners as well, something was going quite nicely in this game specifically. We started off with Doinby able to get a little quick kill onto Care with the help of PP God, and since then, Care stepping into doing quite a lot of chunk damage through the remainder of this game. These two players have fought, I think, 7 series before. It's 4-3 in favor of Doinby so far. And if this game is a win for FPX, they are completely tied up on game and series score. So these two mid laners have had their chances at battling against one another. For Care, a player who was the understudy of Doinby on FPX, now moving into a position where he's actually taking series against Doinby consistently as that understudy who's moved into the main character.
Yeah, by knocking out NiP here, it would not necessarily mean the highest placing for FPX in playoff settings, since that was accomplished last year with Milky Way on the roster, but it would mean the world for Care in particular, who has had to go up against Doinby and still feel like he is in his shadow, even though he has taken his starting spot since his departure at the end of 2021 summer, because every roster that Doinby has been on, he has been able to elevate and lift up with almost relative ease, whereas Care has struggled to do that just for FPX over the past 4 years.
You can send NiP home. Down into Group Nirvana, he's going to have a really good little boost to his confidence for it. Quick little change up in items. Leave, instead of completing Infinity Edge, went for a Guardian Angel third. So looking to keep alive.
Call the Forge God onto one, but a Tempered Fate exacted onto Leave instead. He just skates on over the wall back to safety. Sheer opens up with a Shock Blast. It is absorbed by Solo Kill. Shoto trying to at least bait out some cooldowns here. Still has a Call of the Pack to use. If he needs to dodge anything, Doinby taking nearly 50% of his HP. Shadow takes nothing back. And this Silas just got chunked out for what seems like was a free trade. Care now against Lee. Forced to flash away as Lee popped the ultimate. Care immediately recognizing the game, but Shadow 1v2'd. Find a kill onto Doinby. It is equalized by Aki. No jungle on the side of FPX. They have to be careful. Baron is up for the taking. And if they lose too many members here, it would be an immediate send by NiP.
So this is where FPX's composition is actually really going to thrive. They've got Senna heals coming through consistently across this skirmish. But I really think that Shadow actually overplayed the hand there. If Shadow lives, I think that's a really good opportunity to start up the Baron. You've just burned the Lightning Rush from Leave. That's a lot of Zeri's bargaining power and a lot of her fighting tools that leave you as soon as you pop that ulti. This is going to be the replay of what happened on the flip side. It's Shadow just hunting down Doinby, knowing that he fancies this, he can take it, and goes for it. Doinby able to buy a lot of time with the Kingslayer, and flashing from Shadow secures the kill, but I think if they'd have just... Maybe it's because he's looking for this play on the top side, in fairness, but if he'd have been called off or just gone, no, we can back off here, we can go up towards the Baron with this Zeri ulti being down, that'd give them the timer to do it. Not going to be the case, though, and for FPX, I don't really think that that matters too much. I do think that the Senna scaling is going to be very, very important. Now, 100% crit chance, 100 scales, Infinity Edge picked up. Like, this Senna is terrifying.
And meanwhile, Leave is forced to pick up a GA because he knows how important he is for the cause of NiP's survival. If he goes down, it does not seem like there is a clutch factor available left in the tank for NiP. As they do a decent job of forcing them out of the river here, will gain control of that Soul Scuttlecrab for vision, but I'm with you, Rude. FPX have scaled on up. 3 items, fully stacked Muramana for the Jace. This poke is hitting like a massive truck. Serpent's Fang picked on top of Shadow's Nefiri, so he can just eviscerate all the shields that come through. And then, of course, the crit on Awesome Senna.
I will say as well, there was a massive wave just denied on that bot side by Care. Solo Kill ghosted into the mid lane to try and find a fight, but lost about 1.5 worth of gold to do it. This tier 2 double knockup though.
Double knockup. It's going to be equalized by another Call of the Forge God. It goes wide, but Aki still gets the job done onto Care's Aurora, but it's equalized thanks to Shadow and Sheer. Now it's Doinby trying to go in with the Hound's Pursuit. Dwayne keeps Leave locked up with the Cosmic Binding, takes a magical journey out. Oh, the flash from Awesome was misplaced! NiP survived, and Leave is going to push on through for one last kill on the Dwayne. Gets the flash out, but they get the job done. They don't even need a jungler to do it. The Baron is theirs for the taking.
And the focus from FPX is completely misplaced. They put all of their resources onto trying to take down Solo Kill, and Leave just hops onto the backline. Awesome and Jue have no response, and the Zeri pops off. Not even with the Infinity Edge yet, still out DPSing consistently, and with PP God at their back. NiP are pushing us to a Baron in game number 4, and likely toward a game 5.
NiP have the biggest bargaining chip now in this game to leverage so much gold back into their pockets to get that snowball and max advantage, swinging back the momentum of this series in their favor.
Double knockup to start this off. Again, Solo Kill on these tanks has been pretty darn impressive, but it's Care who's a little too far forward. Gets kicked in the face, and Aki takes him down. Again, this Lee Sin got funneled early on, and it's good to see that there's an element of an assassination on here. But as soon as Lee goes forward, he gets immediately stunned here. This should be the time where Sheer's flashing on top of the Zeri, where Awesome is wailing on the Zeri who's just walked through the wall. Unfortunately, not the case, and maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Dwayne not communicating that this Zeri's for free or whatever it was. Either way, Leave now walks into the next team fight. He's got 90% crit chance, Infinity Edge, and GA still ready. Full item up over the Senna. An absolutely monstrous performance for Leave this game.
Yeah. The eggs in the leaf basket are starting to pay dividends here for NiP. Doinb and Aki creating that disruption, keeping the eyes of FPX on them instead of their AD carry. Tempered Fate does clip the Karma. Solo kill under fire, down 50% HP. Called Forge God will look for a knockup, but completely avoided by Shadow thanks to the call of the pack. Wake sending it with the magical journey. Aki looking for a kick through 3 people, stalls the fight long enough. Doinb tries to send it with the obstacle knob duck, but they found solo kill. Now they have to just run away. Call the pack, dodges it, not enough, not good enough. Leave
Quadra!
is better. Just 4 kills dropped like that. It's a penta for Leave Seri.
A massive pop-off and a push to game 5. NiP look Nirvana in the eyes and say, not today.
NiP's AD carry is the saving grace that they needed in their darkest hour, and with this pop-off, NiP will take FPX the distance. We're going to game 5.
And the sigh of relief on Leave's face. They close out the Nexus, and he just looks back, lets out a sigh of relief. They know what's at stake. This series isn't just the end of Split 2, it determines how your Split 3 begins. NiP have got the Split 1 MVP on their side. They do not want to see them in Nirvana in Split number 3, and it's Leave who puts the team on his back. And I will say, with PP God right there alongside him, the Zeri plus Enchanter duo went crazy.
Aki and Doinb did their job in buying time for this Zeri to scale. And I thought there was a world where this Zeri was not going to have the damage necessary when I saw a GA purchased third item. I thought immediately, oh wow, that this Senna is going full crit. This Zeri is going to be shooting blanks, right? And just because she had to take a detour to provide herself with the necessary survivability in case Shadow and Care send it, but it is FPX caught on the back foot. They're trying to fight the disruptors instead of the important threat that is the time bomb of Azeri, and then you see Leave. The window is open, no cooldowns from the assassins. Care is already deleted. Sheer expended pretty much everything into Ornn and Aki respectively, and then Doinb is like, I'm gonna start firing. Boom, 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 boom. And that's when he started blasting, right? And then boom! Just like that. It just seemed so easy. And now Rude, game 5. 40 champions have been taken across the board. What are we picking? What is being drafted?
I mean, that's for next time round. Like we can look at that a little bit later, but we need to revel. I'm still reveling in the fact that we got to see another Zeri pentakill for, you know, it's good to get a little bit of a flashback to 2023 when we were seeing them like every week or so when she first got released, and we get to see the power that this champion has and the power that Leave as well has. Again, Leave, a player who was elo held on EDG last year, found his position now with Doinb in the mid lane. Like, this roster of players that's expected to do pretty good things, and then in Split 1 did really good things. They had an excellent series versus IG. They took them all the way down in Split number 1, and then in Split number 2 they've completely fallen off the face of the earth. Leave, as well as an AD carry, has had a really rough Split number 2, but he's moving into this play-in stage, and on 2 of these games has been the reason why NiP have won. Right, we're talking about Doinb being the reason they found wins in regular season. Well, we're in the postseason now, and it's Leave that's winning them games. He's going to get the MVP for this game. He got the MVP for the small performance as well, and it's off the back of this AD carry who had been given these new pieces to try to carry with, that he's now actually doing it.
Yeah, all the eggs in the Leave basket rewarded for ninjas in pajamas. And when we go back to how we were analyzing and looking at the win conditions and the strengths of both of these teams, we said that Leave was, for the most part, you know, this season was such a reliable carry threat that if Doinb is able to create space for, he will pay dividends. And that was missing a lot. You look at the series score that NiP went through in this regular season, 4-14. You know, not the greatest sign of confidence, and it just overall a really rough split, but NiP are able to deny Death's Door one more game and at least bring themselves one last chance into a Game 5 scenario off the back of that Zeri performance.
Yeah, and it, it's going to come down now to, I mean, another 1 versus 1, first of all, to close us out for Game 5 to determine side select, but also to that final Game 5, which, is going to decide who ends up in Group Nirvana next year, who ends up in Group Ascend for split number 3, excuse me, and that as a consequence, like as a reason to, as a motive, is so high for some of these players. Like, you can imagine that I would be terrified if I was in this position right now. I've played 4 games where they've been, pretty much very consistently stomps either way. And then you come into Game 4 where NiP again looked like they were struggling, but Leave has put on the carry pants. And now I think, again, especially as Leave, he needs to dial into whatever he had this game and do the same thing. I can very easily see them going, okay, we just need an Enchanter and we need an Aphelios, right? Like, let's give this guy a hyper carry, let's give him an Enchanter by its side, and we can't go wrong.
And you have to imagine that exact thought process is going through FPX's mind as well when it comes to what they want to draft and deny away from NiP in Game 5. And going through the highlights once again, some of the mid-late game decision-making of these team fights from FPX, something that did plague their regular season, it didn't really show its ugly rear head in games 1 and 3, which is why they were able to close out those games respectively. Game 2 was a completely different problem on its own, but this Game 4, it showed they had the advantage root. They had a scaling composition that was working well for them, but it's the indecisiveness and really the target selection that they go for really kills them in the end.
And Arcu, I mean, that's a 3-man knock-up there on the Lee Sin kick, but the idea that Shadow's going in here and then Doinby ends up getting access to Awesome with a chain that was meant for the Silas, that's what opens it up. And then just a couple of quick lightning procs, it's Leave that comes out huge with that Penta once again. But you're quite right, Mark, that FPX are struggling in these close-knit team fights. If they've not got that decisive advantage from the early to mid-game, they crumble in these fights.
I didn't even think about how much the Thornmount Otacon splash damage was also, adding to the chaos and the basically overall pop that was happening from Zeri just spraying through that entire group. And I mean, come on.
No way.
No way. Zeri gets a pentakill and gets MVP. Who would have guessed? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep it short. We're going to keep it short because Silver Scrapes, I hear them a-calling. And if you ain't getting ready to sing along in the break with us, then I don't know what the hell you're doing. Call your friends. It is 6:24 over on my side. I think over for Root, it is in the afternoon now. We're approaching past
1:24.
All right, basically tell everyone on socials it's a Game 5 banger. We wanted it to happen. Here we go, baby. Start singing the doo-doo-doos. Game 5 after this break. We'll see you then. Dude. Absolute cinema, baby.
It
We're
is
here. We
indeed.
made it. We did it. Game 5 manifested. That's all I wanted. Back-to-back games. I see the sun shining through my window. It has officially eclipsed all of nighttime. I did not get a chance to go to sleep before the sun rose, but that is okay because we are now blessed with an amazing situation on our hands. Fun plus Phoenix, Ninjas in Pajamas, both fighting for a chance to stay alive in Split 2, qualifying into the playoffs, and not getting shadow banned into the group Nirvana for Split 3.
Yes, there's a lot on the line for these two teams.
So many stakes!
FPX, again, an organization that has previously won world titles, that has had massive performances just last year, making it 5th, 6th in a playoffs run themselves. This year, completely different split, completely different roster, completely different change-up in how they've been performing, but actually upsetting some expectations in split number 2 and making it into Ascend first of all, and then actually looking like one of the lower mid-pack teams as opposed to NiP, who came into this with expectations of greatness and probably being able to challenge for the middle of the table, where actually they've ended up joint last on that bottom of the table. So the way in which these two teams have found themselves here is incredible, and the way in which they find themselves at a Game 5 as well, incredible. We continue to see them go pound for pound, blow for blow. In the regular season, it was a complete contrast to this. Week 3, we saw FPX 2-0 NiP quite easily. In Week 7, it was NiP that managed to claw 2 consecutive wins against FPX. But in this series, it's been anything but. It's been give and take, just one apiece every single time, switching up. And now we get to go into a best of 5, Game 5, where we have a 1v1 to decide side select as well. And we're going to get into that as well. And now with the 4-game fatigue that they've had before, like the weighting of this 1v1 is so much higher than any others that we've had.
Yeah. And I'm curious who are they going to send for the 1v1. Because in the past, when we have seen these 1v1s, sometimes some teams kind of take it lightly. In the regular season, the stakes are much lower. You know, it's just another series to potentially play for better seeding by the end of the split. But now this is a chance for playoffs qualification and avoiding group Nirvana in Split 3. So now you have to send your best laner, your best 1v1 champion. And I think for Ninjas in Pajamas, it's definitely going to be Doinby, if not maybe solo kill, if you're looking at like creativity of what you can pull out here. But for FPX, I don't know. I don't know who's going up in there. Yeah.
We're probably putting Sheer in there, to be honest, and kind of dealing with whatever that ends up bringing us. I think that FPX would stand the best chance with Sheer at the helm. The consequence of having really good supporting characters and then being the reason that you're winning is that typically when you look at these 1 versus 1s, we would tar the NiP carries just that little bit greater than we would the FPX one. So I mean that's going to be a whole different ball game to try and get into when we have a 1 versus 1, because I think blue side so far has won. I know they won last game, and we've seen, you know, a bounce back of either side, or bounce back of it being 1-0, 1-1, and it consequentially slipping like that. So blue side 100% win rate looks good. And if that continues into a Game 5 where your 1v1 decides it, that's quite scary.
You better push your best laner forward, you know? And I didn't peruse socials for just to like search for who would be the 1v1 candidate if it was even decided early, because I guess they might change things depending on how the players are feeling mental-wise as this 4-game, or as the 4 games played out, right? Because now you're not getting like a super. Oh my God, it's Care versus Doinby. Okay.
All right. This seems favored toward one side of the matchup over another. Based on what we've seen so far today. Again, we're of the firm opinion that even though FPX lost game number 2, the strong reason they lost it was because of Care still being the MVP except for Doinby. or for NiP. So Care's had a pretty ropey series is my short answer here. Doinb has had, honestly, not the standout performance that we'd have liked to see, but it's not really been as shaky as we've seen from Care. Rise is not something that you'll see in 1v1s. Corki's still open. It's immediately locked in by Doinb.
I was about to say.
Wow, okay.
Care Volibear, he was the person that started making other players in these 1v1 scenarios actually pick up Volibear, if not fear it, from Care. The Care Bear is real. And I thought Doinb was going to respect that and actually ban it away from Care, given how incredibly important this 1v1 now is for the sake of securing blue side. But he goes with the Corki. So either Doinb forgot, which I don't think is the case, and he's just saying, yeah, you can throw out the Volibear. I'm just going to range gap you.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Valkyrie, so as long as you can get that Valkyrie in before the stun comes down, you're normally going to be fine. And we'll see if Doinb's got that spacing in him. We'll see whether Care's got that power. I think he did take Flash this time round, so he's got the gap closed there as well. Which, you know, theoretically, if you're going for an all-in, that does make sense that it should work out. You know, if you see him Valkyrie, you use Flash, you close that gap, and then there's nothing really that the Corki can do if they want to keep DPSing you. But again, on the Howling Abyss here, where our sides are, you know, up for grabs, the stakes are who gets blue side, and blue side has looked really good so far this series, really so far this year as well. Let's see who it is that can come out on top.
All right, 1v1 has begun, and for anyone that is now just tuning in and wondering, why in the hell are we doing a 1v1 when there is still a game 5 yet to be played? This will determine the side select. And the person that gets first brick, first to 2 kills, or last member standing once the Ring of Fire starts closing in onto the 2 candidates in the 1v1, they will win side select. And more than likely, blue side for the team.
They will win blue side. Yes, that is the prize that we're playing for. I would say there is a less than 1% chance that they pick red side. Like, it's obviously a non-zero chance. However, it's going to be blue side. And for NiP here, you can see Doinb already starting off quite strong. He's able to, at the very least, bully out the Volibear. And you saw Care use Snowball, got on top of Doinb, who then immediately Valkyried away. And then all of a sudden, there was nothing the Volibear could do. So, so far so good for the Corki. A reminder that CS is no longer a win condition for 1v1s. If you're familiar with the All-Stars tournaments, formerly 100 CS would be a win condition that you can look for.
Nice use of the snowball there, yeah. And just gap closing onto a minion so that he can easily slap Doinb upside the head, get a big quick burst in, and at least make sure that the health advantage is not as devastating. But just as I say that, Doinb weaves in another phosphorus bomb and some auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not going to use W to escape the damage that Care's going to put down. Oh, okay, hello.
Flash forward. Okay, barrier was popped, as well as Ignite. So
Doinb still has Valkyrie here, by the way. So Snowball's up for Care. Might want to try and close that gap. But the power of Volibear comes from his extended trading power. Getting a second W proc off, that second frenzy is the real ticket to success, because you get such a big heal from it, especially when you're lower on HP. So Doinb, you know, constantly finding these short trades is actually going to be really beneficial for him. Ticks over to level 6 and is even able to crash another wave under that turret. So you can see the gold lead already, 1,000 gold in the ascendancy for Doinb. Care's got 5 CS, he's going to be able to pick up a couple here, don't get me wrong, but it's not the best position for Care, and he might just have to get some unique strategy in place to try and take this game.
Right now, he's able to yoink the super far away health relic so that Doinb will not be able to use it as a sustained tool against him for the next minute or so. Care now able to pick up another 10 CS. This is not the best position for Volibear to be in. The fact that Doinb has been able to weave such bursty trades on a Volibear that is not really that tanky yet, it, you know, means that, like you said, this Volibear is not able to get the extended trades that he would like to be, because he's threatened just by the overall damage that comes out of this Corki.
And you can see as well down at the bottom, these two players have played against one another so many times since Care took the spot of Doinby, coming out and taking the role of FPX mid laner after Doinby did leave the organization. So much at stake for these two players, not just today, but for that overall record as well. Doinby would love to keep it so that he's a little bit higher on that marker, but you see Care starts in his own right, looking to try and get that gap closed. Bone plating falls off and he goes on in, and that's all that we're going to see. But a reminder for those of you that are maybe just catching in the play-in stage, have skipped out on a little bit of regular season, we 1v1 in game number 5, because in best of 3s, we 1v1 on game 1 to give a more fair representation of who deserves side select. That is what was deemed appropriate, right? Instead of it being a coin toss for who gets side select game 1 or who gets side select for game 1 of a best of 3. Best of 1s were determined to be a slightly more apt way of deciding that, and in a best of 5, they've chosen that to be game number 5 as the option for it.
Yeah, Doinby getting super aggressive in the face of Care, just knowing that ain't no way he's flashing on top of him, because it's not off cooldown quite yet, or even popping the ultimate to go for the ultimate trade. Definitely seemed like that maybe there was a window when the Valkyrie was down, and now that Doinby is out of mana, but Care does not find the snowball, so he would have to commit flash, he would have to commit ulti if he wants to send it.
I think that, I mean, if Care can just stall this out, bide his time, I do value his chances as we move a little bit in towards that Ring of Fire closing down. The power of the Stormbringer as well, giving you that little bit of extra bonus HP, extra stats as well. Overall, does give you a pretty good fighting chance in that exchange, in that 1 versus 1. Doinby now having recalled, Care sort of baiting a little bit here, manages to get a little bit of extra farm and now probably move back in and finish off a full item. Nope, looking at that gold, that's not the case. Black Cleaver finished for Doinby, that was his initial go-to. He's deciding that he's going for pretty much true damage Corki between Black Cleaver plus his Gatling gun. And I think that Care is going to probably be able to find a timer to go back for a first item, but he's going to need another recall as well. And you can see we're now at this stage where, on the Howling Abyss, sometimes you can just get push recall meta, and that's kind of what we have here.
I mean, look, if Doinby was able to sneak in a Hex Drinker on top of it, since Care is opting in for the full Riftmaker purchase, more than likely to give him extra bit of health, extra bit of ability haste, and more importantly, the Omni Vamp and just the bonus damage that you're trying to ramp up in that extended duel to the death that Care is probably just going to opt in for once the Ring of Fire begins to close in.
30 seconds or so until that spawns on in. Riftmaker picked up now for Care, so he goes back, gets that final recall, and Doinby has been farming incredibly well actually, so might even not find an opportunity to go back, get another couple of long swords picked up so that he's got as much dueling power as possible. And any damage that he can get down now is probably damage that's going to stick. Likelihood is that if he can whittle his way through some of Care's HP, that makes Care's chances at finding an all-in later on that little bit more difficult. Plates are off, the rings are closing, and Snowball going wide there. That's the initial one.
Flash forward, right on top of Doinby, trying to see if he can get Doinby to be forced out of the fight here. Massive damage with the Stormbringer. Care trying to duel it out, but Doinby still has the range advantage. He's got the consistent auto attacks, and even through the bush, doesn't need to see him to know that he's won the 1v1. Doinby secures blue side for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Phosphorus Bomb takes him down there in the brush, and just as the animation for a massive heal was going to come through, it didn't come out in time, and for NiP, they now get side selection. Blue side likely going to be the pick up for them here, and Doinby can rest easy, knowing that he's done his job. It was a pretty mundane one, just playing Corki, managed to keep himself alive, poke away at the volley bear a little bit as well, and there we go, confirmation on our screens. NiP choose blue for game number 5.
What are your priorities for this draft phase, Rude? Because Annie has been banned every single game. Lucian has been banned since game 2, I want to say, from the side of FPX. They've also banned things like Callista. They've the permaban that has come out from Ninjas in Pajamas has been Nico, just denying that from Jway every single game.
Yeah, but I think that now we're at the bottom of the pile for engaged supports, that there's an opportunity for them to leave that up, and maybe take it as a first pick. That they have the blue side to be able to do that, right? They can leave open that one massive engaged threat that still exists and potentially look to take that into their own composition. You know, we haven't really seen too much from other engaged styles, right? We've had really everything with Alistair, Leona, Rel off the board. Nautilus as well has been taken out. It intrigues me that we don't see as many hook champions. We see Nautilus and that's it. Maybe just for his tankiness, maybe for the knock-up that comes from his ulti. But Thresh and Blitzcrank are still open if people are looking for a pick or for an engaged tool, and we get a little bit unique with it. Looking in particular at NiP, they've had leave, perform, and win them games on hyper carries. We're out of a lot of the hyper carries have gone as well. So we may end up seeing something like a Thresh Aphelios come back into the fold, where Draven's also been banned very frequently against this, against both of these sides. So this is something else that maybe Arsene wants to get his hands on.
Lilia continuing to eat the bans to deny Shadow that big AP carry threat and probably open up what would be a solid AD Yone for the side of Care.
Sedge is already taken. Yeah.
Skarner and Maokai are the big tank junglers that are still yet to be played in this series. I know we've seen some tricklings of Mundo also show up around the world. First starting to see it in, you know, tier 2 levels of play over in NACL. Before now, we saw Skewmon play it in LEC. Contracts played it in LTA earlier today. Though we see it here, as you already called out, Sejuani's already been taken. So there's no combo of, you know, Sejuani Yone that can be locked in, but Care looking for a blind Yone to really have to step up this game. This is going to be big shoes to fill. Renekton being hovered right now as a big blind pick for Sheer. They're just going for pure solo lane dominance right now.
And this says that we are going AP jungler, right? When you take this Renekton like this, when you take Yone like this. Either Awesome's pulling out a Ziggs, or we're expecting, like, you know, your Nidalee, your Karthus, something like that to come out from Shadow that's maybe a little bit off the wall and not something that we've seen from them, but that's what you get from Game 5. Yeah, Zyra as well, a really big pick. But for NiP here, yep, there we go. I mean, kind of anticipating this from the get-go that Leave has looked really good on these hyper carries, and with what was left available, the Aphelios seems to fit that brief.
And because you already have anticipations of a dive coming in with a Yone, NiP go for the Renata just to as a barrier, act as a barrier against that dive. And FPX, we called it. Zyra locked in for Shadow. And this is nice for FPX as an answer because Zyra's not an engaged champion. She's a disengaged champion. You get to a fight first, you set up the plans, you're forcing NiP to walk into you. Not the greatest idea or the, you know, the desire for a Renata setup, right?
Yeah, it's good to now start to try to pivot back towards something maybe a little more disengage oriented, but we kind of already knew that this Zyra was going to come in. Not many AP assassin or not many AP junglers that do dive forward. Nidalee maybe being the only exception to that. So just a little pivot to make sure that we don't see Shadow Nidalee, instead see the Zyra come on through instead. And NiP now in a position where they can ban out that bot lane quite significantly. Again, champions like Ezreal still available for Arsene if he wants to try and take that. You have still got a decent way to get out of danger if you want to take the Ezreal down onto that bot side. And even Tristana as well, one of these picks that's receiving a little bit of love in the bot lane as well recently, could end up being taken away.
Gragas even banned just to deny any of that disruption thanks to the explosive cask and an Elise, as Jway could have gone for an Elise support, just extra burst damage. And you already highlighted that it could be one or the other, you know, an AP jungler or a Ziggs for Awesome. But right now they're thinking about both, but they're going to keep it holding for now. You can't block it, Nautilus. That has already been used during the series. Awesome, just, you know, being a little silly. But what's not silly is no set.
It's Jway set. Okay. Versus Renata as well. We're going in, unfortunately, Rafa, and I don't think that we care about your Renata. That's what's being said here. there's not really any iteration of flexes that make any other sense other than set support. If you put Zyra support, it then means you put something jungle, which is not what you'd expect. Shen gets locked into the top lane for solo kill, and Doinby was hovering a couple of different champs there that I'm a little bit curious about.
Yeah.
This is a game fiver if we ever saw one. Set support gets locked in. Shen moves into that top lane to try and answer the Renekton. The Spirit's Refuge to stop the Ruthless Predator could be a very good tool, and as well versus Yone set Renekton, that's a lot of auto attackers that you can block the spear of.
Brothers! What a
Doinby
cinematic 1v1 in the mid lane. Care slams down Yone blind, and Doinby says, bet, I'm answering with my Yasuo. What more could we ask for in Game 5 that determines playoffs, that determines where you end up in Split 3, either Group Ascend or Group Nirvana? The Ziggs gets locked in. We're throwing nukes on top of this already cinematic battle. Yes!
It's the Wind Brothers mid lane. That is the story for game number 5. And then you look at our junglers. When you have such a volatile mid lane, and in a series where Care has struggled, he has not looked performing well at all in this series. Doinby as well has not been the superstar for NiP, but they have both just said with chest, this game needs to be about us. And with that extension, you need to look at who's been better at supporting. And in this series, supporting exclusively mid lane, Arky has actually been that little bit better. Shadow has been exceptional at going bot lane, helping lead, helping PP God. But in this game, where mid lane needs to be the focus for both of these sides, we need to see a switch up from Shadow. Arky, in fairness, he was diving mid at level 3 in game number 2. We know that he can go mid lane if needed. That needs to be the case for both junglers this time round, because either one of these Wind Brothers can take over the game.
Yeah. And while the big advantage of Zyra is that she clears super fast, I agree wholeheartedly with you. Shadow, if you see Care getting targeted early, you cannot just abandon this brother by his lonesome and say, good luck, Chuck. You have to bail him out. Care has not been a great performer this series, but he is pivotal to your team's success. If this Yone gets ahead of the Yasuo, the whole tides of battle changes, as now we stare at one final showdown between these two teams, an organization that was the second to bring LPL its second world title against the mid laner that started it all with that org, as we head on to the Rift for our last game of the series.
Game number 5. First time in play-ins that we have a little bit of a spicy one between our two organizations. Yesterday we were over and done with, wrapped up nice and quickly. But Doinby already here, flexing a little further forward, not going to get caught out, but he's going to lose his ward, gets swept out by Jway. And eyes on our junglers for this early game. We know Zyra clears quicker than a Maokai. But are they going to try to do something to disrupt the clear early? Doinby, Solo Kill and Arky all stepping up here. And Solo Kill walking in with his Maokai.
But Sheer is here to block them and tries to dissuade any disruption to this early Zyra clear. Only onto Sheer, not the ideal target, as Shadow is able to kite him, and now Sheer will get a chance to jump onto Shen. Is Solo Kill going to be forced to flash over the wall? This is just going to be a solo if Sheer does not follow, and he maintains that flash advantage for the lane.
And already a massive win for FPX then. Shadow's able to continue his clear, so he's not going to lose out on the timing of that. Solo Kill loses his flash. And with Sheer feeling pretty comfortable in that top side matchup, Renekton, again blind pick, will be feeling pretty good. It looks like early on as well, we saw some skirmishing down in that bot side. PP God forced to use Summon a Heal early on in exchange for Jway's flash. Lower third there at the bottom. Last time we saw set support only last year on RNG with Ming. Feels like a lifetime ago, really.
curious if Joy just pretty much sent it level 1 with a flash face breaker, just trying to get as much chip damage onto this double range bot lane as possible and buying space for awesome Ziggs. Every lane is getting super volatile. Ignite already used. The handshake is going to pull Joy in. Getting close, using the haymaker just to give himself that shield. Right now, Leave and PP God are doing extremely well as, wow, exactly that. Flash face breaker.
Flash face breaker at level 1 goes in. But I mean, that's not helping them out here, really. Worth saying that, again, Awesome is a little bit further up on farm, but Leave starting out with that cull is going to quite quickly close that gap up in terms of gold and probably extend a little bit past the Ziggs as well. Early teleport expended by Awesome. He does get back, manages to find a tier of the goddess, and really good interrupt as well. The longer that they can stop these recalls, the better it is for FPX, and another small advantage that they do find for themselves. They weren't able to crash this wave. Awesome's TP means that he can hold it outside of the turret's aggro. And now we move into the mid lane for both of our junglers. Instead, I say both. It's only Shadow that's here.
Okay, Q3 blocked by the wind wall, but Shadow is still closing the distance, trying to run to the safety of his jungler in Aki's Maokai, but Doinby doesn't get any reprieve at all, as Aki didn't even get a chance to finish a full clear for level 4, hits the Scuttle Crab, still not level 4, because he still has a Grom to work with, so he can't really bail Doinby out. It is PP God that will try to relieve this lane.
And this is the win that Shadow got, right? When that level 1 didn't go the way that NiP had have hoped, they were able to give Shadow not only an advantage to the clear, but also that a chance to clear quicker innately with that Zyra versus the Maokai. A swap early from NiP, so they are sacrificing their bot side. They're sacrificing really their lanes to try and get a little bit of gold onto solo kill and mainly onto Leave as well, making sure that he's feeling pretty comfortable, but they're making sure that the lanes are matched here. FPX, I don't want to give them this lane swap scenario, and as much as not quite sure how those wolves are aggroed, don't be able to come back into that mid lane, not able to stop Care's recall. Give a decent opportunity now for NiP to fight on this top side and maybe get some plates as well.
Perhaps Care does not opt to use the teleport to go back to lane, since Doinby went for a more aggressive summoner spell loadout in the exhaust alongside the flash. So the fact that Care is able to catch a majority of this wave, he can still maintain a potential tempo advantage once he decides to go for a teleport. We're 5.5 minutes into the game. Oh, I guess this is... Oh, he does this so that he can allow Doinby to get back to lane quicker? That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, fair play. You know, like
insane.
You just have to respect it. There's nothing else to it. Like, can you just time when Raptors are gonna be back up? Flash from the Leave though. Okay.
That's pretty big, because now Cleanse is the only thing that's stopping him from potentially dying in an isolate 2v2 or a gank from Shadow or someone else. Aki. Flash Q over the wall. Is it worth it? Yeah,
oh
it is for him! He's gonna give up his life surely for this one, because Doinby is nowhere near to save him, but FPX will lose the first dragon of the game in exchange for first blood and then 2v2 on the top side. Leave trying to duel it out against... Oh, Shen ulti coming on in. Awesome has to flash away. Solo kill. Does he have the taunt flash range? Doesn't look like it's gonna be the case, but it does save Leave's life.
Yeah, he didn't have flash to get in range there, Solo kill. Might have looked for it had it been available, but turns that fight into being even on the top side, but now gives Sheer a lot of free time to work with. And it means that NiP have got to do some quick juggling to try and rectify this situation. Way with flash back up and ready, immediately onto PP God. No response timer comes through, and Leave wisely here fires the Infernum Chakram combo onto the wave instead of onto the set, so that he can get more Chakram stacked and try to do more DPS. It forces the flash from Awesome as well. So getting into this place where they get a 1-for-1, giving Leave some gold, keeping the AD carry alive. A reminder that this is how NiP have won both of their games so far this series. And if that's how they're going to look to win game number 5, it's a very good way of starting.
Yeah. Solo kill gives up an entire wave for that play. Worth, because you are protecting Leave, the person that has single-handedly given Ninjas in Pajamas their Game 2 victory and their Game 4 victory. Yes, the supporting cast, you know, contributed, but everyone is going to remember the MVP performances of that Smolder and Zeri, respectively, if NiP do walk away with a win on this series.
So it is worth saying as well that while Solo Kill TP'd up to that top side, NiP actually did some really good map movements to make sure that there weren't actually any minions lost. Solo Kill stayed up on that top lane, caught a wave up there. Doinby actually moved bot lane and caught the wave that was bot side. He's not actually gone back to base yet to find anything else. And then Leaf pivoted back out to mid lane to catch the crashing mid wave. So even though they Shen ulted to top side, they were actually still able to get the vast majority of that experience.
Care. He's going to have to flash a Fate Sealed away if he wants to get out of this one, but he flashes over the wall and the Fate Seal doesn't even come through. It's too late. And that Soul Unbound is just going to bring him back into the waiting arms of Doinby. Win Brothers 1-0 so far in the mid lane.
And now mid lane again, it's PP God getting caught out. He manages to get out to safety this time with a good handshake, keeping Jway at bay. But FPX slowly here, finding that they are not having the best of times in their side lanes. Sheer had that early advantage, just not really done a lot with it so far. Solo Kill on the Shen has moved into a advantageous position where he can start ulting around the map. Hasn't really lost anything across the board. Forced away on this top side, and in a real area of the map that you can see a sort of marked advantage is actually Doinby in that mid lane.
That's right. Solo Kill was bullied off the top lane tier 1 just for a short bit, but gold advantage still relatively across the board in the hands of FPX. Only advantage slightly in favor of Doinby, and you can see some of the small decisions that he has made that is just trying to give him that increased advantage over. The fact that he doesn't drop wave and allows Aki to go for the bananas play of just flashing over the wall, sending it, giving up a kill over just to secure the first dragon of the game and prevent the dragon stacking for the side of FPX. Doinby said, you go ahead and do that, bro. I'm getting this wave pushed in.
That's
but
entirely your choice.
Yep.
And it's a good idea as well, that Aki is playing the supportive role. It's something that we've seen from Shadow and we've seen do really well as Shadow, but so far this game, he's taken the burden himself into being the carry, and we actually saw this from Shadow in game number 3 as well, where he was the carry on the Neferi, right? Game number 4, excuse me, where he was the Neferi that needed to make the big plays happen individually, and didn't quite manage to push it all the way over the line. This time round on the Zyra as well, we need to see that change up happen for FPX. A duo of Jway and Shadow, who have been so instrumental in their successes so far this split, need to step up in this game number 5, where they have done. Don't get me wrong, game 1 MVP was Shadow. Game 3, Jway came out swinging with a mammoth of a performance. But this time round, in 2 and 4 as well, not quite having that same level. I think that we've seen Jway be quite proactive already so far this game, which is good, and we're just going to need to see that continue as we move in through the rest of the match.
10 seconds for the second dragon of the game. Ninjas in Pajamas, the first team in the river here. There's a ward from FPX that will spot the pit, but I don't think they could really contest it at all. Jway, however, is looking for an angle to potentially flash and use that ultimate to suplex someone into the waiting arms of FPX, but it would be tricky to pull off. 4k HP already on the dragon.
So they're not going to try to fight here, though, Roth.
Smite was early, but they secure it nonetheless. Shadow did not get a chance to walk on up, and it's a teleport from Sheer. That gets nothing really from the side of FPX. Solo Kill says, cool, that's a free teleport. Now I have my own teleport, plus Stand United. I have the major tempo advantage on the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, the Maokai ulti there, just buying enough space and fortunately buying enough time to keep NiP able to get that dragon and get out scot-free. Have to think again, we haven't really touched on the scaling aspects of this, but if they can get to a hyper late game scenario, you expect NiP with just the presence of an AD carry and a little bit of a front-to-back team fight, they should be able to come out on top. Leaf has been farming very well this game, has stacked up his cull already, is quite happy just going toward the collector first. He knows that there's not particularly a tank that he needs to cut through, so he can work towards this quite aggressive build path. And if there's one good combo that connects, either PP God plus Aki, or Doinby finds their last breath of doom, this fight should be over, and could be over quite quickly in favour of NiP. Of course, the way that the fight's want to play for FPX is Dwayne pulls Leave out, just sends him back into the rest of the team, or you have Care find that backline access.
Yeah. I think the only other option for Dway's ultimate selections... Oh, hang on, Shadow. Gonna get jumped on by a solo kill here. This Shen is super tanky. Shadow is definitely in a world of trouble. He might be forced to flash here, but thankfully he does have Sheer in his back pocket that he can just walk to the safety of. I think the other old target for Dway, as the Shen gets tankier and tankier, you're hoping that they're all in a choke point together and you can just suplex the Shen for massive burst damage onto the Aphelios. But other than that, it's gonna be tricky. This was bait sealed, trying to kill the wave and at least stall the turret one taking. Okay, wait. That's enough turret damage ramped up. That is just insane. Care gets the kill. They stop the tier 1 turret falling just in time for FPX to claim first brick on the top side of the map. Big play for Kierzone.
So when players miss cannon menus, Twitch chat says -1. I don't know what they're saying at the minute, but that's like, I'm just questioned. You know, that's a missing ping, right? In game, you missing ping these situations as Arky goes in under the turret, and it's just a complete split decision between the two of them. If he stands and hits the turret dies and he lives. Yeah. Suboptimal performance. Suboptimal performance.
This is the action we get in Game 5 between NiP and FPX, and I'm here for it. And another thing that we didn't even consider, Rude, turret destruction power from Awesome Ziggs. That is going to be another big proponent in trying to accelerate and find those big early game gold advantages that FPX, when they find them, have done such a great job of being able to just snowball games out of control with.
This is very true, and I think that if FPX can get to these objectives first as well, the power of the Ziggs with, first of all, the poke, but also the zone control that Ziggs and Zyra both provide to you, is very, very large. Alright, solo kill isn't going to be able to tank up all that much to walk in. He's got to build armor to itemize versus Sheer. He's got to build magic resistance to be able to absorb the poke that Awesome and Shadow are going to put down. And the first item that he went for is Titanic Hydra, so he's got neither of those two yet. And for the most part, FPX should just be looking to continue controlling this neutral objective setup. There's a TP in here from Care, who's got that bonus longsword that he probably shouldn't have had. And now NiP need to walk forward, try to get in here, but again, they're doing it in the face of a Zyra through a Ziggs as well.
Okay, Aki unloading the ultimate there. A lot of damage onto Shadow. If they clip him out, he will not get a chance to secure this Rift Herald. He finally gets the smite down. Rest of NiP struggling to brute force their way into the river. Big damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb onto the back line of Ninjas in Pajamas. They are able to walk away, but they are not healthy enough to contest the wave.
But that's just a quick pickup. Nice and easy for FPX. They also burned Leaves Flash there, which is a massive pickup for them. This Yone has now got access. This Renekton now with Flash has got access. And PP God is going to need to pull off a miracle job to keep his AD carry alive, because without Flash, that's going to be so much harder. Probably means that FPX honestly get this dragon, I'd like to think, for free. I think that the power of not having a Aphelios Flash is enough that Sheer and the rest of FPX can take him down and feel confident around a dragon. They should be looking to stop this Drake stacking as well, so expect FPX to head toward this Drake, and honestly, if I'm NiP, I do not want to fight if Leaf doesn't have Flash.
You know, I want to agree with you, Rude, but there have been times earlier in the series where NiP had no business in contesting an objective, and yet they did it anyway. And now Solo Kill trying to clear out this wave, so the turret starts ramping up. Jway is able to absorb the damage thanks to the Haymaker shield, but now Shadow is arriving to the party, and the rest of NiP are nowhere near. This is going to be a lot of damage down onto the Shen. They dodge the turret dagger. The Taunt Flash doesn't do enough because the turret dagger already swapped to Shadow. Care is going to be able to eviscerate this turret, and maybe the tempo is burned enough that NiP feels stronger about contesting for this dragon, but they were trying to push in the mid-wave, and Sheer teleports in to defend it.
And now Solo Kill does have TP, so if FPX aren't quick about this Drake take, there's a world where it can be contested. But with Leave walking up to that top side, it looks to the world as though FPX have done their due diligence, have done the job that they needed to. Stops that dragon stacking. Really solid performance from Jway in particular. Uses the CC, buffers it well, and immunes as much of that time in the Spirit's Refuge as possible. Also manages to get out to safety, doesn't end up giving a kill back over, and bends the flash of solo kill as well. So now that backline access that Taunt Flash so frequently provides you is not available to you anymore. And that's going to be a really big safety net as well for Shadow, for Awesome. So when we look across the board, their backline, the things that are going to be threatening them in the backline, pretty low overall.
I just can't believe that in Game 5, the creativity that comes out from FPX is from Jway with this set pick. And so far, he's been...
I can't believe that.
Well, I mean, yes, but still, I just was not expecting set.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Of all picks, but
yeah.
So far, he has made proactive, aggressive looks. It has only netted, 2 kills that he's been a part of so far in this game, but you can feel the pressure as he's consistently burned summoner spells, if not actual kills for his team to pick up here. I'm very excited and very hopeful of what Jway can do in a massive 5-on-5 team fight.
I think that might honestly be where the set scares me the least, to be completely honest, but just because of how squishy he's going to be, right? He's got, so far, a null magic mantle and a cloth armor in terms of HP and resist, or in terms of resist. HP's got a Kindle gem as well, so maybe a Locket Rush coming in. But I'm looking in particular at the bot laners, right? Like, Leaf has been such a crucial part of this NiP roster through this series, and Awesome, this game has been climbing up an absolute storm. 202 CS, 19 minutes in on the Ziggs. 2 items already finished. Has said that he doesn't need to be able to move quickly. He can just walk at a, little dawdle. But he needs these items. He's got no boots on his feet, Mark.
Yeah, wait, wow. I didn't even notice that. And to me, this is kind of strange. Luden's with a tier. It's going to be a double Lost Chapter item essentially coming in at some point. I'm not the biggest fan, but I wonder if he just... Like, why?
Objectively, Lost Chapter items are actually just, like, really good value anyway. Ziggs needs a lot of mana, so that's kind of why you go for the tier, but you get the burst from Ludens. You get an extra shield as well coming in. I've been known to dabble in the double Lost Chapters before. And maybe he'll just sell one at some point.
See, Mazel's been doing this for a while, and I've been criticizing for him, but now that Awesome is doing it, I'm like, oh, now he's got this is not good. Anyway,
remember that guy, that FPX AD carry? Yeah, he's on my side.
Well, this is for the chance to qualify into playoffs and avoid Group Nirvana in Split 3. So if this is what Awesome trusts, then, if you're an FPX fan, you must pray that it is the correct decision, as we are getting ready for the 4th dragon in the game. Care Q3 over the other wall. Oh god.
Bait sealed onto PP God.
Okay, Blast Cone. That bails him out. Very nice. NiP. Now going to be looking for another pick. Shadow could be caught by the Maokai ultimate here. Jway is able to absorb it for Awesome's sake. Nothing really emerges from that.
They're all just stood watching. Somebody kill someone. Do something!
They can't get in. This is a 2-item Doinby Yasuo. You can tell how badly they wanted to force something off this fight, but Doinby needs a knockup. He needs something else. Oh, Doinby getting jumped on by Shears. Renekton. Redemption's going to come through, give a little bit of healing back, but Doinby wasn't in the circle, so he's still below 50% HP. Still has a flash, but Exhaust was already used. Sheer popping the Dominus, buying space while the rest of FPX try to burn out this Otacon. Solo kills Taunt, forces Sheer out onto the left side. Aki has a flash. Can he get in? Can he be the hero? They're going to jump onto Sheer. Already the last breath. Fate sealed from Care over the wall. He clips Doinby. Wind Brother is down, and Care is able to finally step out of Doinby's shadow. Secures the Otacon for FPX. The rest of NiP can't do anything as Leaf finds a big kill on a Shadow in the back, but the objective goes to Fun plus Phoenix.
But Leaf got a triple kill in this fight. It's once again the NiP AD carry stepping up when he needs to. Jway flashed in, couldn't do any damage. Shia, the focus for that team fight, picks out nobody. And Leaf finds yet another mammoth performance on the Aphelios. Look at this fight once again. It's Arky starting off this fight by choosing the Renekton as their target. Q for Doinby to get the knock upon, and Lee puts down his sentry turret, catches his way out as well. Doesn't do anything to keep him in place. And Shadow, lucky that that ulti goes wide. I think that Leave in total, he finds a quick snipe here as Shadow walks into the turret, takes one, takes 2 hits.
What's happening
Another
on this
fighting
fight?
alive.
Dragon. Wait, NiP got the 3rd dragon for themselves, but
Cheer!
massive Q through the majority of them. Doinby's gonna hold him with the last breath, gets a revenge kill on 2Care, but Leave is still alive, and if this Aphelios can be thriving, then NiP still have a chance in this game.
2-4-3 once again, even though these fights look like FPX are coming out on top. It's numbers advantages.
Oh,
Leave now.
Anti-synergy, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The burst is there. The satchel charge did displace him away from the root. It looked scary, but FPX get the big shutdown on to Leave and will buy enough time to take out the tier 2 in the mid lane.
You think a solo kill comes in?
Oh, just one more auto attack. Boom.
Satchel takes it down. And you can feel the pressure mounting. NiP take the dragon. This happened whilst we were in the replay. Dre starts it off with Arky, a little bit of a face breaker, and the fake seal, you'd like to think if it's off cooldown, would go massive here. But it's all target selection that is not focused onto Leave, and he is chaining out the damage time and time again. And then we see on the back half of it, that small lapse in judgment where Leave gets caught out. He gets the flash from Shadow and goes down after the fact. Now, I will lend him a very small amount of copium that there was nothing going to come from that anyway, and him falling after the fact didn't actually cost them much. It cost them the tier 2. Yep. But if you're going to choke at any point in the game, this is the better time to do it than later on when it's a big team fight that could decide how this game goes.
Where the death timers are super long.
Yes, between our marksmen and between our junglers, there is no doubt about who our carries are for these two teams. Shadow needs to step into a more carry-oriented position, and Leave needs to keep doing what he's been doing by just carrying the team.
Yeah. And if NiP continue to create that space for him, then we get what happened in Game 4, where Doinby throws his life away for the greater cause of creating opportunities for Leave. Aki is on the Maokai. He doesn't need to carry. He just needs to zone. And that's exactly what this champion can do. Solo kill, even picking a Shen. Not a carry champion in its own right. He can brawl, he can do damage, but he's all about providing that extra shield and Spirit's Refuge. And now this is FPX using the power of the Zyra. They've empowered all the plants. They're trying to burn through this Baron as fast as possible, but NiP should know that something is amiss. Sheer is going to try to block this Maokai ultimate from coming through. Can they brute force their way through? They cannot get in. PP God is going to throw the hostile takeover to buy some time. Doinby finding a Q3. It's only on the Dway. Uses the Haymaker to give him a big shield. Sheer onto the front line. Care caught up in the last breath. He gets popped. Sheer's got to run. Awesome and Shadow are the only members left standing as Sheer gets pulled in by the handshake. Aki sends it with a twisted advance. Gets blown up, but still survives. NiP only find 2 in the crossfire, but FPX walk away with the Baron.
And it's daylight robbery. Shadow steals away the Baron. Not even from underneath the noses of NiP, but just in their face. Taking it 25 minutes into the game. That is a big win for FPX. NiP were looking for all the world as though they were going to just start snowballing this game through teamfights alone. But now with the Baron at their backs, they're the ones who can push waves. Look at the Drake's Hammer offer. 1 minute 10 seconds before Soul spawns for NiP. And now they are not going to be able to get pressure in mid lane, not going to be able to get pressure in bot lane. FPX need to use this Baron as a stabilizer to push waves in mid, push waves in bot, to secure control over the river and make NiP walk into them. Their composition for FPX thrives when people are walking into them. They have Ziggs, they have Zyra for zone control. Make NiP walk into you. Use the Baron waves to push in deep, set up some vision, and stabilize this game.
Care's already done a great job of teleporting early to the bottom side of the map, pushes in that wave. Awesome doing the same in the mid wave as well. 30 seconds before the 5th dragon of the game spawns. It is sole point for NiP, which is why it is imperative that FPX are the first ones here and deny that possibility away.
And you remember the stakes of this now. This isn't just for a chance to play in the playoffs. This is what decides how Split 3 goes for you. Are you playing Split 3 in Group Ascend or Group Nirvana? One big team fight between these two sides will determine it. Whether it comes around the Soul, whether it comes around a fight around the Baron, who's to know? But NiP, they're rallied around on this bot side. She has got a flank angle, and NiP are corralled in the middle of it.
Solo kill was called, not even waiting for it to stand united. The taunt goes on to Shui, but Sheer is waiting. Sheer is lying in wait in the shadows, but doesn't really find a flank angle. Shui is super low on HP. Sheer has to go in and buy space so that NiP cannot steal away the dragon. Sheer is waiting for what? Care finds the fate sealed. Solo kills down. Leave is choked out, forced to flash away. Sends the ultimate, but doesn't find anyone with the Moonlight Vigil. He's blinking low on 200 HP. Shui is waiting. He's gonna send it with a blast cone, but he gets popped by the power of Leaves of Phelios. But Care has other words to say. Awesome blows him up. And FPX deny Infernal Soul. Once again, Doinby is on the run. Shadow flashing forward. The plant will tag him for the slow, but not enough to take him down.
It's not just denying Infernal Soul, Rafa. This is 40-second death timers on 3 members of NiP with Baron at their backs. FPX, they can look to do some serious structural damage here. Not only have they done the job of stabilizing this game, but they may have just put it back into their hands.
Gold advantage. Solidly 3,000 on their side at 29 minutes into the game. Things could not be more tense. FPX do have the advantage, but it is still within striking distance as we take a look back at the replay.
Dre gets caught early here, caught up by that taunt and loses the majority of his HP, and it looks like it's going pretty rough for FPX, but the poke from Awesome, the poke from Shadow ends up doing a lot of work. Walking through the mines, walking through the bombs. Leave catches the entire Mega Inferno Bomb, sacrifices his entire HP before he flashes out. And he's getting Leandri's ticked down by the plants as well. Yes, he's able to take down Dway. Unfortunately, whiffing on the Facebreaker. Rest of FPX there to secure.
The top quadrant jungle. Aki is caught. Tries to run away. Burning down to the Leandri's Torment, but the Stand United keeps him alive for now. Care clipping Solo Kill on the way in with the Q3. Aki still trying to see if he can help out, but Solo Kill is burned down. FPX will now make the map theirs. 5-4 advantage. Baron is not spawning for another minute and 40, but this tier turret falls on the top side.
More and more fights going the way of FPX. 4,000 gold lead in their back pockets. Awesome, who'd been quiet through the early game, who'd been just farming up, is now starting to do exactly what Ziggs players love to do, and it's sit 7 screens away. Whittle you down with poke and make sure that the fight never even looks close. And the amount of carries that FPX have on their side, they're able to go in and do the damage as well. Leave the counterpart, the enemy bot laner, not having that same impact, not able to do the same amount of work that we've seen from him in games 2 and games 4. He was brought onto this FPX roster, onto this NiP roster, excuse me, to do exactly what he did in games 2 and games 4, to be the superstar carry, to be the threat, that presence that can carry them through playoff series. If you can't make it through this, that's a bit of a problem as...
Whoa.
Yeah, Shadow, okay.
Forced to use the Seeker's Arm Guard because Leave was threatening his life. Throws down the Strangled Thorn.
Dway!
Sends it Care right on top of it. Doinby pops him, but he take out Leave. That was the big target. That was the big headhunter they were looking for. Doinby is blown up by Awesome. FPX have a 4-2 advantage with the power of Ziggs on their side.
That's it.
They can end it here.
There's only Solo Kill and Aki left alive. They've got no damage to deal with. There's no wave clear to get rid of the minions. FPX are looking for Group Ascend.
Aki will send it. He's gonna get blown to smithereens. Solo Kill blown high up into the heavens with the satchel charge. Kept in range by FPX as he stumbles away. Tries to look for the minion wave, but FPX just need a couple more auto attacks. The turret was ramping up too fast. They lost the minion wave, and Solo Kill does not go down and ensures that NiP will live to see another fight.
And let's take a second. Let's reset. Because FPX are going to take this Baron. It's going to be little to no consequence. But they've got such low health bars. FP should be fine. And FPX now in the firm driver's seat. The entire split, they've looked like the better team. But this series has challenged them, has pushed both FPX and NiP right to the limit. And with a 9,000 gold advantage, FPX are in the driver's seat still. They still have the window to win this game. And Shadow, fortunate enough to use the arm guard here, but it's Dre once again. Picking solo kill out. 4-man face breaker combo. Leave with no flash, immediately torn asunder. And it's Care with the follow-up as well. A player who struggled a lot through this series, but knows how to follow up on an engage. And now with Baron at their backs, and with all the advantages in this game, FPX have one final job. Secure your spot in playoffs.
Infernal Soul will be denied once again from Ninjas in Pajamas. FPX now put themselves at Infernal Soul point. If this game stalls out for another 5 minutes and they continue maintaining control of the map, there is no doubt that NiP will not get a chance to secure it for themselves. It is nearly 8,000 gold in advantage for FPX. Baron buff on their side. Ziggs on their side. These turrets will be paper in the face of him as Aki's already getting chunked out, forced to flash away from the Zyra ultimate. Sheer threatening with a flank on the top side as he continues to loom in the darkness and tries to corral NiP away from the safety of this tier 3 turret.
I think they have to give this inhibitor, try and fight around your Nexus turret that's still standing. I think that's the best opportunity that you've got. It looks really dire for NiP at this point, but the little bits of poke you can heal up in the fountain. What you can't do is fight. When you've got no Maokai ulti, it's so much more difficult now they've expended that. The trade of 1 for 2 in the ultis, but even still, NiP don't feel confident to look for it.
5 members stand in the way of FPX. 1 Nexus turret stands in the way of a base that FPX can destroy and claim their spot in playoffs. NiP doing an admirable job of clearing the minion wave right now.
Leave.
Steps up.
Leave!
Dre! Dre didn't get a chance to flash. He didn't get to use Haymaker. He was just deleted.
That's why you bring him in. That's why you have Leave on this side. He has just saved the approach. There is nothing that FPX would have done but try to end this game. But now he's bought 30 more seconds, and all of a sudden, the tension dissipates once again. We reset. We go back to this situation where NiP have a 6-item Aphelios. As full build as an Aphelios will ever get, Leave is there. And you can see it's just a quick little thing. It's almost inconsequential to Dre. He doesn't realize. 800 damage crit comes through, and just like that, he's gone.
I am on the edge of my seat, Rude. I cannot even feel the lack of sleep, the sleep deprivation. I am fully wired and just waiting to see how the chaos all comes to a close. FPX still with the gold advantage, but the fact that NiP are rallying behind Leave, who is continuing to say, I've got one more in me. With every clutch play that has emerged in this series, he is trying to do it again on this Aphelios. Still the only member with a solid gold advantage, but we're now at the late game stage of this final match. That gold lead is slowly not going to matter anymore once Awesome has a chance to fully buy out this tier and either upgrade into an Archangels or go for a different item completely.
And importantly as well, this is the point in the game where you actually need to look at what guns are we fighting with as well, right? Leave is trying his hardest to keep Infernum available for these team fights, but he's going to have to try and cycle through that. I think the good thing is that with so many minions pouring into his base, he's actually got a lot of things to try and auto-attack. So he can quickly get through these guns that he doesn't necessarily want. I think after this rotation, he's going to have purple, so he's got to try and make his way through this, make his way through purple, work his way back towards this happy spot of red and blue that he's been seeming to sit on for the most part of this team fight and the most part of this game. while still also getting gold into the people on his team that don't have as many items as he does, you know? Aki's 3 levels down on Shadow, has 2.5 items, where Shadow sat 4 items deep almost, working towards that Rabadon's 5k gold to the good. I've got a job at trying to clear out that purple gun. But with Drake spawning in 1 minute, Baron spawning in the exact same timer, that question mark of what these two sides are going to do. A reminder for those of you who are just joining us, this is for not just a spot in playoffs, but to secure your spot in Group Ascend in Split 3. Losers here spend no more time playing in Split 2, and they spend Split 3 playing in Group Nirvana. Neither of these two sides were there previously. FPX, one of the teams that fought their way out to be in Group Ascend in that 3rd place tiebreaker we had at the beginning of this split.
FPX went from 4th seed in Group D in Split 1 to now a surprising resurgence in this Split 2. NiP went from top of their group in Split 1, Doinby, regular season MVP, now on the brink of potentially being sent to Group Nirvana in Split 3. As Sheer was trying to find a flank angle once again, NiP say, go for the Infernal Soul, we don't care. We are taking the Baron. We have better odds with this on our side, but Shadow is still here, could look for a smite steal. Aki's got to be clutch with the Q smite on his side. He gets it. Infernal Soul is secured by Care. Has a teleport. He can join in the fight. Shadow gets a lot of damage bursted onto him by Lee's Moonlight Vigil. They jump onto Sheer. Care is here. Tries to turn the tides of the war. Doinby tries to flash away. Shadow collapsing on the right side. Fate seal from Care will find Doinby. And FPX can finally emerge from Doinby's shadow. For the past 4 years, this org has struggled to find success without Doinby at their side. But for the first time, they will send Doinby to Group Nirvana, and they will emerge to playoffs without him.
The double TP's bot lane, it's Sheer standing tall in the front line, and FPX send NiP packing.
FPX qualified to playoffs and defeat NiP 3-2.
And it was a ping pong the entire series long. 1 win for FPX, then 1 for NiP. Then we get to our best of 5, game 5. The 1v1 goes the way of NiP. The blue side ascendancy is thwarted as FPX are barely able to find that fight, find that game, and push themselves that little bit further. It feels right, it feels fitting. FPX through this entire split had been the better team than NiP, but it's FPX that put the doubters to rest. They stopped their 4-5 series losing streak and pushed themselves over the line. Now they have a date in playoffs. Now they have a Split 3 in Group Ascend where they can continue to level up against the best of the best.
This was a team that we were just expecting to fail at the beginning of Split 2 when we went into the placement stage, based on what we saw from Split 1 in their group. 4th seed overall. They have turned it around ever since Shadow joins the roster. Jway is able to link up with someone who can create successful early game plans on a more consistent basis. They bring in Awesome for their AD carry as well. And while Awesome has not necessarily been a big star carry for this roster, he has graciously received all the attention, all the resources that Shadow and Jway leverage him time after time, and he does his job. He clocks in, he clocks out, and he gets shit done, Rude.
And a big performance from, honestly, the entirety of FPX this game. And it needed to be because NiP were putting up such a fight. But for a game that we'd been saying, and a series that I'd been saying had been looking really weak, right, for Care in particular, where we hadn't seen that step up. This time round on the Yone, I'm thinking, oh, incredibly high execution champion. This is going to be a really big challenge for him. But that exact time that he needs to step up and put his former mentor in an FPX mid laner in the dirt, he does exactly that. The Fate Seals were crisp. They did what they needed to in these final team fights. And it was a great follow-up on all counts from FPX.
Student finally gets a chance to surpass the Master in a best of 5 that matters. I really hope that Care can take that experience going forward, and it gives him that confidence that is so necessary for this FPX roster to thrive and continue growing, because that has been the biggest question ever since Care first took over for the mid starting spot since Doinby's departure. And, you know, year after year, we still have had that same question. This is, while you said, you know, overall the series was not great from Care, he clutches it in Game 5. And if he can just look back at that performance and realize how necessary it was for him to step up and how he answered the call, if you're an FPX fan, you're just generally hoping that that's something that he can take to heart with him going forward.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, they put so much trust in Care as well for the most part of this, you know, the last like 4 or 5 years, right? They've put all of their faith into him as a mid laner. They've now, they're starting to see that little bit of rewards. Hopefully he can push that forward. I think that for FPX, they should be very happy with how the introduction of Jway and Shadow as a pairing has looked for them in this series in particular. MVP game number 1 for Shadow, MVP game 2 for Jway, probably the most influential, singly influential support that there has been in split number 1. And I think that for FPX, they've got such a good core to be building up from. Maybe they can look to change a couple of bits and bobs, but when they've got the great foundations that are given from this jungle and support role, that moving into playoffs they're going to have to once again rely on very heavily, because the competition gets harder from here, right? Like, you're playing up against top AL, BLG or JDG, who are all like titans of the LPL. Those are better teams than NiP, and NiP took you to 5. You've got maybe a week to get that practice in and scratch up and dust up on your skills. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what you've done today, you'll be going back home again at the end of next week.
Yep. At the end of the day, FPX can be grateful that they will be in Group Ascend or Split 3. And, you know, looking at some of those top 4 matchups, they were able to beat JDG earlier in the regular season. They beat Anyone's Legend towards the middle of the regular season. They got close to taking a game off of Top Esports in the first encounter of their most recent series against them. I honestly don't remember what it was like against BLG, but, you know, that's 3 of the teams that they have pretty decent track records. Now, you are right that they went to full 5 games against NiP, and there's still some things that they have to insanely polish before they can be even considered a dark horse. I don't, but I'm happy for them that they have qualified to playoffs.
So am I, and I think that the actual, the more likely outcome of this is that when we see them, whichever team end up drawing them and choosing for them, is that there's going to be a big struggle from FPX in that series, right? Like, that is just the realistic nature of it. But let's relive some of this game here, Rafa, as this is the beginning of what looks like NiP's resurgence in this game and in this series. But ultimately, with Leave just barely unable to do the hard work, they do end up falling, and it's FPX that find that win.
And man, Marco's out to Leave. He tried his damnedest to really 1v9 this game. Not everything connected. You know, there's a couple of Moonlight Vigils that just hit my fridge on the way out, but you know, it was tough. I mean, this is such a tough fight. You're trying to maneuver through Yone engage, Renekton flank. You have to deal with Zyra plants, and then on top of it, there's a giant set that's trying to pile drive you, you know?
Yeah.
There's a big Mega Inferno Bomb that's about to hit you over the head. So
there's a lot of things that Leave needed to do, and unfortunately couldn't quite manage all of them. And you know, you're looking maybe a more experienced maybe one of those top ADs might have been able to do it. And one of these days, it feels like Leave is going to get there. He is so close, it feels like, to being one of our best. as much as we've not quite seen it just yet, but it's little highlights, little glimpses of things like this that you can just think, well, if he can do that, why can't he just do that next level thing? And that's where your differences between the best AD carries in the LPL and the great AD carries in the LPL do fall.
Yeah. Now, I have to say, Rude, while we're on the topic of NiP, I think this roster is getting changed again going into Split 3, because to go from top of your group in Split 1 and a, pretty... I mean, they got back-to-back ding-donged in playoffs, 2 series back-to-back losses, but we had high expectations of their continued performance to get better and better. It has declined. It has severely declined.
Yeah.
Because now being in Group Nirvana, surrounded by teams like LNG and I think who was the other team that
Ultra Prime made it as well.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, LNG, guaranteed, EDG, like this. Ninjas in Pajamas had higher expectations. They definitely should be having higher expectations. And to me, I think for this org, with the caliber of the players that they have on this roster and they're working with, it's unacceptable. So now they have to make adjustments.
Yeah, like we were saying, Split 1 MVP is in Group Nirvana for Split 3.
Awesome. With player of the game, 8-0-9, deathless on the Ziggs. I think his team did an insane job of doing all of the heavy lifting of creating the disruption so that no one could really get onto him. I don't think I saw a single attempt, at least one that was successful, from Aki and Doinby linking up to threaten the Ziggs, because all of the chaos was happening towards Leave, and they had to hold the line. But the fact that Awesome was able to be consistent with the damage and lay up on all the setups.
He was there, right, and never dying, doing the most damage in the game by far as well, like more than double anybody in his team. There's no real doubts about his contributions to that game, right? And whether you want to talk about how well the rest of the team set him up or not, that's completely by the by. Even in the games that Jway got MVP, Awesome had an awesome performance. Shadow, MVP game number 1, but that's with Awesome having 10 kills on Misfortune and 1 death. So I think credit goes out to him as well for his performances in this series, and it's right to see him earn an MVP for the game.
Yeah. He had to level up just in time for this series so that if you're going to get a lot of these resources from your jungle and support, you better come through with the results. And he did. Pretty much every single game that they gave him those resources. But with that, Rude, that is the conclusion of our broadcast for today's series. Fun Plus Phoenix officially moves on to the playoff bracket, where they will await their opponent of one of 4 between Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, JDG, or BLG. I'm not sure how that's determined yet, but we will find out at another time.
They pick.
As for now,
top 4 pick. So the top 4, seed number 1, top will take their pick of all 4 of the teams that make it through play-ins. Gotcha. Then second seed, then third, then fourth.
All right. We'll see if any of the top seeds want to go for FPX right away. I definitely feel like a lot of them will be trying to avoid IG at the very least. So we'll see if FPX is, the last person, picked on the dodgeball team per se, or if they are favored because the teams think that they can, flat them in the first round of playoffs. But we'll find out at another time. But to everyone else at home, this has been such an awesome day of games, a banger series overall. But before we close out the broadcast, we want to thank very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. This LPL unofficial English co-stream would not be possible without their support, without your support, and all of yours, all the word of mouth that you have done spreading. We have hit 20,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. We recently hit 50,000 followers on Twitch. It has been an ongoing, growing fan project, a passion project that we just didn't expect to get this level of support, and it really means a lot all the way down to the bottom of our hearts. So thank you so much for giving us a platform and allowing us to, do something that we love and give it back to you. Rue, before we close out the show, any last words from you?
No, just again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. And if you enjoyed these games, right, we've got 2 more series coming up a little bit later on, literally tomorrow and the day after. 2 more play-in series to decide who makes it to playoffs, who makes it to Group Ascend, and who's back in Group Nirvana for next split.
That's right. For anyone that is unaware of who's playing later today / tomorrow, it should be WE playing against LGD. You definitely don't want to miss that series, as there is some... I imagine there's going to be some fun back and forth games in this one, very much similar to FPX and NiP tonight, so that's gonna be a blast. But Rude, I'm feeling the sleep deprivation finally kick in, so I think it is time to sign off for now.
Out.
To everyone at home, again, stay healthy, stay safe, and see you all next time.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done, had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud.